does not, yet at least. But he is going to fight for his first title today. He's coming into the final day a little short. He's playing approximately. Oh, hold on. I'm just gonna. Whoops. I mean, modern technology. Yeah, it's like I hate that. He's coming in with 615,000. Not critically short, but he is one of the shortest stacks at the table. We have the shortest stack, Kaito Kalulaid, who we had at the feature table late last night. He's coming in with 485,000. So, I mean, there are some ICM that you have to take into consideration as well when you're this deep in a tournament. Jonathan, one of 3 Norwegians at the table. We have another Norwegian streamer, Ylva Kim Thorsrud, in seat 8. She's playing a stack of 600,000, a little more than that. And we also have Øystein Stai, who has a stack kind of similar to Jonathan. He's in seat 3. So 3 out of the 4 Norwegian players remaining in the main event at the feature table. We also have players that we've seen before, both on day 1 and yesterday on day 2. We have Brandon Mifsud from Malta in seat 4. Kalulaid in seat 2, as we mentioned. In seat 6, it's Jakob Mikael Håkan, who we've had at the feature table before. And then we had Magid Aziz, the only player from Egypt who entered this tournament, who started with 620 entries. So, I mean, it's kind of impressive. Norway had 15 players through to day 2. Egypt had just 1, and he is still here in seat 6. And then we have Ville Hakala in seat 7, who won the 8-game tournament a couple of days back. So he's trying to get a double win here in Bratislava during this festival week. That started already on Monday. A lot of side events, a lot of champions already, but I'm not sure that there's anyone who has a shot at getting 2 titles other than Håkan.
Hakala.
Yeah, Hakala.
Yeah, I played against him in the 8th game, bested 10th. He was a real nice guy, made a lot of jokes and good vibes at the table. So I'm happy hearing he won.
So we are just getting ready to start. The shortest stack into day 3 was Jaroslav Petr from Czech Republic, and he's playing a stack of 260,000, so he does not really have that much time. Fortunately for him, we are now down to 8-handed. There were a lot of players who were under pressure last night when they were playing 3 tables in short-handed poker. But he, well, he might have been unlucky. There has been a new seat draw, and I mean, he would love to draw the button with his short stack.
Yeah, I also talked to Jontan earlier today, and he was really happy about his draw at this table, avoiding the big stacks to his immediate right or left, and having short stacks to his immediate left. So it's kind of harder for him to be, or hard for the big stacks to bully him, given his seat at the table.
Yeah, Jonathan Vedde playing 615,000, and that is more than both Kalulaid to his immediate left and Øystein Stai 1 seat further away. But then he has Brandon Mifsud from Malta, and Mifsud is playing a stack of 2.2 million, which was the 3rd biggest stack into day 3. The biggest stack belongs to Jakob Mikael Håkan, so Mifsud is kind of unfortunate. He has Håkan, who covers him to his immediate left. 2.8 million for the Finn, chip leader into day 3, closely followed by Florian Fuchs from Austria.
I played a lot with Mifsud yesterday. He's playing rock solid poker. He knows, yeah, tournament poker. Yeah, he knows when to apply pressure. He knows when to give up, and he can just look at you and see what you got, basically. So, not surprised that he's one of the bigger stacks.
Tournament director Susanna is giving the player the go-ahead. first hand on the final day of the Coolbet Open 2023. Stai folds, so does Mifsud. To chip leader Hakan. He folds, so does Aziz. And Hakala wakes up with ace queen. 675,000. So he covers all the players to his left. And he is gonna open. Torsrud folds the button to Jonathan Vedde, your brother. And you're allowed to be a little bit biased here. You are allowed to root for your brother. Oh, ace jack. Oh, this could be painful already in the first hand. And it is the dynamics as well, Oscar. He's opened from late position, Hakala. Just a call.
We could have easily seen it go all in here, but...
Whoa! Look at this, Colorline. He's changed nationality. He is now Norwegian. Wow, we have 5 Norwegians left. But no, he is from Estonia. The flop, 3 king 6. Okay, none of the players with anything on that board. Vedde checks.
I really like the call pre though. Jonathan knows that the spade jump's coming when one more player has busted, so he's not gonna go super crazy. I don't think we'll see that many chips get put in post flop either. So yeah, I think he saved the tournament life by just calling pre.
And Hakala, he bets 1 red chip, that's 100,000, but he bet just 45. Verbal declaration. And Vedde, he just folds. You were absolutely spot on there.
Yeah.
But a good start for Jaakko Mikael Håkan from Finland.
Definitely a good start for him, and Jonathan losing the minimum, so I guess it's great for both players involved.
Yeah, that wasn't a big. It could have gotten bigger if Jonathan hadn't been disciplined in that spot. Late position raise and ace jack with. Well, he was playing 20 big blinds, so I mean, it is possible to get away from still.
Yep.
Might be other shorter players who would not have been able to do that. Folded around to our Egyptian friend Aziz. He folds. Hakala folds this time. Torsrud on in the cutoff. 7 deuce. Vedde king 4 with 2 shorter stacks to his left. Folds the button. Kaljulaid, who is from Estonia, from the island of Saaremaa. And I have been told that he is not even top 20 in the home games in Saaremaa. And that's a joke, of course. But he has something in common with you and Jonathan, Oscar, because his family is a poker family. His brothers are playing, his father is playing. So
probably got a lot of family on the rail right now then.
Yeah, hopefully so. So if we have family of Kaito Kaljulaid, let us know in the chat. And your father is in the chat right now.
Yeah, he's really hyped for this one.
Erik is writing, good luck, Jona. Hakala, king queen offsuit, he's gonna open. Torsrud folds. And Vedde with pocket jacks. This time, I don't think he is just gonna flat. And he's all in. Still have players left to act behind. Kaljulaid, he folds. Stai with the pocket kings. Oh, wow. Øystein Stai.
It's probably going to take a couple of seconds to think about it now because there is a pay jump, which does make sense to think about a little. Obviously, the hand is going in, but
he's all in. Oh, look at this. Mifsud with ace-jack, snap fold, back to Hakala. There's no way he's calling here. But he does want to count. Vedde with the effective stack, 555,000. Shy of 20 big blinds, but still it's too much with king, queen against two players. I mean, it is a big pot. The average being 1.1 million right now, so it's an average stack in the middle, and the two Norwegians are up against each other. Jacks for your brother. He is dominated by the kings of Øystein Stage.
this is not looking good. Still 2 jacks in deck though.
No jack on the flop. And clubs are covered by Stai. 5 on the turn and the queen paint on the river, but that means that Stai, he gets the full double and more. And he's up to close to 1 million. Vedde down to just 130,000. That's 4 big blinds.
Yeah, it's just one of those coolers you can't get away from. We used to say it is what it is on stream, and it surely is.
Yeah, you do say that a lot.
Yeah. Sometimes you could get a little warm or hot-headed.
Yeah, and I mean, me and Jason, we talked about your stream earlier on. Jason will be back in the commentary booth a little later, but we talked about your stream last night, and you guys, I mean, you have had some arguments when you discuss poker strategy on air while you are streaming, and that is really entertaining.
Yeah, I think the brotherly dynamic there is gotta count for something.
And one of the other things I find really amusing is you are both so immersed in your game that sometimes you just talk over each other, and you're so enthusiastic about your own hand that you don't really listen to each other, and you both talk about 2 different things at the same time.
I sometimes get a message from Jonton like, yeah, you need to let me talk about my hand when I have a big hand.
But he does it himself sometimes as well. So, but it's really entertaining and funny to watch. So tune in to Vedde Poker on Twitch. Folded around to Mifsud in the small blind. He limps ace-8 suited against the big blind of Hakan, who is the only one who has him covered. Both of these players playing more than 2 million in chips, more than twice the average. 9, 10, 9. Nothing there for either Mifsud or Hakan. Mifsud with the best hand, bets small, and Hakan folds.
Pretty standard there to just bet 1 big blind against a big blind check. Very dry board.
So Brandon Mifsud, he had one of the longest massages I've seen ever at a feature table yesterday. But he looks refreshed today, so it might have worked. And he is representing Malta, has more than $200,000 in combined live poker tournament winnings. But I think that if he wins this one, it will be his biggest cash ever. Hakala with ace-king suited now. Opens. Torsrud folds. The very short stacked Jonathan Vedde. What does he have? This is even worse because now we don't get to see his hand. It's Torsrud's hand there. And he's got 9s. And he's all in. 4 big blinds. Still players left to act behind. Folded around to Aziz in the big blind. 8-3 suited. He is going to fold. Hakala is going to call.
I feel like my heart is pounding right now.
Yeah, so flip for Vedde's tournament life. You see the one who's going to bust in 16th place. And it's a king in the flop. This looks bad for Jonathan with 5 on the turn. He needs a 9 on the river, does not get it. And unfortunately, he is out in 16th place.
Yeah, two fairly standard spots. There's nothing you could do about it. Just really unlucky.
Yeah, but I said it before. I mean, if the poker doesn't work out, he could always go into modeling. It's he does have a career there, I think. I'm sure. And gets a consolation prize of 2,605 euros, but that means that the rest of the players are guaranteed more than 3,000 euros, with pay jumps coming more frequently as well.
Yeah. As he said earlier today, he knew he had to take a couple of spots, win a flip, get back up there.
And he was just really unlucky. He was coolered out of the tournament. He could have done nothing else first with the jacks, and then with the nines. He was critically short, and he was flipping.
Yeah.
Kalulid, he's still Norwegian, but he is not. Good luck from Sarema. And Kalulid from Sarema. He is going to open to 60,000. Folded quickly around to Håkon, the chip leader, on the button with pocket eights. Could just flat, but the problem is he would be giving the players in the blinds an even better price to call. Kalulid, though, he has to worry about Kalulid's stack size with close to 12 big blinds behind. Does have bigger stacks to his left. That's also something he has to take into consideration.
I'm not surprised if we just see a call here, or if he takes the more aggressive line against the shorter stack.
Yeah, he will have position after the flop. So he will have the advantage of seeing what the other players who come into the hand does.
Wow.
But that, I think, is
I did not expect to see that.
a little tight. So it's folded to Hakala in the big blind, and he has 7-3 suited.
Might elect to see a flop here with a suited disconnected hand.
The thing is, Kalulid,
Connect.
with his kind of shortish stack, it's more profitable to do it if you're up against a bigger stack where you can get more chips if you when you hit good. The implied odds aren't really there.
The problem is with 7-3 is that you rarely flop super good, and when you flop a pair, it's never the top pair, or almost never the top pair. So you're never in a very, very good position post pre-flop. No, post-flop, sorry.
Hakala was not happy with his share. Wanted to change. Good spot to do it, because the player who eventually will be in seat 1 will never know what happened here.
I like how Ylva has had to move like all of the way for him to get a news.
Yeah. So Kalulid takes down the small one, but I'm kind of surprised about the chip leader, Håkan, folding pocket eights on the button. But I mean, he has a big chip lead. There are pay jumps coming up. He could just fold his way to a lot bigger prices.
Yeah, but still, I did not expect eights to get in the muck there, and also the other players will probably get the information that the chip leader or second chippy was folding eights to an open, and yeah, not a big fan to be honest, but as you say, there are big pay jumps coming, and he does have a great stack, so probably just playing it safe.
He has more than average chip count on the final table stack right now. And if you make it to the final table, you will be guaranteed at least 5,000 euros. But I agree with you. It's I did not expect it. I was
Not at
really
all.
surprised to see him fold.
Especially from the button as well. As you said, he did. He could have position after the flop.
And look at this, Hakala has opened the small blind. King Deuce, Torshu with King 9 suited in the big blind. She 3 bets to 120,000, at least I think it is. Might be 115. You're young. What's it? Oh, 200. Oh, there's 2 reds. My eyesight is just gone.
Ylva's taking no prisoners today.
Power poker from Torshu, 685,000 still. And that's approximately what she started with today. She has something in common with you, Jonathan. She is a Norwegian champion, won the latest event in 2021 after playing the Norwegian Championship every single year since 2007. Finally, she got there. She got the win. She has plenty of final tables, and she final tabled the last Coolbet Open, finished in 8th place back in May last year.
She posted her like track record from the Coolbet Opens, and she's been doing so well. Like not only last year, but deep runs every year except one, I think.
Yeah, she finished 25th back in 2018.
Yeah.
And no, she has had deep runs, and maybe this year she'll get the win. I mean, she has been playing most of the 6 Coolbet Opens that have been all together now with this one, if not all. And we get the first walk, and I'm sure that Kalulid is happy with the walk, even though he had King 10, which he probably would have at least called an open with.
Yeah, Ylva knows that he's gonna have a lot of hands he's gonna go with if she limps or races, so elects to just fold.
Ylva Torsrud, by the way, one of 2 women still remaining in the Coolbet Open main event. The other one is Jasmin Schuster from Austria, who finished yesterday with nearly 1.7 million in chips, and that's 6th place on the chip count into day 3. Folded around. Pocket deuces from Torsrud. She's not gonna play. Kalulid, Queen 9 suited. In the small blind.
Definitely a playable hand. Let's see which line he elects to take.
16 big blinds. Opens to 80,000. Stay in the big blind. Jack 8 off. And we are down to 15 players after Jonathan Vedde was knocked out. Still 15. We know there is a critically short stack on the other table, but he has managed to ladder up. Stay defends the big blind. 9-6-3, top pair for Kalulid. Not much there for Stay.
No, I think we're gonna see a bet and a fold here. Not really any reason for Stay to get sticky here at all.
And he goes quite big. 190 in the middle. Bets 90,000, close to half pot.
Stay hasn't folded yet.
It would be bad timing if he decided to try to steal this one, but he does not. He folds. Good start for Kalulid and Saroma. Rumor has it that Saroma is the new poker mecca in Europe.
Ah.
Yeah, I heard rumors that we had a lot of players from Iceland here, And I've heard rumors that all of them want to go to Saruman to play poker.
I should maybe take a trip there then.
I heard the action was good. But I mean, if Kaljulaid is not even top 20 in the home games in Saruma, I don't think I want to play poker against the players from Saruma.
Might want to stay away, yeah.
Yeah. Folded around to Hakala. E7 fold. Torsrud folds. Kaljulaid on the button. 7-6 suited. And he does have more chips than he had at the start, up to 610,000, and that might be one of the reasons that he decides to fold.
Yeah. Does make a lot of sense given the ICM pressure.
Yeah, because we don't know how Jaroslav Petr from the Czech Republic is doing on the other table, but he was critically short into this day, playing just 260,000, so less than 10 big blinds. Instead, is Tai, who limps Queen 3. Mifsud checks his options with King 3. Jack 10-5 flop. Both of the players with a club in their hand. Check, check. And Mifsud and Stai hits a 3 on the turn. And it's a club.
That's a juicy card, turn card.
Yeah, I don't think there was another card who was more of an action card than actually that one, the 3 of clubs. Bet and call. And a 6 on the river. I think that's going to slow the action down.
I was just waiting for the ace of clubs to hit the river there. Give it the turn card.
Øystein checks and a quick check behind, and you see he was outkicked. But it could have gotten ugly.
Yeah, no real reason for any of the players to bet the river there.
Yeah.
They have what we call showdown value and a decent kicker with it, so.
But Oscar, I mean, you still haven't gotten to console your brother.
Yeah.
Jason is here right now, so I think we're gonna let you go and have have a celebration beer, because I mean 16th place in a tournament with 620 runners, that is a really impressive result.
It is.
And you have both done well. You had your own Vedde stream tournament the other day, Hyper Turbo, a lot of fun. It's been a long week.
It's been a very long week, but it's been a lot of fun tournaments and other things to do in Bratislava.
And I am sure we both, all 3 of us, and maybe even your father and your uncle will be at the next Coolbet Open.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, sure, no problem. We're going to get Jason in here because he's been rearing to go on this day 3. Thank you, Oscar.
Thank you.
And be sure to tune in to Oscar and Jonathan's stream. They are streaming regularly on Twitch, Vedde Poker. Actually, it's such a good poker name as well in Norwegian, because Vedde actually means to bet. Meanwhile, at the feature table, Hakala has opened ace-9. It's been the most active player at the table. Håkan in the big blind decides to fold king 6. I think we can, even though it's early on, we can assume that Håkan, he has decided not to do anything hasty today. I don't know if you saw Jason, but he made a fold with pocket 8s on the button after an open from Kaljulaid earlier on.
Wow, okay, so he's not going to be in a bullying mode, wants to make sure he reaches the final table with a nice stack, I suppose. How did Jonathan go out?
He was just unlucky. First, there was an open with kings, and quite similar stack to Hakala. and he picked up jacks, and he just had to. No, that was Stai against Stai. Sorry, not Hakala. And Stai woke up with kings behind, and there's no way. Hakala opened. Jonathan went all in. So did Stai, but Jonathan had Stai covered. And no jack for Jonathan. So Stai playing close to was playing close to a million. And after that, Jonathan ran into the ace king of Hakala, and Hakala with the king on the flop. So he was just coolered out of the tournament.
Rather unfortunate, and shortly after I saw that Thomas Sorkness also hit the rail, so we're down 2 Norwegians. There's some left. I know that Kato has a Norwegian flag for some reason, but we know he's Estonian.
Yeah,
but Stai and Ilva, I believe, are the 2 Norwegians remaining.
If we lost Thomas Sorknes as well, I think it might be that Kaljulaid has asked to represent Norway now. I don't know. I think we should.
He's proud of living in Sarma.
Yeah, he is. We've already had Atungs in the chat saying good luck from Sarma.
And we've also now just lost a player from the Czech Republic, so neither Slovakia or Czech Republic are represented in the final 13 players. So Yaroslav Peter hit the rail moments ago, actually 30 minutes ago in real time, but in stream time, he just hit the rail.
So we've actually lost 3 players already, but Yaroslav Peter, he made pay jump, and with his less than 10 big blind stack into day 3, that's a result, of course, he's not happy with, but still happier than if he had been knocked out in 16th and missed the pay jump of 400 euros. Øystein, we are on a first name basis with Øystein, by the way. His
okay.
His last name is Stai, but Øystein is his first name. I'm surprised. It's like you had 2 names to choose from, and you chose the one that's difficult. The other, his last name, 3 letters. We'll get that
4
fixed.
letters. Well, at least we've been
4 letters. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Me and math, you know, Jason, we talked about this. That's your job. Maureen is saying hi, Jason, in the chat on YouTube.
Hey, Maureen.
Hakala with the same hand as Øystein.
We love these battles where it's the same hand. Very often, neither player hits the flop, and then it's a matter of who can wrestle it away. Sometimes it gets checked down.
Just a call.
No point in blowing up your stack at this present point in time.
10-8 queen. Both players hit. Øystein, though, kind of re-rolling. He's the only one who has the backdoor flush draw. Hakala. Did he check? Yes, he did. Check, check.
Slow playing there. It's not that safe of a flop, actually.
No, that's true. 8 on the turn.
I would expect Hakala, after it was checked over, to try to get a few more chips in the pot.
So Øystein gave away the initiative in the hand. Hakala has the option to take it now. And looks like he is going to.
Cool, 100,000 it looks like.
Yeah, if he didn't announce anything verbally, it is. So it was actually 50. And Øystein calls. 9 on the river. So 4 to a straight. That's kind of iffy. Hakala checks.
If Oystein could turn his hand into a bluff, he'll be able to take down the pot, but he has so much showdown value that a check back is the more obvious play.
He's got 2 pair, and the thing is, if he bets and Hakala shoves, he has to fold.
Yeah. But is Hakala shoving without the jack at this stage of the tournament? There's some players that can. We saw Jasmine do a nice shove yesterday.
Yeah, but the thing is, oh well, he does decide to go for value, and the thing is, I mean, he doesn't know that what we know, that Hakala does not have a jack. Player could have a jack in this spot, try to get tricky, try to get called by, well, a hand like Øystein has. Maybe even, you know, an 8.
Maybe even a hand like this, maybe with a queen, like he's getting potentially the same hand to think things over. He's not thinking about raising, he's thinking about, does Øystein have that jack?
So he's opened the door.
A lot of jacks would open from the hijack. Jack king, jack ace, jack queen, which was already doing okay on that flop. Even though it's just 3.5 big blinds, it is a significant portion of his remaining stack.
Breathing a bit heavy now, the Finn. Is he thinking about making a play with 2 pairs? And he no, he folded. So Øystein got it through. Got the same hand to fold.
Wow.
Well, they might have some history. Well, I know they have some history, because Staje was deep in the 8 game as well, which Hakala won a couple of days back.
I'm curious if he was betting there to get a better hand to fold or to get a worse hand to call, actually, there. It was very a merged range kind of bet there.
Yeah.
It worked out quite well. He got the best hand to fold. So regardless of his intentions, the outcome was amazing.
Kaljulaid, 20 big blinds, ace queen.
The fake Norwegian from Saaremaa, Estonia.
And Lichtlalis says, greetings from Kaito's brother, watching anxiously in Saaremaa.
Got to know Kaito my last trip to Estonia. A very nice guy. Got to learn a little bit about Saaremaa. We'll have to go back for a visit to Saaremaa. Did enjoy my one trip there about 6-7 years ago.
Folded around to Margit, who calls with king queen suited. Torstrup with 9-7 on the button. Second hand she's going to play today, the first one.
From the big blind. Okay, I was wondering why she's calling from the button. Okay.
Oh, did I say the button?
Yeah,
okay, sorry. Yeah, it's English, Norwegian, you know.
They both start with B. It's easy to happen.
Yeah, 5-10-4. So Kaljulaid is still best.
But the flop hits Silva the best, not in terms of her hand, but in terms of all those low cards.
It's the big blinds flop. She has checked. Kaljulaid checks. Margit with the backdoor flush draw, 2 overcards. He checks. 10 pairs the board on the turn.
Does this open up an invitation for Ilva to try to steal it away? Nobody's on a massive stack right now. So Ilva may not want to do it even though she has the range advantage, just because she would be taking a bit of a risk of her stack to do so. Would have to be betting around 100,000 to give or take.
And look at this, Jason.
It's small.
It's very small. Okay, 80,000, 1/3 of the pot. Could be enough to get the job done. Like you said, it's her flop in the big blind.
And even though it's not a big bet, it's a big bet in relation to the stacks players have.
And gets Kalulad to fold. What is the best hand right now? And I don't see how Margit can. She's been, like I said, this is the second hand she plays. And she's won them both now. Gets both players to fold better hands.
Two for two.
Good instincts from Torsrud. The first hand, it was Hakala who opened the small blind with King Deuce, and she just 3-bet him right back. Rightly so, with a hand that had Hakala dominated, the King 9 suited. But she's been selective, chosen her spots. She saw one now, like you said before she did, and she took it, and it worked.
Well, we certainly have a lot of Yeva Kim fans going to be watching today. We have two in the comms booth, but we would be happy with any of the 13 remaining players to be the next Coolbet Open champion. But even more happy if it's Ilva.
Well, it's like I don't generally have favorites.
It's hard not to with Ilva. You guys are you're on her stream occasionally, and
No, but it's hard too, at the Coolbet Open, because we have gotten to know a lot of these players. I mean, even in other editions of Coolbet Open, and also this one we have gotten new friends. So it's kind of, even those 620 entries, there's been a lot of people down here, and we've played with them both. A lot of them, we play both with them. We've had dinner, we've had drinks. It's a social thing, like a festival is supposed to be.
But hold on a second. We have the two big stacks tangling it up. We have Brandon here with the ace-deuce opening, so slightly wide open, but more than fine. And then Hokanen seeing some opportunity with the jack-9 suited. Does flop kind of well. If he's just called, he'll give up if he's 4-bet most likely.
They have been avoiding each other up until now, and Mifsud is not going to tangle. And this is kind of surprising. Håkon has played very tight so far. I was talking about the fold on the button with pocket eights against an open. And now he seizes the chance. He's probably aware of his own image. He saw it work for Torsrud just now, so that could be one of the reasons.
Also, it's easier to actually do that against one of the other bigger stacks than one of the smaller stacks. I know that the smaller stacks have this ICM pressure, but they should be opening tighter, and typically a larger percentage of their hands that are willing to 4-bet shove or play big pots with.
That is a good point. Speaking of shoving, here comes Aziz Magid from Egypt. He is all in.
Rather big shove here.
Hakala folds ace 5. He has to. Torsrud is gone. Yeah. Folded around to Stai or Øystein in the big blind. He's got pocket 7s here, Magid. And that is a big shove for pocket 7s. It's really risky, but gets it through.
It's also one of those hands that you're very often ahead, but you're never going to be able to realize that equity, so maybe that's why he went a little bit wider with the shove. Have you seen him shove with anything else before now on a 20-plus big blind stack? No, then it could be that. We can pay attention to this.
Yeah, he has actually just played, I think, the one hand with the king-queen suited so far. Håkon, ace-jack suited. I think actually you said something that made me think, and I think you are right. I think Håkon, he has decided, before play started, I think he just has decided not to play against the short stacks. And, it's so easy to, get dragged in, and then all of us, you're priced into call. And I think he's going to target the bigger stacks at the table. And makes sense. And I mean, we've all been there. Not often, but you know, having a big stack in a tournament and you have plenty of chips, and then you start to price yourselves in against these short stacks, and all of a sudden you're down to nothing and out. Mifsud and Håkan both flop second pair, and both with a straight jaw. Håkan's is the best, of course, with the ace jack. Also best kicker.
You're only 1/3 of the chips in play between these two players, so whenever they get involved with the pot, it always can be a big one.
Top three in the chip count, both of these players. Håkan first and Mifsud third. 10 pairs the board on the turn. Quick check from Mifsud. Håkan checks behind. 7 on the river. Check, and Håkan takes another one. Is closing in on 3 million now. Mifsud's still healthy with 2.1. Second hand he plays, well, this one kind of was a no-brainer, but with the ace-jack suited, but it was on Mifsud's big blind. We talked a little bit about the seeding when they started, me and Oscar, Jason, and I mean, Mifsud is really unlucky with the seed draw.
Yeah, I was chatting about that actually with Brandon this morning, and he said he didn't mind, but yeah, it's not the best seed for him.
Yeah, one thing is that he doesn't mind, but it's still really unlucky. I mean, it could have been so much better. He is gonna limp in on Håkan's big blind now. Queen deuce suited and pocket jacks for Håkan.
And Mifsud's going to think he's bullying when he's facing a raise.
And here is the raise. 2 red chips. He had 1 chip out, or a couple of chips out there already, so 105,000. Mifsud he calls. So again, this could be costly for king flop. 2 spades. Mifsud checks. Håkan checks behind. Another spade on the turn. Could Mifsud turn this into a bluff? I mean, it's probably the only way he could win this. Queen high sometimes is good if it's checked down.
It seems like for now he's giving Håkanen some credit for a hand based on his pre-flop raise. I would expect him to be betting a lot of these 6 of spade turns.
And here we go, bet small, and Mifsud folds. Yeah, back to the thing that Brandon said, that he didn't really mind having Håkan to his left. Even though he minds or not, it's still a disadvantage.
Yeah, that's for sure. It could be worse if you had a more active chip leader at the table. Håkanen is picking his spots, not to say that he's being passive. He's not by any means, but he's not getting involved in 50% of the hands. He's getting involved at a slightly higher than normal average than a short stack would.
Yeah, the thing is, you're only in position against Håkan. I mean, 1 out of 8 hands.
But it's the most important hand when you're on the button.
Yeah, that's true. But all the other 7 times, He's out of position against the chip leader and the only guy who could knock him out. Øystein with Queen 10 suited. He opens, playing a stack of more than 1 million now. Folded to Magid in the big blind, and he lets it go. So we lost 3 players in, well, it's not been a full hour yet, but getting close. And it's been a while since Peter was knocked out in 14th. And Stai was one of the shorter players into day 3. He is up to more than 1 million now.
Started with just 410,000.
Which put him 14th on the chip count.
The other 2 players have already hit the rail, and Thomas Sorkness, who was the second player out today after Jonathan Vede, Oscar's brother, who was commentating for a little while, hit the rail in 16th. And also, as we mentioned, Petr, Jaroslav Petr from Czech Republic was the shortest stack entering today.
I kind of feel sorry for Sorknes, who was knocked out early on, they say, because he actually had a flight back home to Norway today. And I think he probably rebooked, but as it turned out, he might have been able to make that flight. No, I don't think so. I think the players, the other Norwegians who were traveling back home today, they had a flight that left earlier, so I don't think it would have made it anyway.
He did win a little bit of extra money. He did ladder up 1 spot.
3,000 euros. And he had some results in other tournaments here during this week as well. Meanwhile, Hakana and Mifsud. Hakana with 8-7, Mifsud with 7-3 suited. He opened from the cutoff. So he has the initiative and he bets. Gut shot for Hakana. Left with 565,000 behind.
He might be thinking about making a move here. He's not going to just call, I don't think. And he's likely to fold because he's only had a gut shot straight draw. Backdoors to the flush. He does fold. So Mifsud back over 2 million in chips. Started the day a little bit over 2 million. He's been hovering around there. As we mentioned before, he's been tangling it up a little bit with Hokanen, who has position on him, and that's why he lost some chips to him, but he's getting them back from the shorter stacks.
And just a reminder, we are going to have a free roll tonight as well, starting at 1900 Central European time. So you have something to look forward to. A lot of tickets are being given away in that one, and there is going to be a bounty on my head today as well. I am going to enter. Do you know the password, Jason?
No, I have to check the password. It's so early in the day that I haven't looked yet, but we're going to give some people an advanced
It is a country.
It is a country.
We
I
just
took a peek at the screen here.
Why do you give it away? Come on. Where's your sense
I'm
of
too transparent.
Yes, you are.
But we have Mifsud with 9s here.
Yeah,
so
we
let's
do.
at least hop into this real quick.
But let's put it this way: there was only one player from this country in this edition of the Coolbet Open. That's just a hint.
And he also played the Nations Cup.
That's another hint. We will give you the password. Our viewers on YouTube, you can already see it. It's pasted up in the right corner.
It starts with a C, and the country is in which continent?
Well, America.
So that could be 2 countries if it's in the Americas.
Yes, I'm not going to say north or south. Margit has 3 bet here and gets Mifsud to fold the pocket pair. King Queen for the Egyptian, who had that in common with our Canadian friend, who was the only Canadian player in the tournament and played the Nations Cup. So Canada is the password with a capital C.
The country.
The country, not the capital, but with the capital C. It's not a dish. What's he called, that Canadian dish?
Poutine.
Poutine, yeah. It's like soggy chips with the gravy or
Oh,
something.
it's delicious.
It is? Oh, really? Okay.
It may sound awful, but it's very good.
Øystein, getting frisky, opens under the gun with 10-8 suited, runs straight into the kings of Mifsud, who just flats.
Setting a trap, it seems, or hoping someone 3-bets so he can 4-bet. Hoping maybe one of the short stack squeezes.
Well, it's folded around to Colorado in the big blind. It's getting an insanely good price. We'll call him just 30,000 to see the flop, and he's got a 6, but he folds.
So now Mifsud in position with a very well-disguised Cowboys.
Could spell trouble for
Oh,
Øystein,
wow.
but no, he flops a straight. Mifsud with overpair to the flop and the gut shot straight draw.
And Mifsud can never put his opponent on a straight here. He's blocking that king 10, and he also has that king of hearts, so don't expect him to go anywhere soon, and he may even be raising this donk bet. I'm surprised to see Øystein donk betting
No, well, he was the one who opened.
That's true. It's a continuation bet, and it makes then perfect sense. Would be his kind of flop.
Brandon just calls and picks up a flush draw on the turn, 4 of hearts.
Wow. So still some hope for Mifsud.
And Øystein checks. Of course, mindful of the 3rd heart. $285 in the middle, Mifsud. He bets 115.
Is Øystein just going to call, or is he going to raise?
400,000 in the middle. Just a call. Mifsud looks uncomfortable now. 3 of diamonds. That's a blank. Is Øystein in check call mode? Looks like it. Might be that Mifsud checks behind here, just to be sure. The board is wetter than the summer in Norway this year.
He is getting value off hands like king, queen, queen 10, queen, but not hands like queen, jack that hit 2 pair.
And he has bet 175, gets the call, and gets bad news. So Øystein up to 1.6 million, Mifsud down to the same amount. But both are still healthy, playing more than the average in the tournament right now.
It'll still be more than 40 big blinds when the blinds go up momentarily to 20,000, 40,000. So not in bad shape at all for Mifsud. But let's see, these kind of hands do affect you mentally. You have your kings, did nothing wrong, and your opponent just flops the goods with a random hand like 10-8 suited. It's also a spot he might be thinking about that he could have avoided with a 3-bet. Then those hands like 10 king, 10 8 may or may not call, but likely would be folding out of position.
Folded around to Aziz. He opens. He's become more active. Fast-paced, the graphics struggling to keep up. Folds all the way around to Øystein on in the big blind, not the button. And he folds a race ticket for Magid, King 10 suited. Oppdaring has a question for you in the chat, Jason.
Okay.
She says, hey, Jason, why are you not wearing the gift you received this spring?
Oh, I meant to bring it, and I did have it even out on my counter. I think I even told you that I was going to surprise you with it, and
Yeah.
I left it in a very big rush on the counter. But there'll be other opportunities. It's in a special spot in my little work area on my balcony, and we'll find another perfect moment for it.
Yeah, she's really disappointed, by the way.
I was so disappointed when I didn't realize it until I saw you, and then I knew exactly like why I left it, you know, like that. I got distracted by something, and just unfortunate. But now they're turning the camera off us, apparently. So
Yeah,
it's good. You won't see. I can pretend that I brought it, and it's been on the entire time. You just couldn't see it.
Håkan and Aziz both fold. Aziz looks puzzled about something. Hakala with Queen 8 suited. Blinds have gone up, playing 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante. Folded around to Colorado on the button.
Just 10 big blinds in his stack. He is the short stack at the table. I won't be surprised to see if those 10 big blinds cross the fictionary line.
Nope. Decides to wait for a better spot. Øystein in the small blind, 10-6 offsuit. Are we gonna get a walk? Yes, we are.
And the reason for that fold could be the pay jump that's coming up. So if the top 13 players have locked up 3,050 euros, but one more player goes out, the top 12 have locked up 3,590 euros. So it is a 540 euro pay jump, nothing to laugh at.
Well, kind of a rough start for Mifsud, but as we saw, he is still healthy, like you said, playing 40 big blinds. And his biggest cash came less than a month ago in the EPT main event in Barcelona, where he had a deep run and finished 22nd. 47,800 euros, but if he wins this one, he will have a new top cash.
Meanwhile, Hakala with a decision to make. He does just min-raise, though, off a 14 big blind stack, so he's made his decision. And good he didn't shove, because Mifsud waking up with the jacks here. The kings didn't work out. Maybe jacks will work out a little better for him.
100.
Hakala with just shy of 12 big blinds behind. And Mifsud just calls. Håkan, ace 3 in the big blind. He folds.
Very disciplined there.
Yeah, we've seen 2 players fold an ace in the big blind after a min open with the multi-way. Could get you in a lot of trouble, but still, you're getting an insanely good price. And it might be difficult to play if you hit, like we see he would have done if he had called.
Yeah, this could have cost him a lot, actually.
Top pair for Hakala on the 8 ace 5 board.
And just unfortunate luck for Mifsud, losing those kings to the 10-8 suited and then having jacks we saw that at least one other ace was out, so only one of the two aces hitting this flop to connect with Hakala's ace-9. But let's see if he can get away cheaply from it after checking.
Calls one street. And the deuce of spades on the turn. Check again from Mifsud.
If he checks back here, he can still fire his stack in on the river if he wants to. He could also jam here or just bet smaller.
He checked. 8 pairs the board on the turn.
Mifsud just hoping that Hakala was opening with the 7-6 suited.
He bets 40,000. Does Hakala go for value? Or is he happy with the size of the pot as it is right now? It is a big one, 380,000 in the middle. If he just checks now, we know that he will have 20 big blinds. He will be up to that. But could he get more? No, he just calls. And more bad news for Brandon and Jason.
Yeah, but it was nice that he bet the 40 because he maybe would have faced a bigger bet, and if he was raised there, he would have just folded. So I think it was also a good play by Hakala just to call, because who he raises, he could be up against an 8, he could be up against something else, and the pot is already nice enough to get done what he wanted to get done there.
But down to 1.5 now. He's down 700,000 in the first 70 minutes of play.
Came in with enough chips so that he could weather this little bit of a downswing, this little bit of bad luck he's had with his premium card. Some of it's come down to a lack of pre-flop aggressiveness with these hands, but Hakala may have decided to call off with his ace-9, so that hand could have been worse potentially.
Yeah, but it's not a good feeling when, 700,000 was like the 9th place chip count into this day. And I mean, I'm not saying that Brandon Mifsud will be affected by this because he's probably stronger than I am in these spots, but still, the doubt can start to creep in. You might become a little more passive than you otherwise would have been if you didn't have a bad start. So we have to keep an eye on this and hope he manages to just reset. Now Hakala opened ace-7 suited, Torsrud with king-queen suited flop, 10 jack 5 1 heart, but Torsrud with the open-ended straight draw. Hakala still best with ace-high, he checks. Torsrud might be a little puzzled here. Why do you not c-bet? And thinking, okay, I don't have a made hand. I might turn or river something good, so I'm gonna bet 90,000, and if I get called, then I can choose to take a free card on the river because, Hakala just giving her direct respect here and folds.
It was a call from early position too, so that's the kind of hands where Hakala has to be a little bit more cautious than somebody calling, let's say, from the button or from the small blind or the big blind. It looks very strong.
It was strong.
Well, in this case it was, but it didn't have to be. It could have been something like pocket 7s, pocket 8s that didn't want a 3-bet, but wanted to see how things would progress. In this case, it was king queen suited with the overcards and the open ender.
So also in these situations, if a player chooses to check the flop, a pre-flop opener, oftentimes they have some showdown value when they do so. And I think that's why Torsrud looked a little puzzled at first, but she didn't take long with the bet. Anyway, Mifsud,
I think he already folded.
yeah, he folded. Håkan just waiting for his cards. Did not come. Håkan opens Jack 8. Margit folds. Hakala in the big blind.
Easy game, adding 100,000 to his stack with that Jack 8.
Playing 3 million now. Was the chip leader into day 3 if you just joined us, and has 240,000 more than he had late last night when he bagged and tagged.
You made a very good point about mental strength, and it's certainly an asset that is good for poker players to have. I find it interesting when I see players like Phil Hellmuth, who I don't consider to be mentally strong, especially when he's on camera. His game is very strong, but you know, one or two bad things happen and he loses his cool, but somehow perseveres despite that. But it is despite that. It is a general quality when you look at successful poker players that you see in most of them. So it is hard, but Brandon seemed to not really take it that badly. He is now involved with a hand, but it's an ace in the hijack. But before that, he was calmly folding his hands, waiting for his next spot.
Yeah, and I think you're right as well, Jason. We've had him at the feature table 2 times during this festival, and he does not seem like a player who lets, well, coolers affect him that much. He just gets a massage for 3 hours and then he's good.
Yeah, yesterday was like the entire 2-hour session. He was on the TV table. He got a massage and playing very relaxed, not overplaying hands. And when he had stuff to play, he was playing it. Got a couple players to fold better hands as well. So played very well yesterday. Today, can't say very much about his play. I can only say about his luck was not very good so far.
No, and the limping with the kings, I mean, he called an open, and he was trying to induce. It's like those are his thoughts for not 3-betting, hoping that somebody would come over the top behind, and still that shows that he wants to try to get a lot of chips, play big pots when he does have a monster.
But meanwhile, Ilva's all in with ace-jack and we
And
have
gets
Kato.
called by Kato Kaljulaid. She pushed on the short stacks big blind, and this is another cooler. Ace-jack, so strong from the small blind, and just lucky to run into ace-queen in the big blind. Plays itself, but it's for Kaljulaid's tournament life. He is dominating Torsrud. It's not 2 Norwegians. Kaljulaid is Estonian. For some reason, he has a Norwegian flag today, and here's the flop. A jack in the door. Oh, that's so unlucky. Okay, he needs to hit a queen on the turn or river or running cards. Deuce is not one of the running cards. Now it's just the queen on the river, and it's another deuce, and that is so unlucky for Kaitu Kaljulaid from Estonia, from Saaremaa.
Fortunate for Ilva. I mean, that hand basically played itself. You can't really blame Ilva for jamming the ace-jack, but she did get that very fortuitous jack on the flop, and no recovery for Kato, and he did just miss the pay jump, so he went out in 13th place for 3,050 euros. But the Dirty Dozen, the final dozen, have each locked up 3,590 euros. So the short stack should be happy about laddering up another 540 euros.
But I feel so sorry for Kalulad. He's been so solid. We had him at the feature table yesterday. He played really well. He did so at the feature table today as well, and was just brutally coolered out of this tournament. Well, actually bad beated out, not even coolered. So no,
It's both, I think. It's still a cooler. It's
yeah,
you know, he's still calling with ace jack and over shoving with ace queen. It's just who got the cards and what the board looked like.
It is a real shame to bust out in that way.
For sure.
So back to play. Margit has slipped in here with king jack. Øystein checks his options in the big blind. Might be wary of the limp here. He is ahead though, not anymore. When the flop comes 5 king deuce 3 hearts though. Might slow the action down. Øystein checks. And I guess this bet is just gonna do it.
It's
yes.
a big one. Yeah, it's more than the pot.
And he I think Øystein showed an ace because look at the ace. How could he just call? Oh, okay, yeah.
But very interesting by Maggot. We saw him jam more than 25 big blinds before with pocket sevens, and now we're seeing him limp off a 20 big blind stack with the king jack. In both instances, it worked out for him. We'll see if he has any other tricks under his sleeve that we aren't seeing from the other players.
Down to 12 players. 3 more players out, and we will be down to 1 table of 9 players. Fold it around to Hakanam. He opens. Torsrud folds. Øystein with ace jack in the small blind. Facing a raise. He might 3-bet here, but still Hakanam with 540,000.
Normally from the small blind you would set up a big sizing for your 3-bet, but if he is, I expect it to be a little bit smaller than usual.
225. So you were right.
5.5 big blinds.
Less than 3x. The open. Folded back to Hakanam, who folds.
So good awareness there by Øystein, knowing his opponent's stack size. Otherwise, he might be 3-betting a little bit bigger. This sizing still induces a potential shove with less, or if you feel that you're not strong enough, it's doesn't need to be more than that. And if you could bet that small and get away with it, that means you can also bet hands that you're going to be able to 3-bet fold from the small blind as well.
But he would have had a decision if he got jammed on by Hakanam.
Then he's pretty much priced in against Hakala, but maybe not against a different opponent. Because I think Hakala only had like another 320 or so back if he jammed over. Meanwhile, Hakala with a better ace this time.
Does not give up. And I like to see that. If at first you don't succeed, and so on.
And I don't think he's opening to fold this time. I think if he was played back at, he will be calling. But we won't see that happen here. Hokunen being a very disciplined chip leader, not giving away any chips without a player earning them. Still managing to chip up a little bit here and there in the process. Has maybe another 200,000 chips on top of what he started the day with.
And we don't know how the first hour and 20 minutes have been played at the other table. We know that the two shortest stacks have been knocked out from that table, but we don't know by whom. And look at this, he's gonna go for hat-trick. He is gonna open the third time here. Pocket kings under the gun.
And to some it may look like that he's just getting bored and opening hands, but we know what he has.
Folded to Mifsud. Ace-6 on the button. Might be tempted.
Depends on what Brandon thinks about the third open in a row. Usually I put that on a stronger kind of hand if it's a player that doesn't typically open a lot.
Håkan folds, but Magid with Ace-4 suited in the big blind. Magid Aziz from Egypt flops top pair.
Two pair he flops.
Yeah, he does. That beats kings.
Down to 2 outs, Hakola, but has no way of knowing what he's up against.
And bets 100,000, I think. No, 50, goes 50 again. So does it verbally. Back to Magid. And he goes all in. Puts Hakala all in. And doesn't waste much time folding here, Hakala.
Mega just hoping that Hakola had opened with a hand like Ace-Queen, Ace-King. It was a bit stronger, but not after the flop came with an ace. There's no way that Hakola is calling there.
He seems almost angry every time he wins the pot. Torsrud up to 1.2 million now after starting the day with slightly less than 600k. Almost doubled her stack in the first hour and a half. Aziz, I think he just jammed King Jack on Hakala's big blind, and Hakala looks down at Ace-5. This is too strong to fold. Sometimes you run into a better ace, but it's a battle of the blinds.
Was just forced to those kings as well.
Yeah, might, you know, it might sometimes be player dependent, but I think it's just too strong. Easy to say when we see that he is ahead of Magid, but I think if it was another player, I think he would have called by now. Has less than 11 big blinds behind, and it's a small blind against the big blind. And Ace-5 is usually a call there, but not against Magid. He might pick up some things. Magid just talking to another player at the table. And that's sometimes also kind of a tell if they seem, you know, they try to misdirect by not paying attention to it at all, talks a lot. It's
it was a strong hand, and it was going to be a flip more or less situation. So Hakola perhaps wanting to wait for a spot where he has more equity, but there are no pay jumps right now until the final table. So 10th through 12th all get paid out the same 3,590 euro top prize. And everybody at the final table bumps up to 4,195 euros.
Yeah, and I think also Hakala, he, with all his experience and good results, I think, like you touched on, that he is comfortable waiting for a better spot than to take this one against Magid.
But I'll be surprised if he doesn't shove here. It looks like he raised. No, he did shove.
He did shove against Torsh's big blind. Queen 9, good enough. And he, you know, it's like we can use Torsrud as an example. He's figured out she is a thinking player. She does her share of studying poker, and it's easier for him to, you know, play a range against her than against Magid Aziz, who has done some unorthodox plays at this feature table on the final day of the main event.
Yeah, if it was like a 2018 Ilva, then it would be a different story than today. Her game has definitely gone through a lot of work, and she's been on a few final tables now, so it's not unusual if she does make the final table, and not unusual that she's going deep in the Coolbet Open Main Event that did have a lot of good players.
Well, you mentioned 2018. She finished 25th in the Coolbet Open Main Event in 2018. She was already a good player, but she's even better now.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to imply she was a bad player, but it's she now has a lot of experience being in these spots that she didn't have back then. So you could be a good player, but until you're in those spots, it becomes difficult. But meanwhile, we have a raise here by Magid, and we have a powerhouse hand by Oystein.
Yeah. Ace 8 for the Egyptian player, folded around to Oystein in the big blind. And he just jams on Magid. Magid with the effective stack. 1.1 million behind.
I don't think this is Hollywooding. I think he's actually legitimately thinking whether his ace 8 is good.
27 big blinds behind for Magid.
Does look like he will fold based on his body language now.
Yeah, I think also Oystein is quite aware of what he's doing here. I mean, he's jamming effectively 27 big blinds, 28 with Magid's big blind. But I think he does this to make sure if he's up against an underpair to ace king that he gets to see all 5 cards in the table and not have to make a tough decision if you know, we get a flop, a turn.
Yeah, against another opponent we may have seen a standard 3-bet sizing, but it makes sense in this spot. You're going to be out of position as well. Can't just call.
So not surprising, Hakala has been active, 38% VPIP, of course. It's not just because of his stack size. He is the one who has been trying to accumulate chips without really succeeding. He's been unlucky, and now he gets the chance. Ace King suited, under the gun, less than 10 big blinds.
Yeah, Hokanen at 13% VPIP is a little bit the surprising number. Hakala has been getting a lot of hands and seems to be willing to get into the mix a little bit more than the rest of the table.
Yeah, Hakala folds this one. Well, he actually had 12 big blinds, so he's not that short. Håkan, the chip leader. Raise, and no, he got the call from someone.
Probably from Mifsud, depending.
Yep.
Nobody else really had anything.
It was King 7.
I think it was, what, 6-5 Jack flop?
You are right.
There it is, okay.
C-bet and fold. Mifsud down to 1.4. Håkon playing slightly more than 3 million in chips. If you are curious about what has happened the first hour and a half at this feature table, then, well, also you can see players who have been knocked out on the other table that is playing just a few meters away from this one. Then you can go to coolbetopen.com. That is a site for the Coolbet Open where you find results not just from this tournament, but from the ones who have been played previously this week, and also the ones who are going to be played parallel to this one. And I believe one of those is the mini version of this main event, Jason.
Yes, so that's taking place today, I believe, with a €115 buy-in, and then there's also, I believe, a nighttime event actually starting at 8 o'clock. I don't think it'll be an event that we will have time to play, but the players in attendance get one last chance saloon to win a coveted Coolbet trophy.
Could we get someone to delay the start of that one? I mean, you must have some pull. I don't, but you might.
Where instead of being on a 30-minute delay, we go 30 minutes in the future. So we say what is going to happen.
Okay, I'm not good at, tenant stuff, but still, it's 3-bet from Mifsud now with ace-7 from the small blind. Øystein opened the button. 10-9 suited for Øystein, facing a 3-bet, 250,000.
Good sizing. And we'll see if Øystein wants to be sticky in position with the suited connectors. A hand that flops quite well, but not against like a super strong range.
Oh, look at this. He calls in position.
580 in the pot already.
And 5-Jack-4. Not much there for Øystein. Well, Mifsud must be worried now with his ace high.
He hasn't been continuing on flops lately that he hasn't been hitting. Let's see if he changes it this time. It looks like he is, and unless Øystein has a read, we should be seeing a fold to this 175,000 bet.
$175,000.
If there was at least one diamond on the board, maybe you would see some feistiness. I think Øystein would have to get a read or find a better spot.
He knows he can put a lot of pressure on Mifsud, who has a smaller stack than he has. So he might, I was about to say it, he might call this one and see what Mifsud does after the turn. But I'm sure if Mifsud can find a bet again, then he might have given up, but the queen of spades on the turn. Mifsud with a flush draw now. Øystein with an open-ended straight draw. And Mifsud checks. Øystein does not have a made hand. He knows he'll probably not win if this one gets checked down. Now he gets an opening. He could take the free card, but now he's gotten an opportunity to bluff at this with a hand that's not yet made, and he does 175.
We'll see if Brandon values that sound of spades in his hand at all. Looks like he does.
I mean, 930 behind here. Does have the best hand right now.
Øystein just trying to wrestle this one away, though.
I don't blame Mifsud for folding here.
Very impressive by Oystein, though, floating the flop in position, calling the 3-bet first of all with a plan, floating the flop in position, and just waiting to see if there was going to be that moment of opportunity to take it down. Didn't matter what the cards were. If it was checked, he was going to bet.
Øystein Stai, he is a thinking player, has more than 120,000 euros in combined tournament winnings live. Actually won the JP Masters, which is a tournament that's a side event to the Norwegian Championship in Dublin back in 2015 for almost 35,000 euros, which is his biggest tournament win up to now. He might get more in this one. Also renowned tournaments like the Malmö Open in Swedish, he won the same year.
He seems like the kind of player that plays a lot online as well. Like
Absolutely.
many of the players here do.
And he has live results all the way back to 2008. In the meantime, Håkan and Margit is seeing a flop of 10-3 Jack. We don't see Margit's cards here. Håkan checks, Margit bets, and that's the end of that battle of the blinds.
So Maggot holding his own up to 1.1 million. He began the day with 955,000, but he was well below that, at least when I joined you, Stig. Our sole Egyptian player. Meanwhile, we have 3 players waving the Austrian flag, 3 waving the Finnish flag, 2 waving the flag of Israel, and 2 from Norway, and 1 from Malta. And Brandon Mifsud.
Torsrud opening ace-10 suited.
Maggot having a little fun there. Oh boy.
Hakana with pocket tens.
It's
And just shy of 11 big blinds behind here.
It's a spot where you kind of know you should shove, but you just don't feel that great about it because of the ICM eventually happening. But going from 12 to 9, once again, is where the pay jump is. 10, 11, and 12 get paid the same.
He has shown Torsrud a lot of respect, but I think this is just too strong of a starting hand, and he goes all in. Putting Torsrud to the test, and she calls quickly, and she is dominated.
Hackle at risk, and we didn't see any other aces in other people's hands, so even though he's ahead, he's not going to be miles ahead at the moment.
For his tournament life, and 2 spades on the flop. So, ace or a spade to knock out Hakala. A 9, pierce the board, and a 7, he dodges and fades, or whatever you say in England or America, or I don't know what you say in Estonia.
I mean, certainly that was a scary flop. It would have been scarier if there was an ace on it, but it was a coin flip at that point in time with Hakula barely ahead with his made hand.
The dealer did not get the note, Jason.
That we wanted, like, mayhem fireworks? Or
No, that, like, maybe slow it down just a little bit for the excitement for our viewers when he deals out the flop turn and river in all-in situations.
We could try to make sure, at least for the final table, that we have that, but for now it's okay.
No, they've been good so far. Previous dealers have kind of just waited, not too long, just perfect. This was slightly fast, but of course they are doing their job, and it is a good job to deal fast because, I mean, it saves time for the players. They get to see more hands. They stand with 10-9 suited.
Oystein started the day with just 410,000 in chips, so it's been quite an early start of the final day for him.
taken over as chip leader and table captain.
Hokanen, yeah.
Yeah, Håkan is still there. So you're right. He's got more, but
Still behaving like the table captain.
oh, he is. He is the table captain. Håkan has been more selective. Margit folds ace-5. Hakala folds, and Torsrud in the big blind, she folds down to 570,000. So after the good start, she is now down below what she came to day 3 with. Probably still thinking about that ace-10 call.
It was a little bit quick, but maybe she decided ahead of time, knowing what Hakala had in his stack, because he's sitting right next to her, what she would do if he shoved.
Yeah, I think she had it planned out. I think, like you say, she had decided, I'm going to open, and if Hakala shoves, then I'm going to call. And it's always good to have a plan. Sometimes, you know, the plan backfires. Sometimes you run into pocket tens. But, you know, she's an experienced player and she's good. And she, you know, she knew that when she opened, it was possible that Hakala would shove on her. It didn't come as a surprise. You know, that's one thing that kind of surprises me, actually, when I play live poker, that it's like this could be something that could happen. And when players, you know, get into spots like that, and now she is all in, a3 on Øystein's big blind, shakes his head and folds. So raise and take it. No, but it surprises me that players, you know, when a short stack shoves on them, it comes as a total surprise. And it's like, then they start to think if they should call or fold. So it's a good thing what Torsrud did that, you know, even though she lost the hand, she had kind of made up her mind. She thought about the possibility of getting shoved on by the short stack, and she had decided to call.
Yeah, it's a good point. And then when you're playing online, you have all the chip counts in front of you, so it's much easier to do that. And another mistake I often see players make, and it's all related to this, is that they don't know how many chips approximately all their opponents at the table have. And that's rather important. If you use that information online, you should obviously be using it in your live game as well.
And it saves time as well, because, I mean, you have kind of an idea how much the other players have, and of course, if you're not totally sure, you always ask for a count, but you know, if you know ahead of time, then the dealer don't really need to count the stack then and there. So time saving, and Mifsud gets the walk.
Maybe that's the winning hand he needs to get started back in the right direction. It's just been one cooler after another from Mifsud. Began the day with over 2 million in chips and now is under 1 million. Maybe after getting the blinds, he's back over 1 million, but I think he's still at 955,000.
See, Øystein and Hakala are both sporting the Joakim palm patch. So they are still in the last longer that Joakim has in this tournament. She is herself not in it. Even if she wins, she will not get herself her own last longer prize. But both Øystein and Hakala still in the race. Might be players at the other table who are still in as well. We will have to wait to find out.
She would deserve the prize if she outlasts all her viewers, all her fans that entered this Coolbet Open Main Event.
She was quite adamant when we had dinner the other day that that was not going to happen. No, lunch it was, but during no lunch. She said, well, no, if I am the one who lasts the longest, then number 2 will get the prize.
I can understand where she's coming from, but it doesn't make her deserve it any less.
You're right. Øystein has opened the button, gets called by Håkan in the big blind. King 5 for Øystein, Queen 7 for Håkan. King, deuce, 9. Top pair for Øystein, not much for Håkan, who checks. He does have the Queen of Hearts, 2 hearts on the flop. $40,000 from Øystein is the bet after Håkan checked. Just a min bet. Håkan with backdoor flush, runner straight possibilities.
Runner trips.
Yeah, of course. Or 2 pair.
Thinking about this an awful long time, actually. He's been quick to act. It is just a min bet.
Maybe he's maybe he was thinking about trying to, make a play against Øystein, the button raiser, but thought better of it. And this time, it was a good thing that he didn't.
Yeah, 5 million chips between those two players. It's possibly not the player you want to do that with. Then again, maybe it is the player you want to do it with because he's not going to be expecting it from you. And the short stacks have, they want to stay alive, but typically if they're going to be in pots, they're going to be more inclined to stack off than, let's say, somebody with 2 million in chips wanting to bleed off that stack.
And I think also you were right when you came in and, pointed out that he seemed to prefer to play pots against the bigger stacks and avoid the short stacks. But now, the short stack at the table, Torsrud with pocket aces. Opens. Gets folds from the first 2 players. Håkan 7-3. He folds.
Mifsud potentially getting himself in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah,
We've seen players do it off this stack size to call 2 big blinds with 24.
He has called, and Magid folds the big blind.
And this min raise doesn't look fishy at all because Ilva did have more than 600,000 to start the
Oh,
hand.
look at this. 8 Jack 3. 2 clubs for Mifsud. Ilva
Wow.
still best with the overpair. She's first to act.
This pot can get big in a hurry.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if the money didn't go in here.
Ilva still with the best of it, but at risk of having her aces cracked. We've seen kings cracked by 10-8 suited, and now potential aces with 7-6 suited.
And here is the C-bet. And I think Mifsud is just going to shove on her now with his draw. It's a strong draw. He does not have a made hand. He can apply pressure.
The problem is if he shoves and he doesn't get there, he's so short, and he only has the flush draw.
No, but he does. And he gets a snap call. And this is for Torsrud's tournament life. 3 is a safe card. Only a club on the river knocks her out. No, she gets the double, and Mifsud down to just 280,000. Came into day 3 at 3rd place on the chip count, playing more than 2.2 million. Now he's lost close to 2 million, and is down to 280K.
Still can spin up the 7 big blinds. Just an unfortunate spot. Possibly didn't need to call on the button there off his stack depth. That's but if he got there with the flush, we'd be talking about this hand a little bit differently. And meanwhile, Ilva, after losing a good portion of her stack with that ace 10 against 10s, got it back and then some with her aces holding on a very scary flop.
And this is an all-time high for her in this tournament. And I mean, I think we have to go back to early day 1 for Brandon to have as little as he has right now, because he quickly accumulated a big stack on day 1.
Yeah, this is about what he bagged on day 1, actually. I think it was like 255 or 265, something like that. And he has 7 big blinds, 280,000 now. still can fold a little bit. There's no immediate pay jump, so he doesn't have any ICM considerations as the short stack at the moment. He's just going to wait for the cards and hope for a spot like Ilva just had with the aces.
Hakala gets a walk. Wow, there has been some spectacular situations here. And I mean, Ilva was lucky earlier on when she hit a jack against an ace-queen. Look at this, now she's up to 1.4 million backup, I should say, which is 35 big blinds right now. The blinds are catching up to them. Håkan 2.8, Øystein 2.3. He's up almost 2 million for the day. Yeah, Mifsud, I think it's time to look up. Pray to higher powers.
This
And
has
he
to go
goes
in.
all in, pocket deuces. If he gets called, it will be a flip no matter what, unless he's up against another pair of twos. And yeah, Magid. He has, what is it? He has 2 overcards. I see an ace. So no pair, ace-9 for Magid. Mifsud still ahead. Not anymore. Ace on the flop. Ace on the turn. Only a deuce on the river could save Brandon Mifsud, but it does not. He is out in 12th place and quickly exits the tournament area. Oh, it must be so disappointing to come into the day 3rd on the chip count and be knocked out within the first 2 hours.
It's been bad beat after bad beat, cooler after cooler for Brandon. Not much he can do, and a little bit of a loose call there by Maggot, but I guess he had a feeling that Brandon could be shoving lighter aces or even just rags in general. At the end, he got there with the flip and now has a healthy stack. But if the deuces hold, we could be looking at the situation of Brandon on the comeback and Maggot really the one with like 5 to 7 big blinds. It's funny how just the luck of the cards have changed the fortunes of these two gentlemen.
I don't think the call is too loose either. I mean, ace-9 against a very short player, 6-handed play. I think it's kind of standard.
It was for most of his stack, but I agree that
Well,
most players
no,
would be doing it, but it's still some players would be folding.
No, it was not for the most of his stack. He would still be.
Yeah,
not
it was,
healthy.
yeah, it was for maybe 25-30% of his stack. That does make a big difference,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah. Wow. 11 players left. And, well, 3,590 euros for Brandon Charles Mifsud out in 12th. Will not be another pay jump until we get down to 1 table and 9 players. Hakala has opened the button, King 4 suited. Øystein defense, Jack 8, and hits top pair. Not much for Hakala. Øystein checks. This is a big blinds flop, Jason.
Yes, for sure. And not only is it the big blinds flop, it actually does hit the big blind in this instance.
And Hakala, I think he checked back. 3 of spades on the turn. None of the players with a spade in their hands.
I'd be surprised if Øystein didn't try to for value, and he is. It does now have a gut shot to the straight, but it's not going to be enough, especially on his stack size, unless he has some trick up his sleeve.
Yeah, I think he would be happy if he got a free card here. But he does not. Denied by Øystein Stai from Norway. These two guys who did both go deep in the 8th game. Well, Hakala folds. Stai, who finished 6th in the 8th game, he was at the final table. The 8th game being played 6 max. And Ville Tapani Hakala from Finland, he won it.
Many good mixed game players were in that. Some of the best from Norway were not in attendance, but still, when you go to that next level of really good players, they were all here and battling it out. So well done by Ville. That's the one tournament I would have loved to play, was the 8-game tournament.
Yeah, we missed out this time, Jason. I played the first one and the second one in Coolbet Open.
I played the first one.
How did you do in the first one?
I re-entered.
Okay.
And then I made it through late registration. I had a little bit of a stack and then lost, I think it was Ace-Queen versus Ace-King. It was something fairly standard that when I look at it, I'm doing the same thing again, so then it doesn't matter.
Aren't you gonna? Okay, Torshu has opened the Ace King. Håkan defends with a 10-4 of hearts and flops a flush here. Torshu, not much for her on that flop, but I think a c-bet is in order. Depending on how Håkan plays this now, she might get away with losing only what she has put in now. 50,000 is the bet. But I mean, Håkan, when you flop a straight, one thing, you want to protect yourself against a player having a big heart in their hand and seeing cheap cards to come.
And Håkanen thinking exactly like you were saying.
Yeah, and also to get value when you flop a flush, because you don't that often. So Torsrud gets away from this one, loses the minimum, and still got 1.2. Håkan 2 point now. Aren't you gonna ask me how I did in the first 8 game in the Coolbet Open history?
How did you do in the first ever 8 game in the Coolbet Open history, Steek?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, Jason.
I'm so excited to learn the answer here.
Yeah, I actually finished second.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that. That's already a bad beat story. I won the first ever, Jason. Why didn't you bring this up sooner?
No, it's not a bad business. You know, I was heads up with Arne Fairness, who is 3-time Norwegian champion, and he is like so good at min bet games. And my problem was I had never played heads up deuce to 7 triple draw. I had never played heads up stud games. I mean, what the okay, is my opening, I mean, range, calling range in stud 8. I was like, heads up, what is, I had no idea. And so he offered me a deal, and I just took it. I thought of it, you know, I was honored actually to be asked if I wanted to do a deal against Torana. So that worked out fine. I'm still high.
But no trophy.
No, but I had so many from before, so it's no. That was back then. Now I don't stand a chance anymore. But enough about us. Got a not so obviously hidden brag in there.
Looks like the last hand before the break, actually. That quickly approached. Otherwise, Oystein is off somewhere else.
No, I think he's off somewhere else. It looked like he was in a hurry, and usually when players are on the break, well, they could be in a hurry, but still, I think we are going to play for a little while longer. Well, maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. You might be right, Jason. Mogget all in. King, queen, offsuit.
Awfully big jam there. I mean,
Yeah.
it is more than 20 big blinds effectively, with Hakua having more than 800,000.
Yeah, he's known for his power jams.
Power!
Mogget Aziz from Egypt. Staye is back in time to sit down and play the next hand. You know, he might have been over at the other table just to check the stacks there. I think it might have been a little report back to Torsrud. His first back now, Jack 9 offsuit. He folds. Håkan, Queen 7 suited. Well, he had luck with his hearts the last time he played them. Flop the flush. And
Should be opening, yeah.
yeah, he opens a quick call.
Wow.
From, no, he's all in. Quick all in from Mogget with ace queen.
Wow.
That was pretty fast. And a fast fold from Håkan. But now we are on the first break of the day. We are 11 players left. Means that we lost 5 players during the first 2 hours of play. We will be back right after the break. We are back in the final day of the main event here at Coolbet Open. Players are just sitting down. Jason Glatzer is just sitting down, and we are ready to continue. 11 players left to all are guaranteed a nice payday already.
I'm enjoying that we have a new feature table, so we get to take a look at some of the outer table players. We've seen a lot of them before. Florian Fuchs has the overall chip lead, and very nice guy, and it's nice to see that he knows how to play with two cards, because I met Florian one night here several years ago, and there's a whole story behind it, but let's just say that we were playing any game that we can think of.
We are not far from Austria, Bratislava just being 5 minutes bus ride away. But this is not the Austrian Championship, even though we have 3 Austrians at the feature table right now, and Florian Fuchs is the chip leader playing 3.6 million. And he started the day with slightly less. I think it was 2.
Maybe 2.4 or something like
Yeah,
that.
somewhere around 2.4. I do have it in my notes. Hold on. Yeah, you're almost spot on. 2,350,000. And he's worked his way up to that monster sack. So I guess we can assume that he was kind of responsible, partly responsible for us getting down to 11 players during the first 2 hours of play. But we also now gets to see, or we also get to see the Finn, Pito again. We had him at our feature table last night. He was the one who made that lay down against Schuster when she just power jammed and put him all in with nada on the river and got him to fold 2 pair. He had top pair on the pair board.
That was certainly, I think we would agree, the move of the feature table so far this festival. I mean, showing so much heart and just stone cold bluffing. 8-4 suited, not connecting with the suits, not connecting with the 8 or 4, and getting Pira to fold the top pair. I believe it was with ace-jack with an ace on the board. So quite strong players at this table. Pira made another big laydown later on as well. So certainly capable of sticking around.
And he is also in Joachim's last longer, wearing the palm patch.
Is he the only one at this table? Looks
Yes.
that way, yeah.
Yes. So there are 3 players still in the running for that one. Joachim stream on Twitch, where she plays on Coolbet a couple of times a week, Tuesdays and Fridays regularly. And she also has Stefan Steepsack on Mondays, once a month. In seat 1, we have Rafi Ben. He made a short appearance yesterday at the feature table. Florian Fuchs in seat 2. Then we have another Austrian, Daniel Schaker, in seat 3. I guess you'd say Shaker, right, Jason?
Shaker, Shocker, I'm not sure how it's pronounced in Austrian.
I think it's Schaker, but still, it's going to be hard. We also have Yehuda Yosef from Israel at this feature table. He has 1.8 million and looks down at the ace-9 offsuit. Actually, it just folded. Pita folds, playing short-handed now. Ben folds, 2 Fuchs, chip leader on the button, Queen-Jack.
He will not be folding.
He will be, was that a call?
I
Or a
didn't see him
raise?
say anything, but maybe he said something quietly. They're calling it a raise.
Yeah. On Schuster's big blind. Jasmine Schuster, she's down for the day. Playing shy of 900,000. Started the day with 1,690,000 after a remarkable appearance yesterday on the feature table.
Played very well yesterday, and now taking her time. This would be typically a hand to defend with, but in this results-oriented viewpoint, maybe a fold would work out a little bit better.
She is dominated. But not anymore. She hits a 9 on the flop 9 for ace. Of course, she has to be mindful of that ace, even though Fuchs is expected to raise with a huge range as chip leader in this spot from the button. Sometimes even he wakes up with an ace.
Both players
Schuster,
also with that high spade.
yeah, that's true. Schuster ahead as well on the spade draw. She checks, Fuchs bets 80k. Blinds 25.50 now with 50,000 big blind ante.
Be interesting if Schuster calls whether Fuchs puts her on this kind of hand with a 9, because maybe she's raising most of her aces pre-flop with a 3-bet. There's plenty that she's not.
Playing 17 big blinds behind here, Schuster. So she has to thread carefully. Tread, not thread. I guess that's two different things, right?
Yeah.
She calls. Ten on the turn. Gives
Interesting
Fuchs an open and a straight draw. Makes it so much easier for him to bet bigger if he chooses to do so on the turn. Now with a draw.
On the other hand, if he bets and he's shoved upon, he doesn't really want to be in that situation either, so he may opt to see the free card now that he has some value in this hand. The two Austrians battling it out.
Bets 325.
Very
What?
uncomfortable spot for Schuster here, Stig.
Yeah, I mean, the sizing of that bet kind of tells Schuster he will never fold if I go over the top. Seems as if he has no fold equity. I'm not sure what Fuchs would do with his open-ended straight draw if she jams. We might find out she's probably not going to jam here, but you never know.
He's priced himself in to call, though, based on this bet sizing. I feel like it's only going to be another 440,000 into in a massive pot. So he gets her to fold the best hand. So Fuchs with nice awareness, nice aggression, and getting close to 4 million in chips. 25% of the chips in play in Mr. Fuchs's hand here.
Yeah, but in this spot, yeah, it's like we'll never know, actually, unless we ask him. But if he would have called the jam, it's like sometimes you bet size in a way that makes it seems like there's no fold equity. You are absolutely right. He does have that open-ended straight draw, so 8 outs, but still he can't know that all of them are good. I mean, she could have had a flush draw as well. You have to calculate this stuff in. But, oh, look at this. Peta with the pocket kings under the gun. 1.5 million. Playing 30 big blinds right now.
Looks dreamy under the gun off 30 big blinds.
And he's had a good day. He started with 655.
He had a rough go at the feature table yesterday, though, so it's good to see that he rebounded.
Opens to 100,000. Folded around to Shocker on the button.
Shocker back with the Jägermeister again. He had that on the table yesterday, so I guess that's his good luck charm, not to be drank at the end of the day. It could be a fresh bottle, we don't know.
Probably saving it for the final table and the tournament win.
Or for the next tournament. It could be one that has seen the world, this Jägermeister bottle.
Oh, look at this. Folded around to Josef in the big blind. Ace-Jack suited.
And we know Josef can be aggressive, overly so.
Elects to raise. I think Peta is facing a raise here. Yes, 3-bet to 350,000.
So pretty good sizing by Josef if he is going to 3-bet. Unfortunately for him, he's up against a premium hand, and Although you can call with ace jack, mathematically speaking, against an under the gun open 4-bet jam, it would be most players would likely lean towards folding that even in 5-handed play, especially on a final table bubble.
And what do you do with your pocket kings now? Will top on? No, that it's not Oskari. Yeah,
I like
Pira.
this.
Yeah, he just jams. Shuts it, and he got to call.
Oh my god.
And he's up against Ace Jack.
Wow, he called with the ace jack and 3 million in the pot.
Monster pot for Pira's Tournament Live, but Josef will not have much behind if he loses. 10 deuce queen flop. Does not want to see a king now, Pira. 9 on the turn is safe. Open ended straight on and an ace on the river.
No.
Oh my god. Josef knocks out Oskari Pira, and that is just so unlucky for a pot of more than 3 million. He's playing
Wow.
3.3 now, and Oskari Pira is out in 11th place. And in the worst possible way on the river, Jason. Okay, I mean, Josef did pick up additional outs on the turn, but still, this is brutal.
I mean, he's had absolutely zero love at the TV table. He may not want to be at a TV table ever again.
And he's
it's just
shell-
been crazy the last 2 days for him.
He's shell-shocked. Look at him. But still gets a hug from Josef.
I'm shocked at that call, though. And I mean, it paid off nicely for Josef. Now he has, I think, the second place stack, unless some mayhem happened and we have Hakkinen or somebody else with a lot of chips at the side table. But we'll assume second or third place. Instead of, he would have been next on the rail most likely. He would have been down to under 6 big blinds if the kings held.
And I mean, on the other table, well, I guess,
It was Oystein, I guess, right?
Yeah.
A lot of chips there.
yeah, he did.
Oystein and Hakkinen, I believe, had the stacks when we left off.
But they're, I mean, top 4 chip count, not much separating top 4, and they have a lot of the chips in play. So now we are down to 5-handed. 10 players left. One more out, and we will be down to the last table of this tournament that started with 620 entries, playing for a top prize of 60,000 euros. And the reactions are coming already in the chat on YouTube. Ståle Mikael Skalden, call with ace jack? Really?
The nationalities are evening out. Of the 10 players we have, still the most from Austria, 3 Austrians, but we have 2 from Finland, 2 from Israel, 2 from Norway, 1 from Egypt. Only 1 player to enter the whole event from Egypt, and in the final 10, that would be Aziz Majed Aziz, who we had earlier at the feature table.
Also, it's Majed and not Maged that we, addressed.
Majed.
Majed, that sounds so much nicer.
It might be Maggot, though. I don't.
We're probably wrong if we start to say Majed.
Well, you can say Aziz, which we.
Yeah, that's.
If we're saying it wrong, it's not by much.
No, that's his last name anyway. So, and Josef, the last remaining Israeli players, they had 20. No, is it? No, there are 2 left, of course.
Yeah, Raphael Ben
Yeah.
is at this table as well.
Yeah. So, but still, they had 20 players through to day 2 yesterday. Josef has opened the button for 3 suited. Fuchs in the big blind is going to defend with 5-4. Has Josef dominated? But on that flop, well, King 10 deuce Fuchs checks. Josef now.
He who bets it shall get it here.
And I guess you're saying it's going to be Josef.
He is reaching for chips. If they cross the line, there's really no reason for Florian to play around against Yehuda here. They have all the chips. Half the chips in play almost between these two.
70,000, enough to get the job done. And he's up to 3.4 million. Must be nice. See, there has been some reaction on the YouTube chat after that ace-jack call. And, well, we were surprised as well, Jason, but it worked out for him. It was risky. It was a gamble. He got lucky. And it's just Pira that was really unlucky to bust out in 11th place.
Not only are we on the final table bubble, we have a bit of a pay jump going on now. So the final 10 through 12 locked up, 3,590 euro. Ninth will get 4,195 euros. So pay jump of 605 euro to also consider on top of the fact that you can get much more once you hit that final table. But meanwhile, Schuster here with a stack of 15 big blinds. It's under the gun.
She's all in.
Under the gun 5-handed is middle late position, so this is perfectly acceptable. She's hoping that nobody wakes up with anything, unless somebody wants to call with pocket fours.
Folded around to the big blind. And this is going to work for Schuster.
Both her and Shaka are on very similar short stacks. Still not like in super Jeopardy short stacks, but when it's 5-handed, those blinds move around fast. So both those players would be happy to see someone on the outer tables, on the outer table bust out. Because then you really have a lot more time. You have 9-handed, which we haven't seen in this tournament because it was 8 max throughout. But I like that we're starting at 9. That means it's going to be a balanced final table bubble. But because we're going to start at 9, it means in the beginning we're not going to have whole cards for you.
You are absolutely correct. Gonna do it old school. Ben, ace-10. He opens from the cutoff. 125,000. Fuchs folds the button. Chakra in the small blind. Not gonna play. Schuster. Ace-3. She might play. And that could become costly. It could be costly. It could become expensive.
Where she could shove, get called by Ben, and flop 3-3 ace, and be off to the races.
She might decide just to fold as well. She still has that option. I don't know how the play went at this table earlier on today, but there might be a reason for the shove. Might also be ICM considerations.
The fold was definitely the safest play, probably the play that I would do on the final table bubble.
We have had more action in the chat. First of all, I want to say hi to Linda Moxnes. She's watching.
Hey, Linda.
And she also recently started to stream. Still in the starting process, but streaming tournaments on Coolbet. Poker Tourist is in there.
Hello, Asif.
Braslal, of course. Ståle said hi to him. Drea is in here. And unfortunately, Vedde is not still in, but Ylva is here on the other table.
So hello to everybody, Drea, Spike D, everybody else that's in the chat, and thank you for joining us and for what promises to be an exciting conclusion of the Coolbet Open Main Event, the first Coolbet Open here at Banco Casino Bratislava.
And we just need to lose one more players, and you'll be able to see all the 9 remaining players at the same time. Walk for Josef. I mean, that ace-jack call, it kind of is a scare for the other people as well, or other players I should rather say, but still it's kind of a scare because it might be that they analyze that as the fact that maybe Josef overvalues some starting hands in certain situations.
It makes you want to play post flop with him more for sure, but play that hand 100 times, and yeah, Peter's going to be thrilled to get a call, you know, there by ace jack, but still 30% of the time you're going to wind up on the rail.
Yeah, but the thing is, then the other players have to pick up those premium hands. And I mean, 1 out of 221 times you're going to get aces. Or kings, goes for any pair, actually. And that really is not often enough.
But we haven't seen Josef really overplay, like, really bad hands, right? So it still then makes these other hands that you may be active with, you could still be as active, I think. I don't think you're, and if you get 3-bet off some of that, that's okay. You know, it's, I don't know if it changes that. It just changes the volatility of when you actually do have hands.
But he did have some big jams yesterday with, I mean, hands that not necessarily were the nuts.
And he jammed 7s today on a 26 big blind stack, might have been 27. Could have easily been 3-bet shoving into 8s or better. In this case, he got 2 overcards to fold.
But so far, it has been working out for the Israeli player. Shocker. Been pretty quiet. He's going to have to post the big blind and the ante in next hand. But he still has enough chips to fold. And he does. Schuster with 10-8 suited. Talked about Schuster yesterday, and I didn't really find that many tournament results from Schuster, but it turned out there was an explanation for that, Jason.
Yes, I got to chat with her a little bit last night, and we caught up a little bit again, maybe an hour, half hour before action began today. And yeah, she mentioned that she has a lot of results locally and wasn't always publicly sharing things with the Hendon mob. So it explains a lot because she appears to always know what's happening, and one of the stronger players we've seen, I would say, over the past 3 days. So it didn't look like someone that was new to playing live poker. Her boyfriend also plays poker, so maybe we'll see him in the chat supporting her as well. But yeah, impressed with both of the female players. We had Ilva left before, and it's been a while since been reporting or commentating an event where we have a strong possibility of having 2 women at the final table. One is not anything new these days. There's so many strong women players, which is great to see, but 2 is something special. Hopefully it won't be special in years to come, but as of now, there aren't too many main events I can think of that we've had 2 women at, and certainly it's going to be a first for the Coolbet Open. Assuming that Schuster makes the final table and that Ilva doesn't blow up her stack at the side table.
Josef with ace-king. He is racing to 100,000. Ben gets out of the way. Folks with 9-8 suited. I think He might be interested in playing this hand against Josef. Almost identical stacks now. And he does defend the small blind. Will be out of position.
3-bet, I believe.
Oh, he did 3-bet, yeah. That is maybe bad timing or even worse timing for Shocker, who looks down at ace-jack offsuit in the big blind. We'll see how this plays out, but Shocker with 585 behind knows that Fuchs is a 3-better.
A bit of a setup here. Everything is fairly standard once Fuchs 3-bets. That really Shocker has, I believe, just one move, and that's put a stack. And of course he can fold, but he can't call. And then Josef will likely save Fuchs from having to be feeling he's priced in, being that I don't see Josef going anywhere with his big slick.
And he goes all in. Josef. Did he just call? No, he wanted, no, yeah, he said just call, so he does not isolate, but we know that Fuchs is out of the way. He's already folded, so this is for Shocker's tournament life. He needs a jack. He's got live clubs, not hearts. Queen, deuce 7, no help to him. There is, however, 2 clubs there, so no immediate help, I should say. Okay, now they change cards. Josef did not want to see a king. That would have given Shocker a straight, but Shocker is knocked out in 10th place and gets a big hug from Josef, who knocked him out. And a great result for Daniel Shocker from Austria. It means that we are down to 2 Austrian players in the main event. We are down to 9 players, and we have the last table in the tournament. We are going to have a seat draw now, I believe, Jason, so there might be a small unscheduled break.
Shocker, though, showing tremendous sportsmanship. It's hard bubbling the final table, but stuck around, made sure he shook everybody's hands. And Yehuda Josef out of nowhere will be the final table chip leader, but we'll be back in 15 minutes, Steve.
Slightly. You will be sitting like out of the space.
Okay.
But only for some.
Versus J.
And we are back, Jason. We were just discussing names and how to pronounce names in German, Austrian. I guess there are some similarities, and we will explain why. Because we have two Austrians at the final table in the main event here at the Coolbet Open in Bratislava. Just 9 players left who are battling out for a first prize of 60,000 euros. But already they've made a pay jump, Jason.
Yes, so basically we had no pay jump from 12 down to 10, but we had a pay jump from 10 to 9, and we're going to have pay jumps the rest of the way. Currently, players have locked up more than 5,000 euros. They've locked up, more than 4,000 euros, 4,195 euros. But now the pay jumps get serious. The next pay jump is 895 euros to 5,090 euros, 7,260 euros for 7th, 10,340 for 6th. And now the jumps are serious, 13,940 for 5th, 18,440 for 4th, 25,190 for 3rd, 38,690 for 2nd, and 60,000 for the winner. So quite a lot of money to be played for. They've only locked up 4,195 euros, but
Only
60,000 left to be played for. So should be quite interesting. And as I mentioned just before the break, it's going to be the first final table I remember for a main event in quite some time that we have 2 women present at the table as well, and Ilva, Yevakim, Thorsrud, and Yasmin, or Jasmine. That's what we were discussing, was the pronunciation of her name, Schuster, which I'm pretty sure we have her surname correctly. And quite a lot of countries represented too, with 2 representatives from Austria, 2 from Norway, 2 from Israel, 1 from Finland, no, 2 from Finland, I'm sorry, and 1 from Egypt.
it's kind of almost like a joke. 2 Norwegians, 2 Austrians, 2 Finns, 1 Egyptian, and 2 Israelis walk into a bar. They sit down at the final table. And this is a selfie moment, if I ever saw one. We saw Ylva Thorsrud take a selfie, but she's had final tables in the Coolbet Open Main Event before, and it's not, just a little over a year since she was at the final table the last time, and she finished 8th. That's her best placement, best result in the Coolbet Open. She could improve today, but she has to outlast 2 players to do so. We are going to get the chip counts of the players up on the screen shortly, but we know that we have Majed Aziz up there. We do know that Florian Fuchs is probably the chip leader. We don't believe
Yehuda's chip leader.
Yehuda Joseph. Okay, he's surpassed Mr. Fuchs.
Yeah, he has nearly 4.6 million after winning those monster pots just before the final table
yeah, you are right.
started.
Yeah, he has been doing well. And here we go, 4.6 million. And I mean, a total of close to 19 million in play.
And Ilva grouped in with Aziz and Schuster as the 3 short stacks, the 3 players most in jeopardy. And now, where before I said the short stacks may be willing to gamble, now they just want each other to go out. Of course, they're going to look for spots to chip up, but there's a lot of money on the line between 5th and 7th place, and that's what we're looking at with the short stacks. 4,195 for 9th and 7,260 for 7th.
But I noticed one thing. There has been a seat draw for this final table. They are going to keep the seats even when they get down to 8 players. But Florian Fuchs, he was sat to the left of the chip leader, Josef. And that is a big advantage for the Austrian.
Yeah, he couldn't have had any better seat, especially with Josef proving that he could be a wild card. Now he can decide whether he wants to play with the wild card or if he wants to avoid spots with him. And that he would otherwise get involved with other players.
So I guess he couldn't have asked for anything better, Florian Fuchs, in seat. Well, it's going to be 8. And now that we play 9-handed, we will not be able to see the players' hole cards. We will not get graphics. We have to eye the bet sizes, and we have to eye the pots. This will be corrected once they get down to 8-handed play. So just be patient. I mean, this is exciting as well. We used to do it like this back in the days. We didn't see players' hole cards until the final table, actually. I've done commentary, 4 or 5 days in running before I saw one single hole card, and it has its charm.
It looks like Aziz just jammed over here.
Yes, he did.
It was, I think, a small blind jam, though, so it looks like Hokanen folded from the big blind. Hokanen still has some chips, just not nearly as many as he started the day with. He began this table with nearly 2 million, so 40 big blind stack. We're at blinds 25,000, 50,000. So still healthy, but not the table captain, and certainly if he has marginal holding, shouldn't be calling 40% of his stack.
And we saw Hakala was, I think this means up and down, up and down. It's been a ride.
Not as bad as it was for Brandon Mivsov, though. His ride was straight down and just cooler, bad beat, flips, etc. Whatever it was, didn't go his way. While Hokanen's been able to stick around, he hasn't suffered as many lost flips and cooler situations.
Daniel Schaker has opened, folded around to Rafael Rafi Ben. Was that a 3-bet? I'm not sure. Anyway, it gets folded from the blinds. No, yes, it was a 3-bet. And Schaker, he folds. Rafael Rafi Ben, one of the 2 Israelis at the table.
The chip leader, Yehuda Yosef, is the other Israeli in seat number 7, wearing the blue collared shirt.
Schaker and Thorsrud folds. So does Hakala. Schuster, pretty in pink. And for you kids out there, that's a reference to an 80s movie. Watch it.
Molly Ringwald at her finest.
And raise and take it. So it seems like, well, then he is going to take control of this final table.
We don't know what he had, though, either. Likely, I'm thinking he had some cards here, Stig.
No. Let's just go with it. He's going to take control.
Take control, win every single hand.
Yeah, just wait and see. Mark my words. That's so impressive, Thorsrud. So many deep runs in the Coolbet Open. Not only the main events, but side events as well. And the palm patch. To promote her stream on Twitch. She is a Coolbet streamer.
Yeva Kim with a J. J-E-V-A-K-I-M. Worth checking out even if you don't play a Coolbet. They have a good time on that stream.
Yes, I occasionally guest, and it is a good time. You know, the Friday fun is really fun.
You maybe have too good of a time.
Yeah, you are right. I've been known to go on rants on that chat late, when somewhere around midnight on Fridays, Central
After
European
a few bottles
time.
of wine.
Yeah, well,
It is Friday fun.
it is a social thing. you know, during the pandemic, me and Ylva, also Leif Eddie, and a lot of other people, we actually celebrated New Year's Eve on Twitch because we weren't allowed to meet. So we did that, and that was so much fun that even though the restrictions had lifted the next New Year's Eve, we did it again.
Getting old, though, I think.
Yeah, and I mean,
I'm the same. I don't need to go out on New Year's Eve. I'd rather have a few people over, though. But if not, I'm happy to spend with my wife and son. I travel so much for my work that it's enjoyable when you have these nights with the family.
6 on the turn. We have seen a flop here for 6-10. It is Josef against Hakala. Checks again. Here's Josef. He's going to take a stab at this one.
His demeanor a lot more serious than what we saw on the previous days, or even earlier today at the feature table. I'm talking about Josef.
And Hakala folds.
Josef can continue doing that at least for some time until there's a few bust outs. We don't know if he was strong or not, but he can continue opening very, very wide if that wasn't wide.
And there's the smile, Jason. So the seriousness didn't really last that long. No reason not to be happy. Chip leader. Oh, yeah, here we go. You see that Jägermeister bottle?
Is it being drank?
No, but I think he got that one from Daniel Schaker when he knocked out Schaker.
So maybe Schaker got it from somebody else, and maybe it's just being passed along down the line until it either winds up at the winner or somebody puts it in their pocket.
Yeah, wow. Oh, so that was a bounty actually on Schaker's head.
Is it a progressive bounty where now we have to give up 2 bottles of Jägermeister?
No, I hope not.
How do Jägermeister bottles reproduce, though? Is it like when the owner is replaced, now it's 2 bottles maybe?
I pass.
Too advanced.
Too advanced at this
Didn't
stage
study that
anyway.
in science.
And I'll fight it off with Ben, who has opened. I told you. He's going to try to take control. And it looks like... he is interested here. Håkan makes the call. Torsrud folds the big blind. Jack 10 deuce. Håkan first to act. No, hold on. Yes, Håkan the first to act. Dealer. Check, check. 8 on the turn.
It's a very fast check back by Ben there. That wasn't a flop that he had to check.
Check, check. 6 on the river.
Now I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a bet here by Hakkinen.
No, he checks a third time. And Ben is happy to check it down. Showdown. And that one goes to Håkan, actually.
Okay, that explains maybe why he didn't bet. He had some thin showdown value, but he could have been repping those cards and not have them, or if he had them and checked the turn. But Hakkinen now must be back over 2 million in chips.
Yes, I think it's safe to say that he is. And he was the player who came into the final day as the chip leader, playing 2.7 million. Folded around to Øystein Stai. He's gonna open 100,000. Josef calls. Florian Fuchs folds. Håkan on the button. He folds. So does Thorsrud. Hakala already has 50,000 down to there, up there. It's getting a very good price here with close to 500,000 in the middle. And he 3-bets to 375.
Might even be 400 there. But around that anyway.
Yeah. He does have reds, so I think it's 3 whites. They are worth 25 each, and 3 reds. But you might be right as well. I mean, your eyesight,
Yeah,
even
I
though
can't tell if it's 3 or 4 whites, but it doesn't matter too much. It's
No.
in that ballpark, over a bet of 100,000 and a call.
back to Stai.
Hakala does have a stack that he could just be making a move, but I would more put him on a very strong hand.
And look at this, Øystein Stai.
Oh ho! A
There's
4-bet.
the 4-bet.
I think 850 or 875.
Stai started the day with just 410,000. So that 4-bet was way more than he started the day with. He's had a wonderful first, well, not even 3 hours. Well, a little more than 3 hours when I think about it. But without the breaks, then it's kind of less. So effective play, less than 3 hours. Back to Hakala. Håkan folded, I think.
Had about 2.2 million to start the hand. Not to start the hand, but to start the final table. Stai has him covered though, so we could be looking at a massive pot if we do get a shove and a call. We did. We got a shove
we
and
do,
a call.
and it's kings for Stai. It's aces
Oh my
for
God.
Håkan.
What a setup.
Wow. Jack, 3 Jack, king of clubs in Stai's hand. Queen on the turn, no help. So we get the double from the Finn. And
Wow.
Øystein Stai, I just talked about the first 3 hours of play, how he built his stack. Now he is back down. And he gives chips to the player who defeated him in the 8th game a couple of days back on the final table.
So sick. And now Hakala is either chip leader or neck and neck with Yosef. We have also on the flip side Stai coming into the final table with nearly 3 million in chips. And now he is down at near the bottom of the ranks alongside Ilva, Majed, and Yasmin. So everything has changed, and even if they were deeper, kings against aces, that's always getting in. Just a rather unfortunate spot for Stai.
It's just an enormous cooler. I mean, kings against aces, and nothing either of these players could have done in that spot. The money just has to go in. And now, from one of the biggest stacks down to the short stack at the table, Øystein Stai from Norway. And I mean, I don't think any of the other players, I mean, they respect Stai, of course, as well, but I mean, we've seen how the Finn can maneuver a big stack earlier.
Meanwhile, the short stacks would have loved if those kings got there. They would have laddered up and been playing from 8th to 6th amongst themselves, unless they doubled up.
So the most merited player at the table finally gets a chance to open, Florian Fuchs. Folded all the way around to Jasmine Schuster in the big blind. Raise and take it for Fuchs. He actually, this is his first cash in Coolbet Open ever. He's had cashes in, I mean, just about every single series you can think of. Well, not you, because you've been to a lot of these, but still, his merit list is really impressive.
Now, this is his first experience at the Coolbet Open. I've seen him at Banco Casino for other events and elsewhere, but I think now he's got a taste for the bug. Hopefully Coolbet will be back here in Bratislava, but if not, I would expect to see Florian at another Coolbet.
His latest results before this one came in the Bahamas, where he cashed a couple of tournaments during the Caribbean adventure down there.
I know he's played in Czech Republic because I've seen him there.
He's played
He's
the World
played in
Series of
Vienna.
Poker.
That's right, yes.
But still,
I know him as a cash game
misses.
player.
Yeah.
That's the funny thing.
Yeah, it's true.
I know him as a mixed cash game player because of the first night we met.
Just check now, Jason. He's actually played in Panama as well.
Panama.
He's won in Panama.
A true globetrotter, Florian Fuchs.
Yeah, yes. Meanwhile, we see a flop, 8-8 ace. Then, I told you, he was gonna captain this table up against Ville Tapin Hakala from Finland.
Against Ilva.
Oh, it's Silva. Okay, yeah, Hakala was just still stacking chips after doubling up. So Ilva bets 100,000. She opened before the flop. It was Ben who defended in the big blind. Doesn't look like he is going to either call nor raise here. What's he saying to himself? How can you bet that flop? How dare you?
Because she's repping an ace, maybe two of them.
Oh, was that a pocket pair? Yeah, pocket fives. Okay, so he was just complaining about the flop a little bit, huh?
Because most flops complement pocket fives also well.
How could I not have hit the 5 on that flop? Come
Yeah.
on. Oh, he is a character. Rafael Rafi Ben from Israel. Stai has already folded. Josef folds. So does Fuchs. Jakob Mikael Håkan. He is going to raise to 100,000. Thorsrud folds. Hakala looks interested.
If Yosef isn't going to be 3-betting a lot, I would expect Hakala maybe to start doing it.
Well, he's going to do it this hand. Schuster folds the button.
Last time he 3-bet, he had aces against kings to get all those chips.
Ben and Aziz folds back to the other Finn at the table. Who lets it go?
So we won't know if it was a premium hand again or if he's now just going to try to win some chips without seeing flops with these light 3-bets. We'll have a better idea when it's 8-handed though, of course.
In between hands, a reminder of the free roll, which starts at 1900 hours Central European Time on Coolbet. You can get in for free. The password is Canada, capital C. I am gonna play it. There is gonna be a 50 euro ticket on my head, so if you knock me out, you get that one, and still have the opportunity to win the first prize, which is a 100 euro festival tickets. But tickets from first to 24th place in that free roll, and that is the last one until the eventual next Coolbet Open.
Is it sad that I remember the name of the player that busted you out and not the player that won the 100 euro ticket? It was GGRARJ that busted you and took that 50 euro bounty prize, but also then finished in 12th or 13th place for another 10 euro ticket. So
Yeah.
but you can win up to 150 euros in this. So
And the bounty went to Finnish players, I was told. The Finns are just too good.
maybe Hakala. He was maybe
I
multi-tabling yesterday.
think he was kind of busy, but yeah, who knows?
If he wasn't at the feature table, he could have certainly been multi-playing the deep on day 2 of the main event and the free roll at the same time. You were commentating and playing the free roll at the same time, so I think he can get away with it.
Yeah, I was I was commentating and playing at the same time.
Were we on camera when you did that? With the little air quotations, just in case we weren't, there were some air quotations involved there.
Why don't you trust me? I have full not control, because we don't really have control, but I know when we're on and not. Well, are we? I'm not sure, but anyway, it doesn't matter. The air quotes, they work. I think the tone of my voice was enough. Oh, Ylva Torsrud is all in, and she has ace queen. She's up against ace king.
Oh no.
Oh, she's dominated, and this is for her tournament life. 3 jack deuce, no help for Torsrud. And a queen on the
my
turn.
God.
But wait, king or 10 would still knock her out. Not when a 6 comes on the river. She gets the double.
Wow. Ylva could have easily been on the rail. Mathematically wise, it looked really positive that she would be the first player on the rail. Instead, she leaves that group of short stacks.
And back up to more than 1.6 million. 1.7 or something. He got some change back, but still.
Might be good enough for 5th place even right now.
Yeah, you're right. That was an important one. And I mean, she's hit before as well. Today, she had ace jack against ace queen and managed to find a jack. And now she finds a queen on ace queen against ace king.
I'm sure we'll remember these hands if Ylva goes on to win. But you need to sometimes win these hands. It's not always smooth sailing when you win a tournament. Sometimes it is, but more often than not, you need to get lucky at some certain spot. It could mean that you win an ace-queen versus ace-king where stacks should get in, or it could just mean that your ace-king wins a big pot against pocket queens where it's a flip, but a very crucial one. So very nice for Ylva. Very nice for all the Yevakim stream fans that might be in the chat as well.
Unfortunate, of course, for Florian Fuchs. Still healthy though. Folded around to Josef in the small blind. He's gonna raise.
Doesn't look very thrilled about it.
No. Fuchs. No, actually he called. Yeah, he just called.
Okay, that makes sense. then.
Okay. And the check from Fuchs, 7-7 ace.
This would be a sick poker face if Josef just happened to have like pocket aces and was trying to slow play it all along. But I don't think he would necessarily.
Well, he shows, and
What did he show?
Queen eight. Okay.
But it was clubs, and I think there were 2 clubs on the flop.
yeah. But a snap fold from Fuchs. We're talking about 2 women left in the tournament, and that's actually, I mean, during the Norwegian Championship, the main events, both the ones that have been held abroad this year here in Bratislava, prior to that in Dublin, and still other locations prior to Dublin. But we usually have a little more than 10% of the field being women, but that's quite high actually for poker tournaments, and it has gone up as well the past few years. But here in Bratislava, I think it was even less, maybe 6-7% of the starting field were women, and 620 entries doesn't mean that there were 620 players, less players than that. So I think, well, the percentage, and to have 2 women here at the last table remaining in the tournament, it's very nice. We're not blessed with that too often.
A lot of different groups out there now, which is good too for women, aspiring women poker players. Lots of ladies events, which can help as well.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, Ylva Thorsrud, she's back-to-back final tables in the Coolbet Open now. In between there, she had a deep run in the festival main event last fall here in Bratislava.
Table, I believe.
Yeah.
So her second final table here at Mango, second final table also in Coolbet Open. Sign me up for lessons, Stig.
Yeah, well, I can actually do
broker
that.
a
I can
deal?
I can actually hook you up. So, the 2 Israelis in a pot now. Josef, who bets the turn, gets the call. Okay. And the 6 on the river. And the smile from Ben. And the smile from Josef. Check, check. Ace and a straight.
So that 6 really was an awful card for Ben there.
It was. So a chop, straight on the board. The ace does not play, but he had it on the turn.
I think if I would just flash my laptop to the camera, I would maybe get a free lesson from Ylva just for like the 5 seconds of patch time.
Oh yeah, yes, that's right. You got her patch on your laptop.
Not from this trip, but
No.
I do support Ylva over the years. Or tried to support Ylva.
In the big blind now. Folded to Ben. Told you, Jason.
You haven't been wrong.
Nope.
Can't argue with this.
He is going to take the captain's role. Folded around to Jakob Mikael Håkan in the small blind. He folds. And Thorsrud does not defend the big blind. Raise and take it for Ben. Pocket eights. I'm so happy that Ben shows his cards. Thank you, Ben, because we are kind of flying blind here. Is that an English expression, to fly blind?
Yeah, we're flying
Oh,
blind.
oh, cool.
But we're
Hey.
not flying as blind as we were at the start of the Nations Cup, where in the beginning we didn't have these amazing camera angles. We did eventually. The crew here at Spade Poker TV has been doing a fantastic job all week. So they adapted fairly quickly, but imagine commentating this final table if we weren't getting these amazing camera angles where we can see or who the action's on, what they're doing. At least we have that.
Or Ben, who shows his cards willingly. I mean, thank you.
We paid him for that, though.
Yeah. I finally got an English expression right. It just took me, what 5 days?
Even a broken clock stick is correct twice per day, so I think maybe that's what we have here. I wouldn't think that all of a sudden we're on the same par. So please ask again before using a Norwegian expression in English.
Okay, 1,000 monkeys for 1,000 years. Eventually, one of them is gonna write Shakespeare or something. I said that's.
Did you get that from like the book Aladdin or the play or movie?
No, not really. It's been around for a long time. No, I'm not even sure if the quote is right or correct. So Hakan decided to defend here, but faces a c-bet against guess who, and he shows the pocket deuces. Well, Ben is not only taking the role as captain, he's showing again. So I mean, it's up to him, but he's giving away a lot of information, and especially with experienced players well, most of the table, I think that's kind of dangerous to do. Because they will eventually try, well, they will try to look for a pattern here, and eventually they'll be able to figure it out if there is a method to the, well, it's not madness because he's doing it profitably. But I mean, why not keep them guessing what you are opening with and from which positions?
Speaking of which, Florian Fuchs just ran off from the table to share a hand that he had. So we're going to get some whole cards at some point involving a hand with him. Whether he wins or loses, I don't know. Maybe it was a good laydown, maybe it was something else. But a small spoiler for y'all.
Yeah, that is quite a spoiler. I mean, we know that there will be hands coming up, which will be spectacular, Florian. But thank you. But I mean, that's kind of the magic of TV. That it's like it will get to us eventually. We don't need to. Is he gonna come running back and forth every single time he's played a big hand?
I think it's because we don't have the whole cards. He's doing us a favor. He's
oh,
doing the same thing
yeah,
as Ben, so we should be very thankful. I'm actually very
yeah,
happy.
yeah. I wasn't thinking about that. So actually, I take it all back, Florian. No, but it's all good.
If he's in the small blind now, no. But it looks like he min-raised.
But I mean, if yeah. Does, but now it's folded around to Ben. Schuster asks for change and gets it from Hakaram. Ben defends the big blind. Ace, king, 6, 2 hearts. And he checks. Up against the spoiler, Florian Fuchs from Austria. And he bets 100,000 and then folds. What was spectacular about that one, Jason?
I don't think I have a spoiler on this. I think we have to wait.
Was it just that he won the hand? That I finally took one
finally
down?
Won a hand, my cards held this time.
Yeah, I am joking when I'm talking about Florian here because he appreciates it, and he even though I don't know him really well, I have played with him before.
He's a very friendly guy.
Yeah, he is.
He may not look it right now because now it's all about the battle, but in general, he is.
Yeah, I think he looks friendly now as well. Folds after an open. Torsrud looks interested. 105,000 is the open. Schuster on the button. And she's all in.
Uh-huh.
Oh, and it's well, let's see, between 5 and 600,000, I think. And it's Josef who opened.
Joseph called an even bigger shove with ace-jack suited before we reached the final table, but we were 5-handed then. Ran into kings, but then got there. Asking for a count, so he must have something.
He's asking Torsu how much she has. He can get the count from. He's already gotten it from Schuster, so he's just making sure how much Torsu, who is left to act behind, Josef has in her stack. And he folds. Let's see what Torsu does. Not quite sure. Looks over at the clock. Maybe the pay jumps.
I think if she was going to call, she would have already. But maybe she'll talk herself into one. I think she's already made up her mind not to call and going through it. Let's see if we're reading the body language correctly.
Maybe. No. And she calls.
Oh my God.
And she calls, and it's ace jack against. That's for ace jack against ace jack, I think. Yes. And they both have suits. So let's just do a rainbow flop, okay? 2 spades. That's okay. Good enough. Okay.
And a diamond for the other card.
Yeah, it's gonna be a chop. So. Wow.
Yeah, we don't want to see losing our 2 female players before we can see whole cards anyway. We're equally rooting for everyone, or at least Steek reminds me that we're not rooting specifically for Ilva, that we're rooting for all 9 players.
You had to be reminded that we're not doing it? No, it's like...
because I still am rooting for Ilva.
Oh, you are? So you're partial? You should never be, Jason. You're in the commentator booth.
Well, in this hand, I was happy to see there was a chop.
Yeah, actually, you were the one like... well, anyway, we'll leave that one. But we were talking about the whole cards. I see there's been some discussion in the chat. There are no technical problems whatsoever. But we are 9-handed right now. The table is for 8-handed play. So when we lose one player, as soon as we lose one player, we will get the whole cards back, the graphics back, and the bet sizes correct. But until then, however long that takes, we are doing it this way. And we talked about this earlier in the week when we were streaming the Nations Cup, because they also started 9-handed, and it brought me back, you know, to the 2010s, where that was all we got for the first the Norwegian Championship. We did the first 4 days without hole cards, and until we reached the final table. And if you are old enough, you remember that even the EPT did this back in the no hole cards for the entire week until the final table of the main event. How soon people forget.
So we have an all-in and a call here.
Yes, we do. Like. Yes, we do. And guess who's at it?
It's Mr. Ben.
Yes. He's standing up. And it's ace king against king queen.
Oh my God.
And wow,
Things just not going Oystein's way. I mean, I assume Oystein had the ace king there.
No,
or is it the other way around? Because Ben seems very happy.
Yeah, I think Ben got it. Ben, it was a chop.
It was a chop because
so
it was
Ben
straight
was
on the board.
Yeah, Ben was dominated, and he got the chop. That's why he was so excited. So
Another
unfortunate.
cooler for Oystein.
Yeah, oh, that's what you meant. I thought you meant that he was knocked out. So
No. That
yeah.
he's didn't win the hand.
No.
When he was crushing Ben.
Yeah, I get it now. I just you said that's so unfortunate, and I thought no, he's still in.
Yeah, it was a straight on the board.
Yes.
That's not what I was saying. But not double the stack now for Oystein.
Yeah, I know.
Not as bad as the last situation for him, of course.
No. Folded around to Ben. He folds, and Aziz. He has he folded? He's standing up. I think, well, it's on Øystein anyway, and he does shove on Josef's big blind, and Josef folds. Actually giving Øystein advice there, Josef. Push, I'm gonna fold. And he did.
Yeah, that's a bit strange.
I like it.
Only if he's balancing it with doing that and actually having like a monster.
Don't think he's gonna have time to balance that one. Not enough hands, not enough of those situations are gonna come up to get a balanced range.
The best thing is to be quiet when you have a short stacked opponent. Here comes your
Ben.
favorite.
Yeah. I think he has a VP IP of
300%.
no, but it must be in the 70s, I think.
I don't think it's that bad. It just seems like it's high because we're full ring. It's definitely the highest on the table, though.
Actually, I'm not sure. It must be more than 60%. I'm guessing closer to 70. We haven't had that many hands since they came down to 9 players, but I think the VPIP of Ben is up there, actually.
We can count the next 10 hands and then consider that to be a long-term sample size.
Yeah. Let's do it. Okay, this counts as one, though.
Okay,
Yeah,
fair.
yeah.
So he's at 100% now.
He's at 100% right now. And he's thinking, because Aziz, he has gone all in. Waves to...
As he's having some fun.
He gets the fold.
No. Show us the 10. Huh? Show us the pair of 10. Oh, one pair. 10. No, 5.
Don't let the Israelis convince you to show hands. I mean, Ben has shown
Yeah, they're both
happily.
after
Yeah,
him. He's in the middle of both these guys. They've obviously become friendly, if not before now. They've been playing at the same tables throughout the last 2 days.
Okay, so that was one hand. It does, of course, not count when he's in the blinds because that's not voluntarily. That's what VPIP stands for.
If he's facing a raise, it's still voluntarily.
Oh,
It's
yes, it
just
is.
not
Yeah.
PFR.
No. Okay, let's see. Come on, don't No, Ben! Okay. That's 2 hands played.
So 50%.
Down 2, yeah. Stein. He folds. Josef folds the button, so folded to Florian Fuchs in the small blind.
I believe this is the hand I have a spoiler on.
Okay. Limps in and gets the check. Jack, 3-5. Small bet, 60,000 from Fuchs. And there's the click back.
To
Makes
150.
so a little more than the click back, but still.
A click back and a small blind.
And the call. Ace on the turn. Shouldn't be likely to hit any of the players in the Battle of the Blinds, but sometimes people get tricky. Sometimes people limp an ace. Sometimes people check an ace behind in the big blind if they get the opportunity. And actually in this spot with the ICM and the short stack, it wouldn't be unheard of.
Does check with 480,000 in the pot. But Hokunen now leading out for about 1/4 of the pot, 125,000. Smaller than the sizings that went in on the flop. Went 60 to 150 and then a call.
And Fuchs does call. Eight on the river. Yeah, good luck putting them on ranges the way this hand has been played.
Yeah, when it's a limp pot, it could be anything from the small blind, less so from the big blind, because those monster hands should be raising back. So the top end of the range, not in Hokunen's hand, but the entire range in Fuchs's hand.
And he is gonna bet again. 275 and the snap call. And that is two pair, Jack 5.
Wow. So you know what Florian had? He had that 5-3 suited, so they both flopped two pairs. Somehow Florian didn't go broke.
So
At least that's what Florian told me. We didn't see those cards ourselves.
so he was playing Schla.
Schla. And flopped more than blah.
That's really good, Jason. Wow.
But his stack didn't go
Yeah.
meh.
But listen, we are going to be spoiler free from now on, because this, even though we are on a 30-minute delay, which we have to be because of security reasons, it is live TV when it's poker broadcast. And if we know that a big hand is coming up, or even advertise it to the viewers, it kind of takes away a little bit of the excitement.
Yeah.
Because you could, this was not an all-in hand, but it could have been an all-in hand, and then the viewers and me, I could have kind of figured out, well, he's going to be knocked out now prior to the hand being finished. So we have to be careful about that. But I appreciate it, Florian, and I mean, I was expecting it to be a hand that Florian actually won, but he did it with a hand that he lost.
Yeah, he didn't
And-
tell me what it was.
Yeah.
He just said there's going to be a hand
Yeah.
coming up with this
So-
because he knows right now we're not showing hole cards. So if it was certainly with the hole cards, that's already information we would have.
So he's doing it out of enthusiasm, and that's something we appreciate.
And I think he was proud of himself because that pot could have got him very out of control on any street. Really.
Yeah, I'm surprised that actually now that you told me that he had 5-3, and I believe you trust Mr. Fuchs, then that the pot did not get bigger. But it was the Battle of the Blinds, and like we talked about, the ranges, it's like, well, hard, but he got away from it. And we are on to the next one. 10-8-8, and it is Torsrud, this time against Takala. Hakala bets 105,000. Oh, okay, we got Håkan in here as well. Yeah, he was in the big blind. So I guess Torsrud, she opened under the gun. Check the flop though. So we check call. 2 players to the turn. Queen of diamonds. Torsrud checks again. Wants to know how many blinds. I think have to count the blinds yourself. You have to. I mean, you're allowed to ask for a count, but you're not.
A lot of players just volunteer that information up
Yeah.
quickly, even if they don't know the person. I always just put the chips in front.
You can't demand a count as long as the chips aren't in the middle.
I once had a dealer go to grab my chips, and
Oh,
not
that's-
here. Yeah.
Now that would be hard slap as well.
I think in the Bahamas that happened.
Yeah, 275,000 from Hakala. And Torsrud, she calls. Left with 1.3 maybe behind. King on the river, and when I say 1.3, that's just like eyeballing it without seeing all the chips. No, she's got a little more, I think. No, maybe not. Little, slightly less than 1.3, it looks like. And now she is going to lead. She shoves all in.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, and look at Hakala. A big swallow.
No, it's not an all-in. It's 340
Oh, I
maybe.
thought she said all in. Sounded like it. But she just announced.
And maybe 440.
Yeah,
But there's about $1 million in the pot before that bet, so we'll see what happens here with Hakala. He has a lot of chips, but
yeah, 4 or 540, I think, because she had no 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think it must be something like that. 5 maybe, because she did have 2 stacks, but now I see those reds are stacked a whole different way. So I think she actually had more behind than I said.
it doesn't look like she's making an easy decision for Hakala, or Hakala has a monster and is just trying to wait out, going over the top here.
Not quite 800 behind, I think. So maybe I was right with my eyeball.
I count 1 tiara.
And
Okay.
Hakala folds. And I don't think that was Hollywooding on Hakala's part. He
No.
was really thinking about this one.
No, he would have only been Hollywooding if he came over the top, I feel like. Otherwise, he had something to think about. Percentage-wise, either way, whether it was 340, 440, or 540, it was not like 100% of the pot, but it was still a big portion of his stack, so something to think about.
Andrea Carlson, she writes, Ylva does not look nervous. No, I agree. And Logan McPhee says, weird table. And I'm guessing you assume that it's not the players that make the table weird, that it's a weird looking table, right? You have to confirm, Logan.
Or maybe that it's 9 players on an 8-handed TV
Could be
table.
that. But I kind of agree. It is not unseen. I've seen feature tables who look like this, but others are more like traditionally shaped poker tables as well. So I think he meant the physical table. Like when tournament directors break tables,
Physically
break tables like we talked about yesterday's.
So a raise to 120 by your active friend here, Ben, and it doesn't look like Aziz is too... Oh no, Aziz already folded maybe, and it's on... Yeah, it's on Sty, who is firing in a big 3-bet, close to a jam here. It looks like to 600,000 by Oystein Sty.
And Josef wants a count.
Joseph wants a count, and keep in mind it was Ben that opened.
Yeah, so it's a shove from Sty. He just put out the big chips to indicate that it... No, hold on. What is going on here?
My eye on face, I think.
865.
865. Yeah, okay. He confirmed that it was 20 stacks, the blues behind, so he hasn't put those out yet.
So it was a shove, and quite a... Not a small one, not a big shove. 13 big blinds. Big in terms of anyone's stack, just not that big in terms of big blinds. So I'm curious. This is when I'd really like to see the whole cards.
And Joseph with 2 players left to act. No, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4 players left to act before we're back to Ben.
You might be thinking like about an ace-jack suited ace-queen kind of hand, maybe
No.
pocket eights kind of hand.
No, we've seen him play ace-jack suited before, and that's just a snap call when somebody shoves.
It was a different spot though. He was the one
Oh,
that opened.
really? Really?
Yeah, slightly different. And that was before he got all these chips.
Yes, of course. I'm joking. Come on. And he folds. So does Fuchs. And Hakan. Torsrud, Hakala, he folds back to Ben. And all in, and... Or was that just showed the cards? Or did he say all in?
It looks like an all-in.
It is an all-in. Ace, 10s for Ben. Ace 10 for Sty. And the
Ooh.
club, straight and flush draws now. Wins with the ace as well, but a 3 means that, okay, we are gonna lose. Øystein Sty from Norway knocked out in 9th place. So now we just have 1 remaining Norwegian players in the tournament, but another, we'll call it a final table for Sty. He final tabled the 8th game. He's had a lot of other good results here in Bratislava this week. But now we are down to 8 players. The official final table in the Coolbet Open. I think the players are going to get a short break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. And we are back. An unscheduled break after we lost Norwegian Øystein Stai in ninth place. And we are down to 8 players. And for all those of our viewers who were kind of impatient, now you will get hole cards, you will get graphics, and you will get bet sizes. So this is the official final table picture. Everyone had a really nice smile. Okay, just one more to be sure. That's good one. I think they're gonna go with the first picture, Jason. I'm sure.
And you can check out those photos by going to the Coolbet Open Facebook page, Instagram page, and also I believe there'll be a gallery on the website as well. If not, there's plenty of other stuff to check out on the website, including about who's still in the 2 side events going on today. There's also a satellite today as well. Obviously not for the Coolbet Open, being that it's finished, but a 60-euro satellite with 2 packages guaranteed to the Festival Series Bratislava, something Coolbet's also involved with. That'll be back here at Banco Casino November 27th through December 3rd. So quite a lot still going on the final day, but meanwhile we have the most excitement here that you're watching now, the final table of the Coolbet Open Main Event with a 60,000 euro top prize.
And here we see Torsrud up to 2.5 million. So she has 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm gonna count again. 1, 2, 3, 4 players who are shorter. You were actually right. She is
5
up
players
there now.
shorter.
Yeah, 5. Yeah.
Then Yehuda Yosef still with the chip lead, 4.7 million after winning that big pot.
And Schuster down to 10 big blinds. She is still the shortest stack, and here we go. All the 8 players guaranteed at least 5,090 euros and pay jumps up to the first prize of 60,000 euros. I have a tip: if you are on a final table ever in, well, not ever, it's like in the Coolbet Open Main Event, if you're not satisfied with the final table picture that was taken, go to our stream and just screenshot exactly when you have the best smile and don't care about the others. Get your own one. Just go to YouTube, just do cut and paste, and you're good.
Or just come to the next Coolbet Open and make another final table so you
Yeah.
can try again.
It's true.
Ilva can do it. This is her second in a row. Then I think anyone can. I mean, not anyone, because Ilva's a very skilled player, but it is possible that if you make one, you can make another.
Yeah, third final table in less than a year, if you include the festival, which was
So we continue.
run in, was it October last fall or September? I don't really, no, I think it was October. But still, she's had final tables other places too. She had a good run in Prague with a lot of great results. That's where she got her biggest cash as well, if I'm not mistaken.
We're gonna continue where we stopped. 300, 30, 60, 60 big blind and
Okay, so Jean, who's just giving
Everybody.
the players and information about what's going to happen. Yeah, I just checked to make sure, and her third place in the Omaha High Low event in Prague in December last year is her biggest cash, 10,850 euros. So she doesn't even need to win to improve that one as well. And she's equaled her best results in the Coolbet Open Main Event already with an A place, but of course now in a great situation to improve that result. Here we go, Ben. Okay, I'm giving him 3. And it's total of 5 hands played, where he's voluntarily put money into the pot.
This is almost not fair. This is automatically openable, even under the gun.
Yeah, but it still counts.
Yes, it does.
Fuchs with king queen suited.
It looks like a raise there, but we'll find out in a second.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, you're right, because there are more reds there. I mean, Fuchs, he is a 3-better, not a caller. I think we have established that by now. I should have known better, Jason. Folded around to the short stack. Schuster in the big blind, 10-9 suited.
She would have liked to have defended even off the short stack, but not putting half her stack in at this point in time.
By the way, blinds have gone up, playing 30,000, 60,000 now. Back to Ben, who has the best hand. We know that now.
But he could put himself in playing for a massive pot if he 4-bets with just ace-jack.
And Fuchs with only 21 big blinds behind.
Calls though, playing out of position. It was only a 3-bet to 5 big blinds, so maybe feeling priced in.
And hits top pair. Not much for Fuchs. Ben checks. Aren't that many scare cards that can come for Ben, but the king and the queen are, well, also a diamond maybe, but king and the queen would give Fuchs the best hand, so...
Yeah, and he has to be concerned he's up against queens, kings, and aces on a 3-bet.
Oh, I think, yeah, he must have raised, yeah, to 700,000.
wow,
Yeah,
okay.
and the snap fold from Fuchs, and that was the reason for the frustration of Ben. He was, well,
I
I
guess he
mean-
wasn't afraid of queens, kings, and aces after all.
no, he was not. That was kind of weird, but I mean, yeah, often I'm relieved in these spots when I have top pair, top kicker, and have called a 3-bet out of position. But he was like, no, value, come on. How can you not call?
But he's pushed now past Ilva to 3rd place on the leaderboard. Another player now over 3 million for the first time.
King 10 suited for Fuchs. Well, down to 1 million. That's where he started this hand.
So far, so good.
Schuster in the small blind, Jack 9 suited. On the short stack.
Very patient. Good to see.
She folds, and Ben, can you...
Oh, here it comes.
Yeah, okay, that's... No, not yet. He's got the chips in his hand. He's got ace deuce.
You can fold, Ben. It's okay. We need to get your bird. For those of you that don't know what we're doing, we were going to track 10 hands at Ben to see
There we
if
go.
he's going to be in at least 7 of them, putting more money in.
Yeah, that's 6 hands, and he's played 4 of them. Queen, 7, 4. Nothing there for Ben. He's got the best hand with ace high, but Fuchs, he has the initiative. He was the pre-flop racer, and he will continue on that flop. Just bets 100,000. And Ben,
He's showing again.
yeah, he is. He's showing a lot of cards now, and I mean, giving away so much free information. And he also gave some chips to Fuchs.
It's like a home game situation where you want to be showing maybe a little bit of ego, a little bit of machismo. You can put all your ego and feelings aside, or you channel them for something productive. Otherwise, yeah, if you want to do it once in a while, and then you're not really giving information because you could be giving away false information, that's okay. But to be doing it every time is not healthy. Even being on the stream, you know, it's still not wise to give every player at the table that information.
I agree. Josef folds Jack 8 suited. Fuchs Queen 10 this time. He's bought himself another round and took back a little bit of what he lost. 1.2 million behind. Folded around to Hakalam. He's gonna fold. Schuster on the button. 9-3 suited. 7 big blinds. She folds. Ben, don't disappoint me.
Oh, he's
Oh.
not going to, but it's a call. It's not a raise.
That's voluntarily put money into the pot, Jason. You know how VPIP works. That counts. And Aziz checks queen 10. Deuce 9-6. Only the big blind doesn't count as voluntarily put in. And then he bets the flop. Aziz with the best hand. He's gonna call.
Not even wasting any time to think about it. Doesn't have a lot of chips, but it is just a min bet.
Ace of clubs on the turn. Not a card any of the players really can represent. You know, like we said prior to the break, sometimes players limp an ace. Gets a little tricky in the Battle of the Lines. Sometimes players check an ace. But
He just jammed
he
it.
just jams
Wow.
with Jack high. And this, it works, but I mean...
Is he going to show now?
it works until you get called.
I don't think he showed.
Oh, wow.
Crazy.
Okay, so
At least we have some entertainment.
Yeah.
More than normal. I mean, poker is very entertaining, don't get me wrong, but it's always nice to have a wild card that you can't predict what they're going to do.
we have
At
an
all.
action. We have an action player, and I mean, I know of at least one player who has not one, but two other players watching the stream, making notes of hands, what the players, the opponents played in certain hands, which is totally allowed. Everyone can do that if they want to, so it's okay. So, I mean,
And they do have a 30-minute dinner break coming up, too, so there's a lot of time to discuss all that information.
and to plan strategy, how you are going to approach, because we kind of have a loose cannon. Look at this. Fuchs opens ace jack, and Torscher just open folds. Not open folds, but what, a couple of players behind. She just folds. Okay, it's enough. Hakala.
Thinking about it, he
Yeah.
is playing off a 3.4 million stack in second place at the moment, only behind Yehuda Yosef.
Schuster, ace 5 suited in the cutoff.
Running out of time. Is this your spot here, or are you going to wait? It is an under the gun open as well. From Countrymate Fuchs. Both players waving the Austrian flag.
She knows Florian Fuchs well, I should add. Probably has discussed some poker.
But there's no friends at the table.
No, but
So
still.
if this is the spot, this is the spot.
But she might be aware of Fuchs's opening ranges with that stack in this situation. But she folds Ben. Don't disappoint me.
Does have a hand.
He does, king, queen, and he just jams all in. That chalk
Wow.
that up as number 5. Let's see what happens when we get back to Fuchs now, because the blinds, they fold back to the Austrian, and he has called, so it's an all-in. It's Fuchs at risk, and 2 pair for Ben. This is not over. Fuchs needs a 10 right now for a straight. Oh, he did not go all in. Did he just say call?
It looks like it was
Yeah,
just a
you f-
call. We got excited because it looked like an all in and everything went in because it looked like he said all in.
Yeah, you fooled me there. Okay, no drama just yet, but Ben outflops Fuchs, who c-bets. Bets again, and a quick call. 150,000. The turn is an ace. Hits Fuchs,
Ooh.
top pair now. Ben still ahead with his 2 pair.
And Fuchs may want to bet this with there being 2 spades and 2 clubs on the board. Probably thinking he's ahead. Knowing there's some hands he's behind, like the king, queen.
Does have more outs now, but not many.
Did Ben just shove? Now.
Fuchs bet 325.
He
Yes,
did.
it did. I didn't want to say anything. I wanted to make sure, but he puts Fuchs all in for his tournament life, and Fuchs is behind and at risk if he finds the call.
If he can fold here, that would be rather impressive. We can see he's behind, but he has top pair, top kicker for one paired aces. Would only have 11 big blinds if he folds. Does have a lot of outs if he calls. The jack, the 10, the queen pairing the board, the 5 pairing the board. Not the queen pairing the board, but the 5 pairing the board.
And he calls.
Wow.
And this is for his tournament life. Jason just told you the outs that he has.
Small one. The best small that you have. Yes!
And the 5
wow.
that pairs the board. 2 pair for Fuchs, who doubles up. And look at Ben. He is he doesn't understand what happened.
Wow. I mean, Fuchs has had some bad luck today at times, so he did get this fortuitous turn in river.
But look at Ben.
Yeah, Ben is steaming.
And Fuchs up to 2.6. Ben down to 1.7. Was counterfeited when the board paired with the 5. And Ben down to 28 big blinds. Fuchs up to 3rd on the chip count. Back to 2.6 million where he started the day.
For Ben, it's probably good that we're coming up on a dinner break in the next 20 or 30 minutes. He looks very agitated. It's no way to be at the poker table. It just causes you to not play your optimal game, to make mistakes. This is poker. I mean, what's the problem here? He got it in with top pair. Would have only had 11 big blinds behind. If you did it on the flop, then yes, I could see. I don't know. He's either complaining about his bad luck or about Fuchs's play. That I can't tell. But there's no reason to complain about anything now. Just move on. You have a lot of money to play for. Situation is a little different, but you still have some chips.
Håkan folds. Sunniva on YouTube. She's written, crossing my fingers for Ylva. Hakala with the pocket force. It's been quiet. And I can understand it because it's Ben who has been running this table. Now he folded. He folded. Okay, so we have 9 hands. He's played 6 of them, so I need him to play the next hand, right, Jason?
And then it's perfectly on
then
the
it's
70%.
70% VPIP. And you said that the sample size was, you said it yourself, that it was big enough, yeah.
We can extrapolate that over tens of thousands of hands at 10 hand size.
Yeah. No, but I mean, he played so many hands prior to us. That's why we started this. Fuchs with ace king. And here is the 3-bet. 2-4-25.
So it looks like a big number, but it's really only 7 big blinds.
Back to Hakala. Cost him 305 to call.
Not getting the proper minds to set mine, but he may have another plan if he just calls. It doesn't have to be for a set line. He will be in position if he calls.
He decides to fold. Probably thinks there are easier targets at this final table than Florian Fuchs, and rightly so. So Fuchs and Hakala, the only 2 players left who are sporting the Jevakim palm patch, which means they are fighting it out.
Do we know what they win? Or is that a surprise?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they know. I think Ylva has told them, but it's kind of a secret. But it's something nice.
They win Ylva's dog.
No.
No.
She has 2 of them.
So she only wins. They only win one of the dogs.
She
That's
would
fair.
never give away Ronja and Hyena. That's the dog's names. Well, maybe Ronja sometimes.
So Ilva will get you a puppy, but just not her puppy. That's the prize.
Yeah, well,
Am I giving away spoilers again?
no, you're not.
I'm nowhere
But
near.
I don't think you could promise a puppy on behalf of Ylva. And I mean, Joseph now with King 9, and I'm sorry to say that Ben actually folded, so 60% VPIP.
Oh, what a nit.
Yeah. And I have to say that some of that 60% was played 9-handed as well, full ring.
Yeah, yeah. If he makes it to 5, we could do it again to see. If
No, we're gonna
because
leave
that's
it
a
now.
different PPIP.
I think we all got the point that he has been the most active player at the table. So, Håkan defending the big blind with Jack 4.
Oh,
Hits
oh.
2 pair and checks. There's a spade there for Josef.
Hoganen trying to hold in his emotions here, especially against an active Yosef.
One overcard to the Jack, bets 100,000, has backdoor opportunities. How do you play this now, Håkan? Would of course be a dream spot to get the full double from Josef, which he can, being the effective stack.
It's like a relatively small raise, maybe to 260. It might be 360, which would be a bigger raise, obviously. Now we could see how sticky Josef is actually. He doesn't have much here. He's still in position, so he may call to see if it's checked to him on the turn, if the turn doesn't improve him. It's a raise to 350, so it is a bigger raise than what I said, and something for Josef to think about.
If he calls, he will be even stickier, and he glances over at the stack of Håkan. This would be very bad timing. He can, of course, still win the hand.
Ilva's chip went completely into the table.
I think that was, it looks like a snooze box. I'm not trying to look at this.
Oh my god, Josef.
Don't do it. I know it's tempting to try to put pressure. I know you have a lot of chips, but not now.
You don't have to do this.
There are times when it would work. This is not one of them. Ah, that's good, Josef.
It's a nice pot there for Hoganen, who's now near what he started the day with.
Yeah, he came in as chip leader to day 3, the final day. And he's kind of had this rough time, but still never lost his head. Oh wow, there's
We have
paparazzi
paparazzi.
here, yeah. Anders Ringstad Mora, who's snoking around, as we say in Norway. He usually bears gifts when he comes to the commentary booth. Not this time. Schuster now, finally, ace-jack suited.
Yeah, nobody brought me Norwegian chocolate.
Oh, wow. I didn't even think of it. Schuster all in.
Wow, okay. Here we go.
455,000.
Patiently waited for her spot and now found what looks like to be a good one.
A little more than 7 big blinds. Ben, 7-3.
He heard that we called them a nit and is thinking about it.
Let's not waste anyone's time, Ben. I mean,
Does
it's
he know it's his turn?
your time as well, Ben. You know, the clock is ticking. The blinds will go up. 7-3, offsuit, facing in open, all in from 7 big blinds. No reason to pretend you're thinking about this. I think you probably are right. I don't think he is aware it's on him.
Because he's not staring at anybody in particular.
I think he's just folded inside his head. And I've done this as well. I mean, there is a situation with Chris Moneymaker back from 2003 where he was glancing back and forth at Phil Ivey and...
No, but no.
No.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
took a little
no.
time even after he saw the 7-3. It's also a different experience playing on the feature table for many reasons, one of which obviously is the lights and camera, but if you can see this ledge, that's not, on a normal table you may have one, but it's not as rigid and it's not as big, so that's one thing, and the other is the cards are actually much heavier because they need to have the chips in, so it's
Folded around to Ylva Thorsrud in the big blind. King 8.
It's just wrong to fold, but I don't want to fold, so...
I don't want to fold, she said.
No, but she did. So raise and take it for Schuster. She's still here, still alive.
I don't want to go there, so...
I think was it Sammy Farha and Phil Ivey? I mean Chris Moneymaker in 2003 on the TV table. He tanked and just looked back and forth at Ivy, and I think it was Farah or if it was another one, but anyway, Farah was there, I think. Look it up on YouTube. I think the clip is out there. Just search Chris Moneymaker, Phil Ivey, 2003, and you'll find it. It's really funny. I won't spoil it anymore.
I mean, Phil Ivey's had a couple of spots at the feature tables where showing that even the most experienced poker player can make mistakes, but just be a little bit less aware when they're on the feature table. I mean, he had a flush once at the feature table, nut flush, and folded that.
On the final table,
On the final
actually,
table,
in
yeah.
the main event.
Was this it's not the same main event, though, I don't
No,
think.
this was back in 2003 when Moneymaker
yeah.
won, and it was this, we talked about, you know, not remembering that you still had your cards. And okay, I can take the short version. He was just sitting there, Moneymaker, and he wanted to learn from the best. So he looked at one player, looked at another player, back and forth, thought they were in the battle when it was actually his turn to act. And finally, Sammy Farah said, you know, it's on you, right? And Moneymaker was like, oh my God. So he had just folded a long time ago
That's funny.
in his head. Yeah, you'll find it on YouTube. All in from Aziz. 830,000 with Queen Jack suited under the gun +1. A lot of players to get through, but he saw it work for Schuster, and it works for Aziz.
Ilva had pocket twos there, obviously an easy fold, but it's nice that she didn't waste any time. I think if another player woke up with a pocket pair, we're going to see like at least a 5-second pause. But even the short stacks have proven they have fold equity at this point. Schuster's shove was a little bit smaller. It was 8 big blinds, but that was enough too.
Ben, first back, 10-8 suited.
He hasn't played a hand in a while, so maybe he'll choose this one, even though it's under the gun. Yep, back in action.
Opens to 120,000.
So far, so good. Nobody's showing up with anything.
Folded to Thorsrud on the button, King Jack suited.
Now, normally against the under the gun open, it doesn't look that strong, but we see it was very strong. I bet you
And
folds.
Hakala with pocket kings.
So Ben definitely saving Ilva some chips. She would have opened in an unopened pot. Instead folded. We know Hakala is not going to mess around though. Doesn't mean he'll necessarily 3-bet, but the chips are coming in.
I think
3-bet's the more obvious play though.
Yeah, I think if he was in the big blind, not with the short stack Schuster behind, He might have... Actually, with a short stack behind, maybe... well, it would be speculative, but not unheard of. Schuster with a 6-5 suited. Back to Ben.
Not wasting any time, being a little bit sticky with his 10-8.
Well, he hasn't called yet, but it looks like he is going to, Jason. You are absolutely right.
Where's his emotions on his sleeve? When he was on that uptick, you could see all the joy in him, and now it looks like a deflated tire when all the energy is sapped out.
And he calls, he gets sticky. Could be in a lot of trouble here. Should the right flop come. Okay, deuce 4-7. Schuster's thinking, why didn't I jam?
Yeah,
Well,
she had 5-6 of diamonds, right?
yeah, she wouldn't have been there just yet, so, and I mean...
But still, yes,
Yeah.
with her short stack. But if Ben decides to not give up now, it will get ugly for him. I mean, this is an easy enough flop for him to do so. He does have 2 overcards, has the backdoor flush draw, but...
Yeah, now is not the time to get stubborn. Rafi Ben. 290,000. You have 1.4 million behind. And you also have to be fearful of the bet that potentially could come on the turn. That's good. And taps the table. That actually means well played in that spot. So I like his attitude. It's, I mean, he is an action player. He wears his emotions or his heart on his sleeve, like you said, Jason. But he is polite, and I mean, we need more players like that in poker. I think, you know, who show what they actually feel. Okay, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not GTO. I mean, emotional-wise, but we need some entertainment. I mean, it livens up the game.
Yeah, in any sport or hobby for that matter that's televised, it's the people that are doing something a little bit different are the ones that you remember. Obviously, you remember the best in the game too, but yeah, you can think of any sport, and there's always going to be the one guy that isn't in the top 10, gal as well, but certainly rememberable.
Folded around.
Tony G is kind of like that. I mean, I think he's a very good poker player, but to put him in, let's say, the top 100, sorry, Tony, if you're listening, would be a massive stretch in my mind. Yet, in terms of a player that people want to watch on the TV stream, he would be very high up there.
Hakala has opened the button with A7 suited. Schuster with a glance over at Hakala. Why are you doing this? Well, she's got another round now, but she has to get it in sooner or later. I think maybe even this next round. Schuster has folded, but Ben has called. Flop 10, king, king. Oh, Schuster, that's unfortunate, but don't look at the flop. Don't look at the flop, Yasmin.
She's still looking in the air.
Yeah, keep looking up. Don't look. No. Don't. Oh. She would have flopped trips. And look at this. Ben, who just donks out on this flop. 140.
All sorts of gears by Ben, and this might actually work. His timing might be correct this time.
8 high. Yasmin, she think no way that you have a king.
Yeah, she's not too thrilled she wasn't coming along in the hand, but she's in the small blind, so she really shouldn't be playing that. So she's an experienced player. She's probably not thinking that way.
Now, and look at this.
Wow.
Folds an ace, but the thing is, Yasmin just glanced up at Hakala when he opened the button, and that was because she would have pushed her king against Ben's small big blind if she got the opportunity to.
Yeah, for sure.
So
And Ben is back all smiles again. This is the Ben that entered the final table,
Yeah.
so just takes winning one hand, making one proper fold, and winning one hand.
Yehuda Josef, first to act. He folds. Florian Fuchs with pocket sixes. Opens. Håkan folds. Torsrud folds. Hakaram with ace 5.
Florian would be happy to see this fold around to the blinds, or at least to Yasmin, who is short stacked. He would call shove that short. But Hako thinking of making some kind of move with his ace 5. If it's suited, pretty much nowadays a lot of people are 3-betting.
Yeah, the former world champion frustrated Negreanu during this year's World Series of Poker with ace 4 jams as an example. Espen Ulnjørstad. Ben in the small blind. No, no. Good Ben. Good. Aziz with king 10 suited in the big blind. And he calls. Ace, deuce 5. Aziz checks.
Fuchs will likely try to rep this ace. And even if he's called, it's maybe not bad news if from the big blind might call with a 5 or 2, which you have beat.
But Aziz is not putting anything more into this pot. Any more money, I should say. Works out fine for Fuchs, who is up to 3 million now. Yeah, I agree with you, Jason. I think, you know, the break that is coming will do the players good.
Commentators are getting hungry as well.
Yeah,
No?
I can go for a couple of more hours before I eat. That's fine. No, but the thing is, I mean, it often is like this because the first 3 hours were like, we had drama, there were chips flying, players getting knocked out, and you know, it didn't take much more than, well, 3 hours and then some to get down to the final 8. No, the final 9, I mean.
I expect a nice pace, though, going forward. We're at a 31 or 30 big blind average currently.
Yeah.
And if we don't lose anybody at this blind level, then it's even less. It'll be like 23 big blind average.
Yeah, but still, the players feel it, you know, all this action, all the stuff, you know. And now Schuster with Queen Jack from the cutoff, all in, Queen Jack. Finally, she got an opening, and she took it,
Oh,
and
no.
she is just really unlucky because Josef is at least, well, he is going to call. He is in the big blind. It's folded to him. And that's a call, and Schuster is dominated.
Hasn't gotten up from her seat, so maybe she
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
optimistic.
Get up from your seat, take off the jacket, put it back on, and the jack
Oh, wow.
in the flop. Okay.
Not out of the woods yet, but in good shape now. Tables have turned for Yasmin.
But for now, an ace and only an ace. And the deuce of hearts It's a safe card. No ace on the river. Look at Jasmine Schuster. And she fades and she doubles. And she smiles.
Even if she just ladders up one spot, this hand was crucial that she got to stay alive. I mean, it was a perfectly good shove and perfectly acceptable call, just the way the cards went out, but look at the emotion here.
Yeah, and just in time for the dinner break, Jasmine Schuster doubles up. So we will be on a break. The players will be back to keep fighting it out for the top prize of 60,000 euros. We'll be back in 30 minutes. And we are back. The players are back from the dinner break. And I think a lot of the 8 final players we have left in this tournament with a starting field of 120, no, excuse me, 620 entries needed that break. But as we see, Josef is still chip leader, closely followed by Hakana. Fuchs in third, back up to 3 million. Hakan 2.6, Torsrud 2.3. Ben has 1.5. That's 18 big blinds right now. Schuster with 12 big blinds, and Assis, the shortest stack, with 9 big blinds. And this is what they are playing for: 5,090 euros for the person who busts out in 8th place, and 60,000 euros for the winner, Jason.
Yeah, quite nice prizes on tap. I won't be surprised if there's a deal made at some point, but they'll still have to play for money, but it'll be a nice prize nonetheless. Third biggest Coolbet Open in history, nearly as big as the one last year, and it's a brand new location, so onward and upward for the Coolbet Open. And yeah, looking forward to an exciting conclusion. We don't expect it to happen this blind level. There should be plenty of play left. They still have a 29 big blind average. So it could go sometime. A couple of short stacks though in play, but we keep seeing the short stacks double up. Let's see if that trend continues.
There has been a lot of drama, and look at this. Ville Tapani Hakala. He's put on, well, he's actually done a dress change here, Jason.
Yeah, we did have a 45-minute dinner break, so either he went shopping and found this, or had this saved up in case he made the official final table.
Something Beatle-esque about that jacket, Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Heart Club's man.
Yeah, I do like it.
Yep. He folds. Schuster got the double up in the last hand before the dinner break, and is still here. No longer the shortest stack at the table. He has folded around to Josef, ace, king, off. And do you see that Jägermeister bottle? I have the story. I'm going to tell you after this hand, okay?
Okay, I'm looking forward to it because I don't know the answer to this one.
Just limps in on Fuchs's big blind.
A little bit of Hollywooding going on though, looking like he's in pain. Yeah, Fuchs not falling for the trap. This is easily a hand he could be raising from the big blind.
10-8 suited. 5-7 deuce. That flop should, well, since Josef limped in, it might have hit him. But we know it hasn't. He has his king. He is going to bet. And needs to bet at least 80,000 because the blinds have gone up, playing 40-80 now, and he bets 80, gets the call from Fuchs. Ace on the turn, hits Josef. Checks this time, playing tricky against the Austrian pro.
I like the check a lot because he'd be checking anyway if the ace didn't come most likely, so he should be checking now and setting the trap instead of giving up on the hand.
And he gets a bet out of Fuchs. 125,000.
No, obviously against Fuchs's
Two.
two, you're behind
225.
quite a lot of hands, but so it doesn't mean he should be raising here just because we see he has the best hand. But he's not going anywhere, at least not to a bet of 225,000.
And he raises. And Fuchs folds. So nice one for the chip leader Josef, up to 4.3 million. That Jägermeister bottle, he was handed that from Daniel Schaker, who was knocked out in 10th place. Daniel Schaker was gifted that bottle from another player earlier in the tournament. And if Josef is knocked out, I hope he will give the bottle to the player who knocked him out, because that's kind of the deal with that bottle.
So eventually the winner should wind up with the bottle if everything goes to plan.
And the winner should drink a lukewarm Jägermeister that's been handed around for days.
I'm not sure that every player signed up for that as part of the winning package.
Well, I mean, I guess that means bad karma. Bad poker karma, anyway.
Or they don't drink alcohol.
That could be as well. Of course, you are excused. Schuster with ace queen.
On about 13 big blinds. Very often this is a shoving stack, but it could be raising stack for Schuster. She has a lot of poker under her belt, but chooses to shove. So about 12, 13 big blinds going into the pot. Lots of quick folds.
All the way around to Håkan. And he has 6-3, so raise and take it for Schuster. No more drama, but there has been a lot of drama so far on this final day. And if you just tuned in and want to catch up, you can go to Poker Listings and click on the live updates or live blog, and you will find a lot of the key hands that has been played today. And there has been a lot of them, Jason.
Yeah, there have been a lot of hands. That blog is also on the Coolbet Open website as well, and there's a lot of other information, including the chip counts as of the breaks for the main event and who is still alive and kicking in the side events today, one of which is ongoing. Caught up with a few players playing that, including Anu is playing in the mini main event, and then there's a turbo tonight and starting in about an hour and 45 minutes.
We are missing Ylva Torsrud right now in seat 1. And if you are a friend of or family of Ylva, don't worry, she's not knocked out. She's still in.
But it's not like Ylva to miss hands at a final table, so I hope everything is okay. Let's see what's going on here.
Here we go.
What does he have?
Hakala opened to 160,000 with pocket fours. Aziz has ace 10 off. He is all in for 770,000. Still have players behind left to act. Josef and Schuster folds. And so does Fuchs. No, Schuster is folded. She's in the big. No, she's not. She's folded. Yep. It's Torsrud in the big blind. So dead big blind in this hand.
Not the easiest decision for Hakala. If it was a bit more, it would be an easy fold. A bit less, an easy call. For 7.5 more big blinds, it probably should be based on what he thinks about what Aziz can be shoving with. The problem is he's not likely doing it with 3s and 2s, although maybe he is, or with hands that contain those cards. So at best you're flipping if you call. Maybe there's an ace-3, ace-deuce, ace-4 that you're far ahead of.
And look at this, he calls. So Aziz is flipping for his tournament life. Hakala ahead right now. Aziz with the overs. $1.7 million in the middle.
Oh,
8, 9, 10. Aziz with top pair, top kicker. Hakala needs a 4. Or running down. No, diamonds are covered. So, and the 3 does not do it. Just a 4 to knock out Aziz. And the 5 is close. He gets the double up to 1.7. Hakala smiling down to 2.8.
the trend continues, so the short stack's doubling up. This time it was a coin flip, pretty standard shove. You can argue one way or the other, as I mentioned, as he was deliberating whether it should be a call mathematically or not, but a lot of that's dependent on a variety of factors, and let's just say it's borderline either way.
A big smile on Majid Aziz's face.
Yeah, it's been a little while since we've seen him look up and be a little bit happy. I mean, it's hard as a short stack. You do feel actually physical pain sometimes waiting, and that sometimes leads to being a little too anxious. Just because you haven't gotten cards in a while doesn't mean that this hand, which is the best you've seen in 2 orbits, is the one you should be doing it with either. I often hear that as an excuse. Well, I was card dead for an orbit. That doesn't mean you should have shoved your 10-8 suited from early position for 12 big blinds.
Joseph with Queen 5. Does have a lot of chips, but no. So Fuchs gets a chance to open, but 6-4, too thin. Håkan with the king on the button. He folds. So Torsrud against Hakara, but no, we get a walk, and that's a good chance to remind. Don't look! Okay, ace, yeah. But still, a good chance to remind you of the free roll that's starting on Coolbet in 40 minutes. So 1900 Central European time, there's a free roll. There's a prize on my head, a 50 euro festival ticket, and there is a 100 euro festival ticket to the winner with prizes from 1st to 24th place. So go into Coolbet. The password, Jason, is
Canada, not the food, but the country with a capital C. Capital C-A-N-A-D-A. Canada.
impressive. I mean, the spelling.
It's really cool that Coolbet used themes of a lot of the countries that they offer services in as the password. We had Estonia earlier this week. We had Chile, really the country and not the food. We did have, I think, Bratislava or Slovakia, but that's just because that's where the Coolbet Open is.
Yeah, it was Slovakia, yeah. And unfortunately, the series, or I should say our broadcast, didn't have enough days to actually get all the different nationalities that have been playing at the Coolbet Open in. But there were a lot of nationalities represented here in the Coolbet Open during this week. I will be giving out my nick on Coolbet shortly before the tournament starts, just so that everyone knows who to look for. I do feel the pressure, Jason. I mean, when I went all in yesterday, I think I got just 5 callers.
Yeah, and it's not as if anybody wanted your bounty.
No. I was kind of expecting the whole table too.
Brandon Milfset, who had a rough day today. I mean, he had a lot of chips, but nothing can go his way. He's back in Budapest already, so in the time it took us to go on dinner break, basically, is when he made it home.
Yeah,
good to see you again, Brandon. Sorry it didn't go a little better for you today, or a lot better, or just not bad.
I think it's just an hour and a half by train from Bratislava.
And what if you're walking?
It's gonna take longer. Aziz with Ace Jack opens to 200,000. Folded around to Torsrud, Ace Queen in the cutoff.
It's a 2.5x raise she's facing too, so if it was a 2x, it makes the 3-bet a little easier because you're not putting in as big a percentage of your stack.
She just calls. Hakala folds the button. Schuster folds the small blind. Ben is going nowhere. 10-8 suited in the big blind. And 8-3 queen. Top pair, top kicker for Torsrud, who will be in position in this hand. 8 for Ben, he checks. Aziz checks behind.
Discipline check there by Aziz. It does typically hit his range, but in this case he is dominated by Ilva.
This could spell trouble for Ben, who has a piece of this. Second pair, backdoor flush draw. Two pair possibilities. 200,000 from Torsrud. And Ben calls. Aziz doesn't look happy and folds. King on the turn.
Might slow down the action. We'll
Check
see.
from Ben.
If Ilva puts her opponent on an 8x kind of hand, though, expect her to be betting.
Could go for pot control. I mean, stack to pot ratio, and she does. She checks. Ace on the river. Two pair for Torsrud. Oh, Ben, I think he's just given up this one with the 3 overcards to his pair. Two pair for Torsrud. Should be safe to go for value. And she does. Often, I mean, it's unfortunate the times you get check raised by Jack 10, but not this time, and Ben gets out of the way, he folds. So a nice one for Torsrud, up to 2.8 million. And that's an all-time high in this tournament for the streamer from Norway. Streamer and Coolbet ambassador, the last one remaining in the main event.
Last Norwegian and last Coolbet ambassador and last streamer. All those things.
Yeah.
Not the last lady standing, though, because we still also have Yasmin Schuster in seat number 3. We still have we have 2 Austrians, 2 Finnish, 2 Israelis, and then 1 from Egypt and 1 from Norway.
Fredrik Janik Hikibas or Hichgibas says, "Hi guys, just watching from the airport on my way back, enjoying the commentary." Thank you, Fredrik.
Thank you, Frederick. Safe travels. Hope you enjoyed your experience.
And look forward to meeting you next time, because we had a lot of fun. Was fortunate to play with Frederick not just once but twice during this series. Yeah,
that's a coincidence.
Not
'Cause
really.
you've
Not really.
But you only played 3 tournaments, right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. So you are right. Okay, Schuster folds the button. Ben in the small blind. 3 deuce. Does limp in here on Aziz's big blind. He has 10-8. Happy to check that one. Jack for king. 2 clubs.
Let's see what Ben's plan was with limping with trade do. Obviously not a plan.
Check, check. 5 on the turn. Now Ben with the open-ended straight draw. And he checks. I don't really get that check, but ace on the river. Maybe that was his plan, to make sure he had the nuts. Now, well, not the nuts, because the nuts is Broadway, Queen 10. But
got the runner wheel.
yeah. Should be good here, the way this one has been played. Probably not
and
gonna.
it better work.
Yeah, probably not gonna work. Not gonna get paid here, but sizes up a bet of well, it's a big bet. 265 and a quick fold from Aziz.
You know, 3 high, the best.
We have Tati Lind in the chat too.
Yeah, aiming for that 3rd spot on Malta all time, do you, Brandon? I guess.
Tati had that spot at one point.
Do you think he'll ever get it back?
It depends whether Tati decides to stay Maltese or not. That's the first question. But if so, why not? Tati plays quite a lot.
So Brandon has also been in there saying hi, guys. Up back to Budapest, like you said. So we have two of the players that we actually had on the feature table during this tournament, and unfortunately Frederic was knocked out earlier, but Brandon, he went deep and was really unlucky. Especially yesterday, no today, but I mean, he had some moments earlier as well. Just clawed back every single time until the last time. Håkon opens Jack 10. Folded to Ben on the button. Also has Jack 10. He folds Aziz with King Jack in the small blind. No.
He seems frustrated every single time he has to fold, or that he chooses to fold. He didn't have to fold there.
Was forced to fold, I think.
I like the fold, but even though we see it was dominating, but he doesn't have to.
Raise and take it for Håkon, who has been on the passive side all day today, but still he hasn't really had to do anything. Came into the day as chip leader, and I mean, he's just been cruising along. He's lost a few hands, he's won some, and never really been at risk. And
Yeah, he's been at like this 2.6 to 3 million chip count pretty much most of today. I think he was down to maybe 2.1 at one point. That was maybe but not for very long.
and look at Torsrud, because I mean, she was, I think, close to Hakala. They were pretty close on the chip count going into the final day.
Short stack at the final table too. She had, I think, 600,000 and change at the final table when it began.
Yeah, and now both of them are up there. Of course, Hakala a bit down now, but still has kind of been a comeback tournament, this one, or at least a comeback final day.
Looks like just a completion by Yehuda there.
Limps in on Fuchs's big blind. No, he does not. He races actually to 165. King Jack for Fuchs. It looked like a limp.
Yeah, it did, but
King.
if it
Ace,
was a limp,
8.
Fuchs would feel very good about this flop. Now he has some questions. Does Joseph have an ace or a better king? Not that he could have a better king, but a king 8.
And Fuchs calls. Does have the backdoor flush draw. Backdoor nut flush draw and spade on the turn. Does have the best hand. If not, now he knows that he can win with a spade. Josef knows that his queen high is probably not good, but he checks. And Fuchs checks behind. Another ace on the river. Is Josef going to try to represent?
He actually now has some showdown value, so I wouldn't be surprised if he checks just from that aspect. Although anything that your opponent called with on the flop basically got there now with the spade coming on the turn, and another ace on the river makes 8 or a king very sticky to call.
Feels he has to bet and does so, but how much was that? 670 in the middle. He bets 450,000 with Queen High. Fuchs with the best hand.
Not making a quick decision. I would think that the ace pairing the board on the river would make this a little faster.
And he calls. Josef down to 3.6 million. Fuchs up to 3.2.
Very nicely played by Fuchs, letting Yehuda do all the dirty work for him. And back above 3 million. That's an example of remaining composed. He was on the downswing, but didn't really overreact to that. Waited and waited and waited, and then found two good spots to collect some pots now.
He was down to 1 million not long ago. Send Torsrud down to third place on the chip count. She folds. Hakala, ace 4. Still in good shape with his 2.8 billion. And he opens. Folded to Ben. Ace King. 1.2 million in the stack.
And we've seen Ben shove wide, maybe not today, but at other tables. This is 15 big blinds.
Did he say 5? No, he's sizing up more. Yeah, it was 520. Aziz with the ace 9 suited.
Does not look happy.
Oh, it's been a while since he last looked happy.
It was after he won a hand. Then he looked happy for half a next hand until he had to fold again.
Yeah, it's a big warm smile that he has, but not this time. He folds. He also folds the button. Fuchs folds the small blind, and Håkan folds the big blind back to Hakala. And he gets away from it. Well, doesn't really have the pep in his step that he had when he was the table captain, Ben.
Yeah, I would think he would be a little bit happier about picking up 4.5 big blinds without seeing a flop. Wasn't a made hand. I know it's nice to double up every single time you have ace king, but that's not how these things work. Maybe they do for you, Stig. Do you double every single time you get ace king?
No, I wish. Would have been nice. Sometimes you run into hands that don't really.
Meanwhile, Josef with the queens here.
Speaking of one of those hands that ace king often loses to, well, around 50% of the times, as long as you get it in. Josef with the queens. He opens.
Looks like he was counting out a min raise, but let's be sure.
King 10 for Fuchs. And you're absolutely right. Min raise from Josef. Standard opening size. Fuchs is gonna call in position. It's on the button. Håkan folds the small blind. Torsrud in the big blind, getting a good prize to defend. No, she's not. She was in the small blind. And, oh, here we go. Hakala missed his big blind.
Flatting king 10 can sometimes get you in trouble. It shouldn't in this case, only because Yosef doesn't have a king in his hand.
I was mistaken.
Oh, it's a 3-bet
I
and a 4-bet.
I was mistaken. I thought that Fuchs had just called. I forgot that he has not yet just called in spots like this before. He has a tendency to 3-bet to get both position and initiative. And the 4-bet from Josef, and he takes it down. So takes back some of the chips that he lost to Fuchs not long ago.
As long as he feels nobody's going to 4-bet him light, I imagine we're going to see continued 3-bets from Florian.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that he has some spice. Looking back at the stream, and Aziz all in. No, that was a string bet. I think it was judged as a string bet, so only the reds. He pushed forward.
It might as well be all in though.
Yeah,
If it's the Reds.
yeah, maybe the dealer said just leave the small ones and we'll count it if needed. I think that was what happened. And it might be needed because Akala with the ace-jack. And he was actually in the big blinds. I was right. Torshu was in the big blind last hand.
1,300,000.
Not a snap decision here. It is for half his stack. This time we can see Hakala is behind, but sometimes he will be ahead facing a shove for 16 big blinds. Staring into space, probably doing some calculations.
Yeah, space or the tournament clock. And he folds.
Very, very good card. No?
Well, when he looks back at the stream, he'll be happy that he folded. Of course, he could have hit with his ace-jack, but he was dominated by ace-king.
And Aziz tells him, I had really, really good cards, you know. And he did. Okay, just a reminder for the free roll coming up. My nick on Coolbet is Sangfugl 1. In English, that's Sangfugl 1. So, I mean, just look for a big, no, a capital S and some letters in between and the number 1. I'm gonna post it in the YouTube chat now, so if you need it, just go to the YouTube chat and write it down. This is gonna take me a while. Hold on. Oops, almost misspelled it. There we go.
Meanwhile, another hand for Yosef.
Pocket fives this time.
Taking his time as well.
So the password for the free roll is Canada, and you'll find the tournament in the Coolbet Lounge starting at 1900 Central European Time.
Did he open for 200 even or 160? 160.
Håkan with pocket eights. That's why he was thinking. Has a lot of players behind.
Give me a cola zero. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very awkward spot for eights. I mean, it wouldn't be a set mine if he just called. It would be also playing in position. A 3-bet can get you in trouble on this stack. Plus, it was an early position opened by Yosef, but he does 3-bet.
450,000. So far, so good. Folded to Schuster in the big blind. Ace-3, but facing a 3-bet. She folds. Back to Josef. Would be bad timing to get sticky with a small pair here. I mean, we saw him 4-bet Fuchs not long ago. Of course, different situation, different hand.
If he just spazzed out and jammed, though, it'd be putting Hokunen in a ridiculous spot. He'd actually probably have to fold his eights, but no
Yeah,
way to
you're
roll
right.
Yosef to know that. So good fold there by Yosef, and nice awareness by Hokunen. Very often you'll see players call with their eights, and I'm pretty sure his 3-bet didn't mean he had to get all his chips in. He would have recognized the strength of his opponent hand. And if it turned out to be an ace-king he was flipping against, so be it. But very often it's going to be a hand that's crushing your eights.
And if he had just called, then Schuster would have come in from the big blind with ace-3 as well. Or maybe she would even be tempted to 3-bet. Let's see what Aziz does with ace-8 suited from early position. He folds. Joseph is gone. Florian Fuchs. Jack 10 off. He folds. So does Håkon. Torsrud gets the chance, but not 7-4 suited. Hakala on the button, queen deuce. Haven't seen many random steals from Hakala. This would definitely be one. He has opened the button, but usually chooses to do so with slightly stronger hands. And he folds. Schuster now, king 9 in the small blind. 800,000, 10 big blinds behind. Rafi Ben in the big blind. And she's all in. Ben with queen 3. He's not going to call.
He's asking for a count, though.
Yeah, he is.
Maybe he really doesn't know how much it was, because it was just a few chips.
Still, it's a good way to get an exact count. I mean, well, he's right next to her. She should be able to see. And still just let her sweat for a little while. Maybe she thinks twice about doing this next time. I don't think Yasmin Schuster will think twice the next time, but against other players that might work, not Yasmin. She's going to do this every single time she gets the opportunity.
Just the queen. Yasmin not showing anything, not wanting to give away free information. There was a short time before that Ben was showing every single time he either won the pot or gave up on the pot. It looked like he gave up on that, which was good, but now he's back to it again. I'm not sure why you want to let the table know you folded a queen.
97 players in the pre-roll. Still another 13 minutes until it starts. And there is late reg for 10 full levels.
So 80 minutes plus break, so nearly an hour and a half of late reg.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, hold on. I said I'd post it. I didn't press send. Now I'm posting my nick on YouTube in the YouTube chat. There we go. Back to play. Folded around. Hakala. He folds. Schuster on the button right now. Here we go. King 9 again. Second time in a row. Could just fold here. No, she was thinking about it, but no. Would have been risky. Would have worked against Ben, who has 8-6. Limps in. Aziz with 10-4 suited. He's gonna check. And triple ace.
What a flop.
Yeah. Ben's laughing, he's smiling, and he's betting. There we
There's
go.
that smile, yeah.
Majid Aziz from Egypt.
The leveling war is going on, it looks like. Although the bet hasn't gone in.
Ben has just bet the minimum, and Aziz has red chips in his hand, but puts them back in his stack after he's folded.
More just mind games going on, not leveling games.
So Rafael Rafi Ben, 1 out of 2 Israelis on this final table. The smile is back.
The chip leader, Yehuda Yosef, is the other Israeli at the table.
I have 2 queens.
Not as active as Ben, who we determined had a long-term 60% VPIP based on a massive sample size of 10 hands. We did an extensive study, and that's the conclusion we've come up with.
Yeah, I talked to Florian Fuchs about that little, well, it wasn't a bet, but that little discussion we had around Ben's VPIP during the dinner break.
2, 3, 4, 5. Come on, 2 more. Only 2.
What if he'd taken the over or the under?
I think he was kind of on my side. There was a period when this man was very active at the table. He was the captain. He was opening a lot of hands.
I only bumped into players that were playing the mini main on break because I was also on break at the same time.
Okay, so Aziz calls from the small blind. He also checks his options in the big blind. Ben limp Jack 10, Queen 7-8 flop. So gut shot for Aziz. He checks Joseph with King High, the best hand right now. He checks Ben, also with a gut shot to the straight. They block each other. He bets 150. Aziz folds.
And now Yosef showing.
Yeah, and he folds.
So back-to-back hands here for Ben, and neither time did he have the best hand.
1.8 million now. Average stack 2.3. Could that be right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I double-checked that on the break because we're at the same number of players. And we have about 15-20 minutes left of the blind level 40-80,000. If we get to 8 players with the next level, we'll be at 23 big blinds. That's math that you can do too, Steek. You've proven that when it's like 10,000, you can do the math. So I think at 100,000, you could do the math as well.
Well, you know, more digits makes it kind of harder.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, Ben with a hand, and nobody's going to believe him. Ben playing every hand the last few.
And wakes up with aces. And what a timing, like you say, Jason. Aziz has folded the button. Yusuf in the small blind. He folds.
Sized it up to 210 as well, so not the min raise that we've seen before.
But look here, Florian Fuchs with Queen 9 suited.
How much do you have, you know? One point. I don't have under.
Well, we see that Ben, he's stacked it, well, kind of neatly, but it's not in 20 stacks, so it's kind of hard for folks to eye this. And this is actually a rule, Jason. If possible, you should stack in 20s, or, well, you'll get away with 10s, but preferably 20s. Should not be 23s, should not be 18s. And actually, a player can ask floor to tell another player to stack the chips so that it's possible to make an estimate. Fuchs calls, and I'm not saying that Ben is doing this on purpose. I think it's just the way it is. So Jack 6-9 flop could get Fuchs into a little trouble here. He checks. Ben with a fistful of chips. White ones. And Fuchs folds.
It's a jam.
Yeah, he just jammed, yeah. Okay, missed some value, Ben. But you are up to 2.1 million, closing in on average stack.
Maybe saved himself from a bad beat. That's another reason maybe he was doing it. Wanted to happy with where the pot was there.
Yeah. Magnus Berggren is in the chat, and he's writing Stig, Sangfull 1. You know, Sangfull, it's kind of like Mockingbird in Norwegian. And he asks the question, was that name in my honor? Well, Magnus, he's known as the singing Swede in Norway.
Gotcha now. Okay.
He sings at the poker table, and you can hear him. He has a lovely voice. He has a loud voice. I wish, Magnus, I didn't know you when I took that name, but I've gotten to know you
Give it to
later
Magnus.
on. Yeah, well, yeah.
I don't think it works that way, but
No.
give it to him anyway.
Yeah. Always fun to have at the table, although loud.
Josef changed too. He wasn't wearing this Nike hoodie / jumper / jacket before. Looks comfortable though, so he went for comfort, and I think who was it that went for style? Halafa.
Hakala, yeah.
Haka, sorry.
Opens to 165. Hooks in the small blind. King 10. Remind me to ask you a question after this hand, Jason.
Ask me a question after this hand.
Not now.
Okay.
Wait. Fuchs thinking about this, and he calls. And Håkan is getting a great price with King 6 suited in the big blind.
Could be a spot he chooses a 3-bet too. He hasn't been super active, but an open small blind just calling. Chooses to call as well though. Could be in trouble if a king comes now.
Could be in a good spot if a lot of diamonds comes, but no diamonds, no king. Instead an ace for Joseph. Goes check check.
If Josef can bet, it could cost Fuchs a few chips.
Yeah, he has a pair of tens on that flop. 205,000 is the bet. Facing Fuchs, he did not call post flop to fold when he hit second pair, so he calls. Håkan gets out of the way. Jack on the churn. Well, Fuchs with a straight draw to go along with his pair of tens.
Still might slow him down. I know he has that king of clubs flush draw blocker to some extent, but if Josef bets again, it's hard for Fuchs to keep going. But now Fuchs may feel good about his hand.
Goes check check, takes the free card. Josef hits another ace. Well, it's actually, he gave Fuchs a free card. Fuchs did not improve. Instead, it was Josef who improved. And Fuchs happy to check it down. Denied by Josef.
If Josef can bet on the bigger side, it's going to be hard for Fuchs to get away just because of how this is played out. Fuchs probably feels he's ahead at the moment.
We have 5-4 here, right? Or 5-2? 5-4?
Obviously, the king queen randomly got there that he may have c-bet the flop with, and may have done this just to be able to do that. So he has aces as we see.
A little more than half pot. 600 No, was it 5 or 6? 550, yeah. And this is gonna be a pretty big hit to Fuchs's stack if he calls here.
He's likely thinking, how often is my opponent able to bluff in this spot?
And he
deems it's
does
enough.
call down to 1.6 million. Josef, first man, over 5 million.
So well played by Josef. If he bets the turn, it's very doubtful he gets another call, but by checking the turn and the ace coming on the river, he disguised the strength of his hand and got paid off. Florian still in okay shape, although the blinds will be going up very soon to 50,000, 100,000, but even then he'll have, I think he was down to 1.6, 1.7 million, so not as good as where he was before, but not in super high jeopardy quite yet.
Hakala with ace-9. Under the gun. It's been quiet for a while now. And he's gonna open. $160. Schuster and Ben folds. Aziz. Yeah, no. Don't.
He really wants to play cards, you could see that.
Yeah. Josef folds. To Florian Fuchs, 10 deuce. Should be able to get away from that one. Håkan in the small blind folds. To Ylva Torsjö in the big blind. Does not defend. 7-6.
Good outcome with ace-9 for Hakala there.
Yeah. So, the free roll about to start, and you can still get in for, well, nearly an hour and a half. Look at this. Ben is not at 70%, Jason.
I don't believe these statistics.
No, it's not correct for the entire day. I think it's after they came down to 8-handed play.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah. But still, he has been quiet for a while. He's, well, he has his streaks, 3 in a row, but still. The password for the free roll is Canada with a capital C, and you'll find it in the Coolbet Open free roll.
It's interesting how the other players...
Oh my god, I forgot to register. There we go. Good thing it's late reg. I was wondering why my table hadn't popped up. So Canada, right? How do you spell that, Jason? C-A-N-A-D-A. Thank you. I'm in.
All right, good luck, Steak.
I'm gonna need it. Already 130 players registered. 24 prizes. 25 if you include the bounty on my head, which is a €50 ticket. €50 festival ticket. So you might be able to qualify to the festival here in Bratislava later this year.
I like the adjustments that Hakala has been making, actually, because he was, I think we both kind of recognize him as someone that is a very, let's say, good aggressive player, knowing when to be aggressive, that is, and taking his spots, but he understands that those spots that normally would be there may not be there, and is playing tighter to the vest. It doesn't mean he's not opening an ace-9 under the gun, where maybe some others may fold it. It should be an open for most of the table anyway, but it means he's not overplaying stuff, letting the action come to him. You have Ben that likes to open hands. Yehuda's been opening up a lot of hands as well, but he basically has been getting cards. And then you have Florian, who has different modes, and just waiting for his spots now.
Ben always looks pained before he has to fold, but he does. 10-6 under the gun. Aziz folds. Hoodie off for Aziz. You forgot to remind me to ask me a question, Jason.
Yes, you were going to ask a question that I was supposed to remind you about. We got interrupted with the free roll, which you just timed out of already.
Yeah, I
Stig.
know. I apologize, but remind me after this hand, okay? Not of
About
timing out.
timing out?
No,
No.
no. Remind me the question again.
Unless you did time out.
Yeah. Folded to Ylva Thorsrud on the button. And Tommy Ravn says, Hiya Ylva. That's kind of equivalent to go Ylva.
Hey,
Okay.
Tommy.
I guess you got it. Yeah, you know Tommy.
Yeah, yeah.
That's in the chat on YouTube. A lot of activity, a lot of players in there. Thorsrud with Queen 3 suited opens to 160,000. Hakala with pocket 8s in the small blind.
And although I said he's been fairly situational, this is a spot where he's going to be very situational.
Look at Ylva's nails.
Uh-huh.
That's the
Two
cool,
different colors.
the Coolbet colors. And this is something. Well, she's passionate about a lot of things: poker, food, dogs, but also nails.
And Coolbet.
Of course, she's a Coolbet ambassador. So Schuster gets a good price after Hakala decides just to call, but folds the 5 deuce suited. Does not defend. Would have been in trouble. Top set for Hakala. Nothing there for Thorsrud, so I guess Hakala is going to check, and he did. He might get a c-bet out of the Coolbet ambassador in this spot. No, she checks behind. Takes the free card. Board pairs full house for Hakala now. Thorsrud drawing dead.
He may bet here because it's 2 suits, but not bet big, hoping that Ylva is on some kind of draw. Really hoping she has a 7, but that's wishful thinking. Obviously, if she has Queen 3 suited, Ylva would also be playing a Queen 7 suited opening the button. It looks like a small bet is coming. That's a bigger bet.
Yeah, he has to try to.
It's not super big. It's going to be like 200 and change.
Yeah, but still, it's like, yeah, you have to try to get as much in the middle as possible, and
195, yeah.
Thorsrud gets away from it, luckily for her. Has been a lot of activity in the chat. Have a lot of people we know in the chat. Mathias Lærdal,
Hello.
Svein-Erik Visnesbakk. Unnskyld, Vinsnesbakk. Now I'm even having problem with my Norwegian, Jason, not just English. It's kind of like I'm torn between the two languages now.
I thought you were just doing that to make me feel better, mispronouncing all the Norwegian names.
Bad Bumpy. Says 2 legends in the commentator booth.
Uh-huh. Thank you.
And Spike D informs everyone that we are known as Waldorf and Statler now.
Ha 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 ha.
Ooh, that was horrible. Folded around to, well, not that far around, but to Håkon in the hijack. King, Queen.
If we're either together during Halloween, Stig, we can dress the part, get the proper Muppets outfits. Otherwise, it might be awkward, but we can do it otherwise as well, if you prefer.
I mean, otherwise it might be awkward. It would. I think that's kind of awkward. Håkon finally got the opportunity to open. Hasn't been really that many opportunities for the Finn. Folded around to Ben, ace-6 in the big blind. And he, well, looks like he's gonna raise.
Our loose cannon showing heart once again.
And here's the 3-bet. He is ahead from what we've seen from Håkon. He hasn't really been interested in these kind of confrontations. 530,000. 370 for Håkon to call.
Maybe he picks something up because his timing is good. Håkon can't blow up his stack with King Queen, even though it is a very strong hand. It does get him to fold, so very nice there by Ben. We've been joking around a little bit, but this play in particular was a very good one.
So, up to 2.3 million, which is the average stack right now.
Will both commentators go to NM in Gardermoen?
Jon Magnusson, he's actually Swedish.
I will not, unfortunately. Stig will be joined by his normal Norwegian commentator doing commentating in Norwegian. I don't think anybody wants to hear me do Norwegian well, maybe somebody does, but you're not going to understand anything.
My normal commentator, I don't know how normal. I wouldn't call him normal.
Normal Norwegian is what I meant. Because you're doing mostly Norwegian commentating. The English is something you do occasionally, where Norwegian is, 90-95% of the time, if not more.
If not more. You're right. But I guess we are going to see Jon Magnusson there, even though he's Swedish. He's allowed to play, but he's kind of like, we've adopted Jon.
I think I'm in Malta then, actually.
Yes, you are. No, it's the same as Magnus Berggren. You know, they are... And, you know, the rivalry between Norwegians and Swedes is kind of blown out of proportions. You know, we actually like each other.
Meanwhile, look at Fuchs here. 3-bet shoving his ace-king.
Well, Josef opened to 200,000 under the gun.
Josef is the one player at the table that can do these kind of things and it not be a big deal when he's shoved upon. And is thinking this is maybe cards I would really like to play, my 9-6 suited.
Yep, but no. Aziz folds the big blind. Back to Josef. This is kind of a hand in cookie jar situation, Jason.
Yeah, just saving some face here, asking for the count. He's Josef has shown us that he shouldn't be calling here. If it was ace-jack, then I wouldn't know what he's doing, but with jack-10, I'm pretty sure he's not going to call a 1.6 million shove, unless the count is off. So let's take an eyeball look there. It looks about 1.6-ish, and maybe slightly less. Maybe 1.5, but similar.
Yeah, well... No, it's not really wow. Josef, I mean, he's fishing here for, you know, like a tell or something.
Yeah, maybe something to use on a future hand?
Yeah, but if he's not, he's just wasting everyone's time, his own included.
He is wasting everybody's time with that because there's no tell that he could possibly get that would lead him to thinking that this is a good call.
No, but like you said, for future...
Yeah, but even that is wasting people's time. You do
It is.
You do it for a little while, for like 30 seconds, it's okay. This was a couple minutes with Jack-10.
And blinds are up. So he was kind of wasting his own time because he's going to be the big blind now and has to pay more than he would have had to play had he folded faster.
Maybe he was distracted by either Nikita or the Cool Bear.
I think it was the Cool Bear. Here, I don't, is Coolbet, is it, I mean, we are in 2023, so I should weigh my word cautiously, but, and I mean, do we even know the gender? Is there a gender for the Cool Bear at all?
Let's just say that the it's not really an outfit, but the outer area.
What?
The outer area of the outer area of the Cool Bear does not lend us to believe if the Cool Bear is a male or female. But it doesn't really matter, actually. The Cool Bear is fairly asexual, I have to say.
Yeah,
so
I think so too. But Jason, I mean, outfit. I mean,
I mean, the Cool Bear does have to wear a shirt and pants sometimes, so that sometimes the Cool Bear has to be in public.
yeah, your son, I guess you like told him as soon as he could understand language that there is no Santa Claus, right? That the guy standing outside the mall is actually a guy in a Santa costume, not the real Santa Claus.
I forget when he asked me, and I always made a promise with him to tell the truth. And I said, "Are you really going to want to know the answer one way or the other?" And he said no, but then he came back to me, and yeah, eventually I told him. And he's like, "Dad, I wish you never told me." And I said, "Well,
Well,
it is what it is."
And
And so
Cool-
you were going to find out this year anyway, so
Yeah.
it wasn't this year that he found out, but you know what I'm saying.
I still prefer to think that Cool Bear is not. It's not an outfit with a person inside, because I think that actually might be punishable by law to put someone in that outfit in the heat here in Bratislava in the middle of September.
But the Cool Bet needs to wear clothes, so the Cool Bet still the Cool Bear still needs to wear clothes, so the Cool Bear is still wearing an outfit.
Oh, so you can't go commando in the Cool Bear outfit?
I mean, the Cool Bear gets away with it somehow, but sometimes he remembers, or she remembers that in common society we wear clothes when we go to like places like the bus.
Thank you, Matthias. He says non-binary bear. That was the word I was searching for. You are American. You should have thought of that word.
We're not sure if he or she is non-binary. We know asexual for the most part.
Okay. Yeah, you're right, actually. Back to the action. Folded around to Schuster. She folds. So does Ben and Assis. Joseph in the small blind. Jack 7. Limps in, or completes from the small blind if you prefer. Fuchs checks his option with a deuce. And hits top pair. Open-ended straight draw for Joseph.
I didn't think these two hands would lead to some kind of confrontation, but yeah, a open ender and top pair.
$100,000 and call. 5 pairs to board. Another 100 from Josef. Fuchs calls with the best hand. 700,000 in the middle, 10 on the river. Fuchs is still best.
I think Josef was just trying to set the price on the flop in the turn. Let's see though if he bluffs the river anyway.
Well, he knows he has to if he's gonna win, but he gives up and checks.
Good
Fuchs.
check back.
Yeah, well, even Florian Fuchs, I mean, he is good, but to go for thin value from a 6 or a small pocket pair, that's kind of risky, even for him with all his poker skills.
I think we saw you fold a premium hand in this free roll though, Steak. You showed
Yeah.
your ace. There was an ace 8-8 jack X.
I'm-
maybe, and you folded facing you bet, and you were jammed upon and got rid of it.
I'm not just gonna give my bounty away, gift my bounty away. You have to work for it. Come on, I'm capable of doing big folds, no matter what the what rumor has it.
And you don't think that free roll players are capable of bluffing?
Yeah, but I mean, this is a marathon, not a sprint. 8-minute levels online.
Really good structure for a free roll.
It is. Schuster with a 6 suited. Blinds up 500, 100,000, and she goes with it. Has a lot of players to get through. And Joseph is
no.
one of them. He has pocket jacks on the button. And he isolates. Chip leader all in.
Well, we haven't seen anybody else with an ace yet.
No. And it's folded around. And Jasmin Schuster from Austria is in trouble. She needs an ace. A lot of clubs. Or some, of course, straight possibilities. But she needs 4 true straight on the board. So ace or clubs is what's most likely can save her. And an ace!
Wow.
It's an ace! And now Joseph needs a jack to knock Schuster out. Deuce on the turn. And the river. Is another deuce. She gets the double. It's up to 1.9 and fist bumps all around, also from Josef. I like to see that. That's such good sportsmanship.
Yeah, Josef has proven in the past to be a good sportsman in here as well. Very unfortunate for him. He got it in very good. And it's not the first time Schuster's doubled up. We keep seeing, though, that the short stack, whether ahead, flipping, or behind, keeps getting there. So Schuster now is the latest beneficiary. Before that was Ilva Yevakim Thorsrud, who also basically could have been on the rail in 8th place when her Queen Jack actually got there with the Queen coming on the flop against Ace Jack.
And the C is now the shortest stack at the table, playing at 10 big blinds. Well, 1.1 million should be 11 big blinds. Do you see how good I am at math, Jason?
Yeah, that's good. You're even better than the screen, which says 10 big blinds.
Wow.
But Josef's still in the chip lead, so it just went to show how big his chip lead was, because it's still not small. He leads by more than 1 million chips. Obviously, if most players double up, they can take the chip lead, especially if it's through him. But it's still big enough where he covers every player and would still have some left over.
Josef back in the saddle. Opens ace deuce. Fuchs. Did he? No, he folded. Okay. Håkan folds. So does Thorsrud. In the big blinds. Raise and take it for Josef.
And I would say the smile was back for Josef, but he didn't seem to mind doubling up Yasmin. So a smile is still there for Josef after adding 250,000.
Yeah, the blinds are catching up now. And we will... I mean, somebody has to bust sooner or later. And if they keep going like this, it could... well, we could potentially have a fast period where players bust frequently.
I guess in theory, players can just keep doubling infinitely.
Of course.
And 1 in 1 zillion trillion Googleplex billion.
So I'm playing a hand in the free roll right now. You can get in, but be fast. I might be out after this hand. No, I'm not.
You got folds.
Yep.
Almost back to starting stack. I
Assis.
don't think I've seen you above starting stack.
No, that's true. Assis all in. 11 big blinds. Folded around to the big blind. Hakala with queen deuce. He folds.
I'm not just talking about today, all like 3 or 4 free rolls that you've played. I think I haven't seen a 5-digit number other than when the first cards were dealt, and then it goes away fast.
Yeah, well.
Worst free roll player ever.
I'm kind of busy doing other stuff as well. I might not be playing my A game.
Excuses, excuses.
I might time out from time to time. I mean, I know it kind of sounds easy doing commentary, you know, sitting on our behinds all day, drinking coffee. relaxing, watching exciting poker, but actually, well, at least for me, it's I have to think, Jason. It's Aziz all in twice in a row, ace jack this time.
So far, so good. Nobody's showing up with any cards to think about.
Oh, Hakala, ace 9 folded, and Schuster queen 8 in the big blind. She is forced to fold.
That's how you can tell Hakala has been in the spot many times before, where some of the other players would have stopped and pretended to be in pain, or maybe actually been in pain with their ace 9. He didn't even think about it. As soon as he looked down, straight into the muck.
Yeah, we talked about Hakala earlier on and have mentioned several times, both yesterday and today, that he won the 8-game tournament here in Bratislava on Friday.
Because you didn't play.
Well, he missed out on a bigger prize pool. I think he would have won that one anyway.
Come on.
Because Senkel didn't play that.
Yeah, well, Senkel would have been tough to handle, but I mean, he has been beaten. Josef with pocket 9s now. I think Senkel actually just had a couple of podium places in Barcelona recently. No victories, so he can be beaten.
I don't believe it.
And aces for Hakala after Josef opened with pocket 9s. Hakala, the effective stack here, 2.5 million behind. He's on the button. We do have Schuster and Ben in the blinds. Even though he's got position, there will be a 3-bet here. Doesn't really want to let in the players in the blind for cheaps. So he 3-bets. Schuster. Oh, has she woken up with a hand? She has!
Wow.
This could spell disaster
Wow.
for Schuster. Ace-King.
Wow, not much she can do here. This is
16 big blinds
rough.
behind Jason. Yeah, this is going in.
And she just got that double up too. Maybe she'll get lucky again though. This would take a lot more luck than what she just had.
It will. She is heavily dominated.
Of
And
course, we're assuming she's getting her chips in. She hasn't acted yet, so maybe she will see a lot of action in front of her and decide maybe these guys will bust each other.
no, but at this point with 16
Yeah.
big blinds, you have to go with this one. It's just a cooler. It's so unlucky. Ben folds the big blind, and Josef might get away from this now, but he does have a pocket pair. We have seen him do frisky stuff, but he says, I have to fold, and Schuster gets the bad news. It's just so unlikely that Hakala has aces in this spot, but he does. So to all you blocker fanatics, it makes it less likely, but not totally 100% impossible. This is just a cooler for Schuster. She needs help. She has 2 live suits. Could get Broadway cards. And still manages to smile. She's been in this spot before. She knows this is just the way it is. And okay, well, a little hope on that flop. Needs a 10 or a jack to still have hope. But a deuce is no help. She's drawing dead on the turn. And Jasmin Schuster from Austria is out in 8th place.
5,090 euro prize. So it's been a good day for Yasmin.
Yeah, and she has, to her credit, also made the most spectacular play we've seen on our broadcast yesterday, when she just bluffed Pito, who had the 2 pair with an ace. in the pocket, and she had 8 high. Got him to fold on the river.
Very good sportsmanship by Yasmin there as well. She hugged several of the players with still all smiles. So I'm sure once you're on the final table and once you just doubled up, you're looking at that 60,000 euro top prize of the trophy. But still, it was an incredible run. It's nothing to sneeze about, finishing 8th place out of 620 runners.
And now the 7 remaining players are guaranteed at least 7,260 euros. Ylva Thorsrud in seat 1. She has bested her result in Coolbet Open. Finished 8th in May last year in Tallinn, and here in Bratislava she is guaranteed at least 7th place.
Could have gone so much different as well for Ylva. Not so long ago, about an hour ago, she got her Queen Jack in and got there against... no, she got her Ace Jack in against Ace Queen, and a Jack came. I'm mixing up the short stack bad beat delivers on the big stack. I guess it takes an Aces versus an Ace King for the short stack not to win.
A6 for Thorsrud. She folds. Good timing. Hakala looks down at pocket queens, playing 4.6 million. We have a new chip leader, ladies and gentlemen. And non-binaries, I guess, Matthias reminded me of. Are we are allowed to say ladies and gentlemen still, aren't we? Or do you think that term is gonna get...
I think by talking about it, we can get ourselves in trouble. So
yeah, okay, yeah, let's just not, okay? So, Hakala races to 200,000 and gets called by Ben in the small blind pocket force. 7-3-8. Okay, 2 overcards to Ben's pair, but still, Hakala should really be down there. So I think Ben maybe thinks that my pocket fours are good. At least he bets.
Ben likes to donk bet.
Yeah, he does. But it's just a min donk bet.
Hakala asking for a look at the chip stack.
Yeah, well, actually, Ben, I'm not sure if Hakala is interested in letting him see a turn card cheap when he does this. So I think he might raise. I mean, stack to pot-wise, it would be terrible to call, but you kind of have to protect your hand when the flop comes 8-7-3.
I would expect to see a raise more than a call, but we'll see what happens.
It would be kind of sneaky to just call, but and you could still get all of Ben's stack by the river, but I think it's better to just protect a little bit as well, charge the draws that might be out there.
And Ben is wondering if he's being played at or not. It was a cutoff open. Ben saying, this is my flop, not your flop. Turns out it is a decent flop for queens as well, Ben. Seems like he's running through some calculations in his head. I'm just curious which ones.
Well, 1-4, 2-4. Yeah, it's got to be 2 4s left in the deck because I have 2.
Okay. Should we double check that?
Yeah. Well, you know,
oh, what's happening here?
He might put Hakala on. Well, a lot of hands. Hakala is opening from the cutoff, and overcards, pocket 4 beats overcards, but no, it would be disaster.
Up and down. Not good.
Let's see if Ben shows. It doesn't look like he's going to play anymore. It's
No.
too much now.
He folds. So a good one for Hakala. Well, back to the hand where Hakala knocked out Schuster. I mean, Spike D is pointing out in the chat that pocket nines actually would have won. But Spike, Joseph, he folded because the other two players played the hand perfectly. And that's being results oriented. It doesn't matter that he would have won. He didn't because he folded as he is supposed to do in that spot with pocket nines. Don't be results oriented. It's fun though.
Yeah, he would be the overwhelming chip leader with about half the chips in play if he just closed his eyes and called.
And Hakala would be out as well as Schuster.
Yes.
But that didn't happen. It doesn't matter. Don't be results oriented.
But it's so much fun.
Yes, it is. But don't rabbit chase cards. Please don't.
That's also so much fun.
Yes, it
Except
is.
for when you have like the nuts.
Yeah. Don't look at the cards when it's folded around to you in the big blind. You won. You don't need to.
And don't look at your opponent's cards when it's your turn.
That's a rule, I think. Fuchs with ace 10 suited. First to act. He opens to 200,000.
Who is Spike? I agree with that question. I feel like I should know who Spike is.
Yeah, well, you know him. Should I out? Yes, I'm.
It's not you anyway. I don't see you typing
No.
right now.
No, I'm not. It's that I don't even care if I'm outing him. It's Martin Søkstad.
Okay.
He sometimes wears a cowboy hat. You've seen him. In the meantime, Joseph with ace 8 calls, defends the big blind. Flop, queen, 5 jack, 3 hearts. No hearts for any of the players. Or either, I should rather say, I think.
Either.
Yeah. Either, is that the way the British say it? Do you say
I
either?
think they say either. I
Yeah,
don't
they
know.
do. Yeah, right. So,
British English is so weird. I don't know why they do that. You would think they maybe invented the language or something.
Sibet from Fuchs takes it down.
But thank you, Martin, by the way, for joining us all week.
Yeah.
It's very cool to have you in the chat, keeping things going.
Alan Wilson is in the chat.
And I do like cowboy hats.
And he says, while Senkel is the best mixed games players at getting first places in tournaments, he's also the best at getting seconds.
Sounds like Phil Hellmuth. If you look at his stats, he has as many runners up as he does wins actually in the WSOP.
But Senkel doesn't whine that much.
I've never heard him really whine at all, but he's always winning, so I guess there's no reason to.
Speaking of, good mixed games players, Alan Wilson, he is also regarded as one of the world's best.
Who's that? I'm sorry?
Alan Wilson.
Okay.
Him.
And then you have Espen Sandvik, who won a bracelet in an 8-game format in Roswithoff, I believe right before the pandemic.
Yep. But Alm is also a world champion.
And then you have Stig Moen,
Who is...
who has won 0 bracelets.
It's true. Oh, look at this. Josef with ace 4 suited in the small blind raises to 260,000. Fuchs with the pocket aces. Just a smooth call.
Love this. If Josef is only raising premium hands, and a raise back is good.
9, 7 jack flop. 1 heart for Josef.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Not that big. 160 maybe? 135? 135.
yeah. So Fuchs should maybe the flop. Well, he wants to try to get full value here, but I think he can just call, and he does that. Might be some cards on the turn that slows down action. A deuce is not one of those cards. So now we might get to see a race if Josef continues on this board, which is kind of hard when you get the call. He might check.
The past few times he's been in the spot where he hasn't had a hand, he's checked the turns and then reevaluated on the rivers. Let's see if he follows that pattern or not. The sample size is way too small to say that's what he does, but that's what he has done about 3 times now. Yep, another check by Josef, so maybe that's a betting tell, actually. But I don't think it is. We'll have to wait to see the next time he has a pretty strong hand, but not the nuts if he's checking the turn again.
Yeah, well, it's easy when he looks at his stack, but I was about to say I'm pretty sure that folks is going to bet now.
And he won't be too disappointed when Josef folds, because it isn't that dry of a board. Already a bit in the pot. And again, maybe Josef's not folding here. I would have thought he would have folded by now.
Oh
Okay.
my, yeah, he's out. And now we actually have Senko in the chat.
Oh-ho!
So
So now I should pretend that I didn't say nice things about him, or I should pretend I did say nice things? Which should I do? Did I say nice things or not nice things?
you were pretty nice. I was kind of needling slightly.
It's a shame Senko couldn't be out here, but it's good for our hero here in C2, Billy Hakola, because he won the 8 game.
Yes, he did.
And Senko isn't letting anybody win the 8 game if he comes. That's his trophy.
Oh, he was in Barcelona, and I mean, he needs some time at home.
He should have skipped the EPT. What's more important?
Chu, I think he would have been here. He's played the Coolbet Open 8 game.
Yeah, it's
At
not
least
because
once.
of the EPT. It's
No.
a lot of stuff going on
Yeah.
online. Not just the free roll at Coolbet, which is still, you can register with the password Canada.
Yes, he can. And I'm still in. There's a bounty on my head. No, but I was going to say I was kind of happy that Tobias, or Senko as he's known as, traveled to Barcelona, because that gave me the opportunity to win actually the 8 game home game that he was invited to, but he wasn't there. Tomino was, his wife. Well, I chopped it.
And I was about to say we would have chopped it 3 ways if Senko's playing, but he's not chopping with you.
Yeah, I'm pretty good
He
at...
would only if he's giving you pity.
Yeah, I'm pretty... I was going to
If
say it.
you
I'm
could show
pretty good
pity.
at... I'm begging, you know, on my knees. Please. Please. Okay. Aziz with pocket queens. 13 big blinds. Just an open. 200 and, well, closer to 3, I think.
Could have opted the shove from this position as well. I mean, really from any position with 13 bigs.
How
but
big
wants
was
to try
it?
to get more value.
Okay, 240, so it was actually closer to 2 than 3, but still bigger than the min raise, and it's folded all the way around, and that's frustrating for our Egyptian friend.
If he's shoving like 27 big blinds with 7s, which he has done, he should perhaps be shoving 13 with queens, but
Hey, Chief, what you do?
it would have worked out the same regardless.
You can say Queen Jack. Queen Jack.
So Senko's saying, all I can hear is the Steak guy is winning mixed tournaments left and right.
yeah.
And then Spike says, your hearing must be off then. And Senko also saying he's going to try to be at the next Coolbet Open, so that's really good to hear. You would have fun. It's a nice vibe, good feeling.
And we did have a backgammon board as well.
I'm 1-0 in backgammon this year now after this week. I beat Svein Olaf.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm all in the free roll. I'll let you know how it goes.
Uh-oh.
What now?
Oh, you got it in good. You might triple up. And it is a triple up here for Stieg in the free roll, up to 21,700 and switch tables, it looks like. Maybe not. But 21,700 for Stieg. It's going to be hard to get his bounty now.
I did switch tables. Yeah, good luck, guys.
You have your whole table covered, right? No,
No.
not everybody.
Okay, back to the action.
I thought we were in the action.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
you mean not the free roll action?
No,
Oh, okay.
good luck. I mean, in the free roll, but I have a stack now, so I'm gonna last for a while, and that means that's good news if you haven't registered, because you can still get the bounty on my head, and it's a nice one. It's a €50 festival ticket on Coolbet. If you knock me out, I will write down your nick and see to it that you get the ticket. If not tonight, then at least by tomorrow. Actually, I'm gonna try to make it happen tonight.
Because that's how you roll. You don't want the weight.
No, that's how I should have been rolling
Oh,
earlier on this
okay.
week, but I have not. So,
Yosef,
King 9 for Josef.
still playing as if he has a 5 million stack. This
Now-
is fine, actually. We're 7-handed.
Yeah, he's down to 3, and he's raised to 220,000, but it's not ideal when he runs into ace 9. Still players left to act behind, and Fuchs.
Yeah, he may not want a 3-bet here because of the players behind, and he's on 29 big blinds, but
Yeah, remember, we haven't seen Fuchs. Oh, he actually just folds. But still, we haven't seen him just call if he didn't close the action so far. He's always 3-bet.
yeah. It's a good general rule of thumb, in fact, for those like wanting to learn which hands you should be playing and how you should be playing them. Obviously, in a reality situation, a GTO situation, there's plenty of times you can be calling.
Ben limps in, Jack 9. No, he actually just called, what did he call? He called the open of Josef, that's what he did. So flop, 8-4 queen.
Wouldn't have been the worst flop for Yosef to represent, but he didn't go with his usual min-bet that he's been doing.
And Ben now, when it's checked back to him, he might try a bet with his gut shot, but he does not. Delayed c-bet from Josef coming up.
Not the Jägermeister bottle, though.
Not yet. You have to knock him out to get that one. And it cannot happen in this hand. Ben with the effective stack.
Is he thinking about calling with his gut shot?
Well, he's not getting the odds. Let's just put it that
No,
way.
we know that.
But he doesn't like to fold, we know, and he still had possibilities, but he came to the right conclusion and folded. Meanwhile, Summer Birdie is in the chat, and she's Norwegian,
Welcome, Summer Birdie.
and she says, "Go Queen Ylva, go, go, go." And then she follows up, well, actually, Senko is asking a question. It has been answered, but he says, will we get Jason to Gardermoen by any chance?
Oh, it would be nice. First, I haven't been officially invited, but I can confirm that I'm busy at least during part of that. I'll be in Malta, so unfortunately cannot be in 2 places at one quite yet. I'm working on that, but haven't figured that out myself. If you know how I could be in 2 places at once, though, please DM me.
And Summer Birdie follows up with, put Jason on a plane.
I'm on a lot of planes. But a plane to Norway is not one that I've done quite often. I haven't actually explored Norway. I've been in Oslo Airport a few times, so it's a nice airport.
You have a lot of friends there, Jason. You know that.
Feels good, man.
A lot of couches to sleep on. Yes, I know, Matthias, but you have, you know, you have put in more volume in that home game than I have. Hakala with queen 10 on the button. Ben does not want to fold.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this is about. This is the... And we've seen him go slow in routine
Oh,
stuff.
look at this.
Ooh, what's going on?
Here's the 3-bet, and this might work. Might be perfect timing. He does have a seize in the big blind.
What a hero.
450.
Wow. At a final table, 60,000 up top. Randomly out of nowhere, deciding to 3-bet your 9-3 off. It isn't a 3-bet shove steak. It's a weird sizing, too. It's the 4.5 big blinds from the small blind. That would be a weird sizing even in position, but out of position, you'd typically jack it up more. But I guess for his stack, it's about right.
And Hakala is, you know, I think he's thinking what you were thinking. Why does he not just jam? Why does he go 450 and leave himself with 13 big blinds behind?
It smells like aces, but to do
It
this
does.
against the chip leader, he's priced into call.
Mr. Blanc, 75 for 150.
But Hakala not doing anything quickly.
150.
It's a very confusing. It's not really a spot that you see yourself very often at a finals. When he gets Hakala at the fold, despite being priced in from the button. So, well done then, Ben. I hope you stick around. I mean, the amount of craziness you provide is amazing. You show a lot of heart.
Well, priced in and priced in. He had 250 out there, and Ben still had
I have to?
another 13 behind, was it, or 14? So
Okay.
I think
No.
it was kind of good instincts from Ben. It's like this 3-bet size that I put in now. This is kind of suspicious.
He hasn't done it before, so
No.
that's also part of it. And if players feel that he isn't, let's say, a GTO bot, they're going to probably put him on aces more than other hands, which is probably what got Hakala at the fold. Otherwise, he's super priced in.
Forshu, who has blinded her way down to, well, 1.8, was it? She's been forced to, haven't really gotten the opportunity to play. She got one now. She could have opened the A6, but I understand that she's hesitant to do so.
Meanwhile, Hakala, it looks like he opened up his queen 6 suited, and he did for a min raise.
Okay, Ben. No, he.
This
he
isn't
folds.
9-3 offsuit. We have king. We're going to have to fold.
Yeah.
How much you
Well,
behind? Enough, huh?
Is it going to be
Aziz.
Aziz's turn?
5, huh?
No, he already folded.
He has.
Nah.
But Josef. Yeah, there we go.
What did he show this time?
He's gone.
Oh, 4-3.
4-3.
Okay.
Well, speaking of Ben, Oskar Wedde, he was in the booth earlier today, and he is in the chat, and he says, played with Ben on the bubble. He doesn't care. This man is here to win.
Yeah, I mean, you could want to be able to win, but usually by winning it means, you know, making these smart moves or being the luckiest.
Yeah, but still, it's like,
It should still be smart chippy V moves, so is what I'm saying, even if
Yes.
it's not smart ICM moves.
yeah, but we have to respect Ben and his attitude. I mean,
Oh,
if
he's
that's-
showing all sorts of heart.
Yeah, and that's the way he wants to try to win. I mean, go for it. Play your game. And, of course, I mean, he has, you know, put, well, I'm gonna try to find a better English expression. He has forced these guys to think a couple of times by doing unconventional plays, unorthodox plays. So if that works for him, why not?
Definitely proven to be a very tricky player. And
Eh.
yeah, it's hard to adjust to that. So on any given day, that might actually be the strategy to use. So it's working for him.
And now with the blinds getting higher and higher, effective stacks are getting shallower. I mean, if I was up against poker players that I know have studied more than I have, that I know are better, why not just up the variance, you know, try to make it hard for them. And by going with big bet sizes, that's definitely one of the things you can do to put them out of their comfort zone, instead of just trying to mimic their play and to dance to their tune, huh?
Yeah, because if you're playing small ball, that's always going to benefit the stronger studying players. You can create more variance with bigger pots. That's the way to go.
Fuchs
And
and Josef.
could frustrate players that want to play small ball because they don't get the chance to do so.
Fuchs and Josef now. Fuchs with the best hand right now. He flopped a pair of threes. Bottom pair. Goes check check king on the river, and Josef now takes
Checks
it
again.
down. Checks all streets.
So Fuchs showing his first sign of frustration, although it might just be tired. It's been nearly 8 hours of play for these guys, or 7.5 hours of play. But he was good until the river. Oh, and the free roll's on break, okay.
Oh wow, that's why I all of a sudden had time.
Let's see, you're in 47th place out of 102 players. This is the best I've seen you all week in a free roll. I mean, I haven't seen you above starting all week, to be fair, so it's the first time we've seen that. You got it in good this time to get your chips.
214 entries so far. You can still register using the password Canada with a capital C.
214, okay, so that was the number left that I was seeing before.
Yes. 102 left out of the 214 so far.
So how many places are paying so far? I know it could change.
24, and it will not change.
Oh, it's not going to change.
No,
Okay.
that was a mistake the first night, but added value for the players.
Ah, so it wasn't coming out of the other tickets. It was just adding
No.
more random tickets.
Yes, no more random cents.
Cents. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, pennies are pennies. They add up to dollars, which add up to a bankroll.
Hakala has opened, Jack 9 suited, see the other players getting up, which means we might be coming up on a break, or maybe they are just stretching their legs. Håkan defends the big blind, King 10, flops an open-ended straight draw, Jack for Hakala. The two Finns going against each other now. Håkan checks. Hakala is gonna bet. But he bets small.
Is it going to be a shove here with an open ender? I mean, you don't have any hearts, but you're getting a lot of folds as well. You're hoping for folds, but he's going to play it safe.
Håkan with, well, he had 15 big blinds behind, now 14 after calling the bet. Checks again, deuce on the turn.
And now if Hakala sizes it up, it's going to be hard for Hokanen to stay in the hand. And we could see he only has a jack, so if Hokanen shoves, there's a good chance that he takes down the hand on the flop. The same thing might work on the turn depending on the sizing, but it's much harder to do with only one card to come.
No trust between the two Finns. I mean, asked Håkan how much he had. Think he got an answer, but he's still eyeing his stack. Wants to make sure.
Some players sometimes miscount their own stack too. It's always good to just do a quick eyeball.
So Håkan, the chip leader into day 3, is now down to 1.4 million. Could still win this one. Hakala on
Keeping
another
it
small
small.
bet, 230 into 750. Sizing it so that he could go full pot on the river, and that's kind of what he's threatening to do.
Is he going to raise? No, it looks like he's just reaching for chips to call.
Would be
First
left
counting.
with, well, almost 12 big blinds if he calls and is forced to fold the river.
If he's putting Hakala on this kind of hand, then a shove isn't bad. If he winds up getting called, he would still have some hope. Even if his king isn't live, he would have 8 outs, but he could have 11. If the bet was bigger, I would like a fold. I think call is the safest play here.
He does call. And 7 on the river, and it's a heart, but Håkan, well, does not have the initiative. Would not be natural for him to be leading out there. Could do it to, well, try to rep, but would be unconventional. So they check it down, and Hakala takes that one, and is up over 6 million now.
The most we've seen from any player thus far in the main event.
So I'm not really sure. No, it looks like the players have sat back down, and yeah, still have to wait until we get a break. It's gonna be a little while actually when I think about it. So they were just stretching their legs.
Yeah, Florian looked like he needed it after losing a small pot before. He looked very tired, and now he looks like he's back to his normal self. And Ilva as well was not playing pots, so sometimes it's good just to stand up, stretch, sit back down again.
So is Hakala gonna be one of the few players who have managed to win 2 or more tournaments in a Coolbet Open Series Festival? I mean, just a handful of players who have done that before, and I think you have to be like world-class poker player to actually do that.
Yeah, until you do that, you can win all the bracelets and everything else that you want. You'll never be as good as the lead commentator here, Stig.
It's an exclusive club, let's put it that way. But I've never made it to day 2 in the main event, so.
So Hakala can be the first to win 2 maybe in one festival. We'd have to double check that to see if it's true, but 2 in one festival and one of them being the main event.
Yeah, we've had some contenders, I'm guessing, but well, we have to double check that one. First to win the main event and another one. I think actually that might have been done.
Meanwhile, I'm surprised about how we've only lost 1 player in the last like hour and 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, they're
going to be short at some point.
Yeah, and we are already getting there, especially now that one of the players has more. Well, he has a third almost of the chips in play, and we're 7-handed. And I mean, Ville Hakala has 6 million, and that means that the other players, well, there isn't really that much room to maneuver. I mean, it dictates kind of what they have to do. And Ben Now ace jack under the gun is gonna open. Well, folded to Fuchs in the cutoff, ace 10. We know he does not like to just call unless he's closing the action. And he's not going to just call here either. He is gonna 3-bet. Still 3 players behind. Now 2. After Håkan folds, Torsrud in the small blind. She is folded, and Hakala now the chip leader with ace jack.
It wasn't a big sizing here by Fuchs. It was a standard to 5.3x. So there is a 4-bet sizing that might work, but he's going to have to call off if he 4-bets, so that's a bit risky with ace jack.
Effective stacks here. Ben with 21, 21 big blinds behind. Fuchs with 19, and Hakala lets it go. Not going for the squeeze. Ben facing a 3-bet.
We've seen Ben call in these situations, but as it turns out, he's actually ahead here. We did see Hakala with the same ace-jack, though, so if a 10 comes, then it's less likely that we see a jack, and it's extremely unlikely we see an ace. There's only 1 left on the deck. And now players might be going on break. We've seen multiple walk away again.
This hand could take a while. Especially with if Ben just calls here.
Yeah. This is one time, though, that where Ben's taking his time, where it makes a lot of sense. It's a spot he should be taking his time, and the fact that he's taking time on spots that don't make any sense may help balance his taking time spots. I don't know. That doesn't mean that a player has to put him on a strong hand now, because he's done this multiple times and folded.
How much? 5?
530.
He's asking again how much. I'm curious what he's thinking about if he doesn't know that it was to 530. I guess just making sure.
And he calls.
It's more than $1 million in the pot.
Yeah, 1.3 million. Ben with 1.8 behind. Fuchs slightly more. Queen, 8 queen.
A good flop for Fuchs to continue on. Obviously, he'd prefer it to be 10, 10, 8, but this is a pretty one for him. But we've seen Ben donk bet before. Maybe he's thinking the same thing. This is a good flop for me, not thinking about ranges and things like that. Let's see.
No, not this time. He checks. Let's see if Fuchs decides to c-bet. It's so dangerous. I mean, but he kind of has to try 250. Trying to tell Ben that I'm gonna play for your entire stack before we get to the river, and well, doesn't take much to do that.
Time's
And
a snap call.
wow,
Considering he's taking time on so many things, that was no time at all.
and does he have a plan to steal this, if possible, at later streets? Maybe the donk bet comes on the turn, which is 3 of clubs. Total blank. Well, it's the second club, but still.
And less than a pot-sized bet behind for both players. So this is a very meaningful pot that both players would love to snag.
But I mean, Ben, this is so dangerous if you're gonna donk here now, because you might run straight into trips. We know that in this case he has the best hand. He cannot know. And if Ben checks, does Fuchs bet again? Or does he give up?
They check, huh?
Ben is saying he already checked,
Oh,
but I didn't see him check.
no, no one did. So it's on Fuchs. I was about to say, he should now be a little worried. Still, bets looked like 375 or 4, depending on how many whites. 425 actually. So, I'm guessing he bets here to fold to a jam. Or is he? Well, maybe we will never find out. Maybe we will.
I'm not usually in the spots like with Ace Jack, so I don't really know how you would really should be approaching it in a 3-bet pot. I would be shutting myself down. I mean, we can see Ben is ahead, so if Ben has the right read here, he'd be picking up chips that I wouldn't be entitled to.
$2.4 million in the middle. Whoever wins this one.
Oh, what's happening? Is he doing it?
He is no, and that is a pump fake, and that is just uncalled for. That we don't do this in poker.
Do you think he was doing it to get a reaction, or he
Yes.
legitimately changed his
No,
mind?
no, he did it to get a reaction,
So-
and that's just bad manners.
Yeah, I thought I saw something before with one of his stalling tactics.
Yeah.
That he was maybe doing it before.
I mean,
So I'm not sure. I don't want to
no, it's
make it sound like he's definitely doing that.
no. He
but it
might
didn't
not.
seem right.
He might not know that this is actually bad, but and he might even get a warning from the tournament director. Now
He's
the
been put on
clock has been called on him, and you should be careful trying to do, I mean, angly moves like this. One thing is maybe you'll get away without a penalty, but
I don't think he knew, though, to be fair.
but not many people will like you if you do stuff like this. No, I agree. I don't think he's aware that this is frowned upon.
Now it's different. I don't think he's doing it anymore. Now I think he's
No.
really thinking.
And he is
should
in
I
a
do
tough
it?
spot with the best hand right now, Jason.
Yeah. I mean, I would have already folded the best hand, so...
Me too.
Or I would have if I called the flop dunk to turn with these stack sizes, so that I was the one putting the pressure on. But he could still put pressure on if he wants. It's going to be hard for Fuchs to call with anything but a queen. Obviously, if he has aces and kings that he was also 3-betting with, jacks, 10s, 9s, he's probably calling. 8s is obviously a full house, so queens is theoretically possible.
Oh. That was not a pump fake. Now it was like, okay, I'm going to fold, and then he changed his mind again. That's okay.
I mean, neither time I don't think he was looking at Fuchs's direction, to be fair. He may have with the shove out of the corner of his eye, but this time with the
No, it
pump
was
fake fold,
yeah.
it wasn't like...
I think it was
Yeah.
kind of obvious, but there's the fold. So, okay, we're all good. And we are on a break. We are going to come back. The blinds will be up. And we'll be back in approximately 15 minutes, depending on how long this hand took. boot. Yeah, probably. And we are back. The players are back from their break. We are still seven-handed in the main event. Started the day, 12 o'clock Central European time, and here they are 8 hours later.
Florian taking his seat. Here comes our hero, Ben. Joseph as well.
Well, Ben actually got a nickname from the chat.
Is it Queen?
Oh, yes. And I think it's kind of fitting. And I'm sorry to say the late reg in the free roll is now still open if you hurry. Okay, so I'm going to fold my big blind.
Just so you can make it past late reg for the first time.
You can get in there, Coolbet Open free roll, hurry up. And the password is Canada with a capital K. Less than 1 minute left of late reg. Let's just see if someone can squeeze in at the end. 2:59 now.
Meanwhile, we have 4 stacks, 12 big blinds or under, between 9 and 12. So that creates such an interesting dynamic because of the pay jumps. We'll probably see them playing actually counterintuitive, meaning they're going to be playing more tight if they're ICM aware. Meanwhile, stacks like Fuchs and Yosef are safe, but they don't want to become one of those small stacks, and Hakala should have free reign, except we have the one wild card in Ben, who you never know what he's going to do with any stack size. Makes it very difficult to stick to a game plan.
So blinds up 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante. That means there's 300,000 in the middle. Every single hand they play.
I see we have Oyvind. I can't see what he's writing, but hello, Oyvind.
Capital C, not K, for the password. Sorry, you didn't get it. I mean, I didn't get it, so you didn't make it. That's what I meant to say.
I think he was putting in Canada the food.
Canada the food, capital of Estonia. No, well, I guess the free roll is on a break. Well, no, it shouldn't be, but maybe you can still squeeze in. No, we're still... Okay, I missed it. It was 250 players left. No, 250 entries with 62 players left. And we are on level 11, so late reg is over. I'm sorry.
Maybe you'll make the money.
Yeah, well, 24 places paid. Meanwhile, Håkan with the A7, staring at the clock.
And we said players might tighten up, but this is maybe a shove for him. Nope, this is an example of not wanting to be the next player out, wanting other players to do that for you.
Thorsrud might do him the favor because she has ace-9 on the button. 15, no, hold on, less than that.
Doesn't look like she shoved.
No, she didn't, just an open. Hakala has folded. Ben wants to know how much she has behind. The honey badger, Ben.
The honey badger, yes.
And he's got pocket force. And he's all in. Or did he say call again? I thought I heard all in, but it was just a call.
I would have loved an all in. I mean, I don't know what Ilva would have done there, but we'll never find out. And I'm surprised Ilva didn't jam, but I understand why she didn't.
So we're going to see a flop. Ace, King, 6, top pair for Thorsrud, who now is ahead. 660,000 in the middle. Ben checks. Terrible flop for him. No matter if Ylva had hit or not. She is going to see bet. This is not the time.
Ben doesn't like folding flops, though.
No, he does not. But I mean, even the honey badger is beat sometimes. Not often.
Ilva has not been super active at this final table either, and I'm not sure how much Ben has been paying attention to that, but with an ace and a king on that flop.
He folds. Well, actually what I should have said was even the honey badger has to retreat sometimes, give up, you know, realize that he's beaten.
Don't beat the honey badger. That's like animal cruelty.
No, it's not. I mean, the honey badger can defend itself.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like one of the fiercest creatures in the world. Has no fright, no fear whatsoever, I should say. That's the English word, right?
And here's what I was talking about with the payouts. We have 4 players mixed in all together. Ilva's now kind of left that group slightly, but still grouped in, and it goes from 7,260 for 7th place up to 18,440 for 4th. That's an 11,000 pay jump. That pay jump is more than what 7th place actually pays, so need to be careful with these short stacks. You want, although we've seen the short stacks double earlier at the final table, whether they were ahead or not, you want to see other short stacks commit their stacks before you commit yours. Within reason, of course. There's still hands you should play.
But a nice pot for Torsrud. Josef folds, Fuchs folds, Håkan with pocket 6.
I think too strong to just fold here, so we're probably, he only really has a chef size, 9 big blinds.
Less than 10 big blinds. And he does shove. Jakob Mikael Håkan all in, pocket 6s. Torsrud folds. His fellow Finn, Hakala folds. Ben folds the small blind. Aziz in the big blind has king 10. And he has the same size stack as Håkan. Budget Aziz. Yeah, I know it is hard, but sometimes you just have to give up. Well, wouldn't have been a bad spot. He would have flipped, but he folds. All in the free roll, by the way.
I feel like both with him and Ben, when they know sometimes they're going to fold, they still wait an extra 15 seconds just so that they can let their frustration out. But yeah, people at the table, your opponents don't care if you're folding marginal hands. But good luck here, Stig. So far, it doesn't look like anybody's called you. There's
Well,
somebody using their time bank on you. Are we near the money?
No.
Okay. So they're just fearing the shove here, and as well as they should. Oh, wow, you were shoved over the top. But we have 10
And
here
oh
for
wow,
Dukes.
Fuchs with pocket 10s. 3.5 million. Oh my god, Stumperud. 91 Stumperud. Yeah, okay.
Stig is the best player ever. He ran his 7s into aces, and of course, 7s are always good there.
And speaking of running 7s into big hands,
Oh,
Torsrud
wow.
just folded her 7s. Fuchs with the pocket 10s. And here comes Ben, all in, ace queen. Aziz in the small blind. He folds. Josef folds the big blind back to Fuchs. And he calls. So this is for Ben, the Honey Badger's life. Well, tournament life anyway. I mean, he reached to his heart there. I think, yeah, I know.
Small stacks praying that the 10s hold here.
2 overcards for Ben, flipping for his tournament life. Needs to hit. And he hits. Ace high flop. He's ahead. Now he has to dodge a 10. Or, well, yeah, and the 10 only, I think. Diamonds, he's got them covered. Fuchs with the 10 of diamonds, so still 2 10s in the deck. That can knock Ben out. A queen. Both players with a flush. Ben with the nut flush.
Gives himself a round of applause, winning the flip instead of hitting the rail in 7th place for about 7,000. Is now above that area where the small stacks are, so has a little bit of breathing room with 20 big blinds. The same as what Fuchs now has, actually, also at around 20 big blinds.
Yeah, that one hurt for Fuchs.
So swingy final tables sometimes, often dealing with a lower big blind average than at other stages in the tournament, especially when you're still 7-handed at this stage. Currently have an average stack of slightly above 20 big blinds.
כל הזמן משנה את מספר הערימה. הערימה צריכה להישאר על 20 קבוע.
הם שינו לי את זה.
לא משנה, אתה כל הזמן לחזור ל-20. חייב. לא, אתה חייב לכבד את השחקנים, וזה...
Rafi Ben discussing what happened, I think, with his
אני שומר.
fellow countryman.
It's like a little Middle East corner over here
Yeah.
between these three gentlemen, and they really seem to be getting along with each other.
Yeah, with Mashed Aziz from Egypt in the middle of the two Israelis. Folded to Ben, King 5, suited. 2.5 million. He's still stacking chips and folds. Aziz folds. Joseph with 7-3 in the small blind. Are we gonna get a walk? Yes, we are. Gifts, Fuchs, the small blind.
Well, he'll take that. I don't know if he looked at his cards, but happy to get a walk with A4, even if it's suited. Especially after losing that pretty big flip.
Yeah, he's just got to shake it off, but he's done so earlier today as well. I mean,
Yeah.
of course, it affects you for a little while, but he's so experienced. He's been here before. I mean, he has been close to a World Series of Poker bracelets a couple of times. Second place in the Colossus a few years back in Rosvadov, and also a final table. I believe that one was in Vegas.
Meanwhile, Ilva with the jack sitting on 16 big blind stack.
Opens. Hakana folds. Ben. 5 deuce suited. He's gone. Aziz folds. Yusuf on the button. Queen 10.
Hasn't played a hand in a little while. He was playing a lot of hands earlier. He had a lot of cards, though, to be fair, earlier, too. Not always just playing speculative
Wow,
hands
look
like
at
this on
this.
the button.
He calls in position. Fuchs folds ace 3. Hakan is gone. So 2 players to the flop.
Did see a queen be folded, too, making it less likely that Yosef gets there and pulls ahead of Thorsrud's jacks.
I'm sorry, I'm very
4, 5, ace, 3 diamonds. Torsrud with the jack of diamonds. First to act.
Not the best, not the worst flop for Ilva. She is repping those aces, but Yosef as well with the button.
Bet
But the
small,
jack of diamonds helps.
and Josef just snap folds. So Torsrud up to 2.5 million.
I think we have 3 or 4 players at that stack now. Florian has that. Ilva, Ben as well.
Like you said, Jason, a lot of ICM to take into consideration now.
And Aziz he's short, and I think Hakanen is short. And we know Hakala has a lot of chips.
He does, and he has pocket 9s UTG. Opens to 240. Quick fold for Ben. It's nice to see. Aziz folds. So does Josef. 10-8 suited for Fuchs. Well, doesn't have much 3-bet room now. He folds. Håkan folds small blind. Torsrud in the big blind. Looks down at Jack 5 suited and folds. Well, Hakana can do a lot of this now. I mean, I guess no one critically short anymore.
There's a couple stacks that are around 10 to 12 big blinds, and Aziz and Hakanen. I don't know their exact counts off the top of my head, but they're like between 1 and 1-3. Ilva, Florian, and Ben, though, they have some breathing room. So Ben, who's been quiet since getting that double before, continuing to be quiet. This is a hand he would have opened earlier. Yeah, so 1 million here for Aziz, and I believe we have about the same for Hakkinen, but we'll find out when it comes around to him. Aziz just praying for players to go out so he can earn a few more bucks in this tournament.
20 big blind stack for Fuchs. Ace 4 in the cutoff. He opens. Håkan, he folds. So does Torsrud. Hakkala with Ace 7 in the big blind.
Could spell trouble for Fuchs. Very often the kicker doesn't come into play on an ace-high kind of flop board.
But I think maybe Hakkala is... I mean, he is the chip leader. He does have the chips. He can apply a lot of pressure on Fuchs right now. Just the call. Six, 9, 5. Well, got shot for Takala or Hakkala.
And spikes his range from the big blind as well.
Yeah. I mean, if he checks, Fuchs might check behind on that board. He has ace high. He has showdown value. Let's see what Hakkala does. Has he already checked? I didn't see.
I don't think so, but we haven't seen anybody but Ben donk bet on this table, and Ben only did it once.
I think he might have checked, and that we're waiting for Fuchs right now. Yep, goes check check. 5 pairs the board. Shouldn't change much. So now, well, Hakkala, of course, we know that he has a7, but like you pointed out, Jason, this flop was his, and he's gonna take a stab with the best hand right now.
Putting pressure on Florian, who really shouldn't want to lose chips and get down to the range of Aziz and Hakkinen. He invited this after checking the flop as well.
230. Yeah, and that's why I'm curious to see what he does now. No, he just folds.
Folded the best hand, but very often that would have been a chop if it went check check on the river, depending on the river card. Oh, you're still in the free roll. So how many are left there?
31, I think.
Sit out until the money.
Come on, I'm not a sit out until the money kind of
It's
guy.
a €3 ticket.
Yeah, but still. Not my style, man. In the words of Bart Simpson.
Meanwhile, you're going to time out again. Here we
No,
go.
I'm not.
You've done fairly well with the timeouts. Only a few today. Ooh, what's that?
That's a call. That's what it is. Oops.
Ooh, got the wheel. So he called your flop bet and got there at the end. Oh no, he opened maybe. And if you listened to me and just folded until the money, you would have had that 10 big blinds back.
Aziz. First to act in this end. It's a free roll, Jason. Nobody cares how I do. Well, all the players in it because there's still a bounty on my head. But Aziz is all in.
If I can't make fun of
Ace
you,
king.
then what fun can I have?
Yeah, well, point taken. And Fuchs with ace-9 suited folds. That's
I
a
could fold.
disciplined fold. Håkan with king-8. He's gone. Torsrud folds the button. Hakala in the small blind. He folds, and Ben in the big blind. Queen 10 wants a count.
Is Ben wasting time again, or do you think he's thinking of calling off nearly half his stack with Queen 10?
Oh, I think now he's wasting time, but we have to remember that he is the honey badger, Jason.
Okay. I'm not saying I still don't respect Ben and the honey badger, but it's kind of also.
Oh, we
what's
take
going
it
on?
back. He does call.
Wow.
He does call.
Wow, did not see this coming. Let's see if Florian can get right back. Oh, it's Aziz.
Aziz
Yes.
is the one at risk, but he is ahead.
Very strange call.
And the queen
Oh
on
my
the
God.
flop. But still,
Wow.
Aziz with the gut shot. 2 overs. A 10
Oh,
gives
Broadway.
him Broadway.
But a
But
queen
wait. It's not over.
Queen.
They could. No, now it's over.
And look at Ben. Ben
Yeah,
is
he was-
like,
he was
how
call-
did this happen?
Yeah, he was calling for a queen. I mean, 2 pair on the turn. Well, he could have gotten there with a queen and a 10, so it wasn't over. But deuce on the river, and
Ben blaming the poker
Yeah.
gods, but he called off a big portion of his stack with just Queen 10. It just so happened he got the queen, and then
but Jason, how could have been so unlucky? I mean, to be sucked out on.
yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Anyway, Aziz is the latest to double up, and instead of hitting the rail for 7,260 euros at 7th place is going to pay for, he has a chance to ladder up a few spots, or maybe even double up again and put himself in a position to potentially win the title and the 60,000 euro top prize coming in a few hours.
By the way, congratulations to OK Dude 77 for knocking me out of the free roll.
Did you make the money?
I don't think so.
Ah, boo.
You just won yourself a 50 euro ticket, OK Dude 77. Congratulations. Still tickets up for grabs. A 100 euro to the winner. If you make it into the money, 24, you're guaranteed at least a 3 euro festival ticket. 28 players remaining. Good luck, guys.
I
So
can't
now
believe that you didn't just fold into the money for that 3 euro ticket.
I go for victory. I mean, come on. Besides, if I just, played tight, I want people to get the opportunity to,
I'm going to start calling you Honey Badger, maybe.
yeah, maybe.
Honey Steak.
So,
Or Steak Badger.
so Hakara with King 4 opens the button. Ben with Queen Deuce and the small blind still has more than 10 big blinds after doubling up Aziz. And this is wasting his own time now, actually, because he is one of the short stacks now. And no, I take it back, because he just shoves Queen Deuce over the top, and this
Wow.
could work.
It should work.
Aziz is folded, back to Hakala. Just keeps on surprising us.
Ben with no cares in the world, just Queen Deuce.
Well, like Oscar Vedde told us, he's here to win. Rafael Rafi Ben. Hakala, he's sitting right next to Ben, and he's heard him steam now for a while, but still King 4, that's too thin. So I think Hakala was thinking about this, but I don't need to. let's just keep him shortish, and I can put pressure on the mid stacks as the chip leader. I think that's the strategy. So
I think he just told Hako he had king queen, but he didn't show where he was showing before. So still 6 players remaining. 7 players remaining, sorry. Average stack of a little more than 20 big blinds. And Hokanen now with the jacks. Just on 9 big blinds. Does jam. Ilva quickly folding her suited gappers. Hakoa also folding his queen deuce. Ben this time not taking his time and folding. But Aziz, I think asking for a count would not be good timing, although he saw Ben just pull it off.
he's got Jack 9 suited. And Josef in the big blind behind.
Does have a number on the dice to win this. If he likes 5 to 1 underdog possibility, 6 to 1. Some people like those odds.
Finds the fold, and Josef folds in the big blind.
So Hokanen not at risk, back above 10 big blinds. At around 12 big blinds now.
Well, I mean, of course, there's always a risk, but he might not have minded a call. But he's been so patient, Jaakko Mikael Håkan from Finland. And it's kind of, I was kind of expecting him to be a more aggressive player when he made it through to the final day as a chip leader, because they often are. But I mean, Håkan, and I mean, to his defense, he has been really careful at picking his spots.
We'll see how careful he is now. It's pocket fives, another pocket pair, not nearly as good as the jacks, but still something that he potentially might want to jam, but he folds it.
Yeah, well,
it is still 8 max, and good for him, he did.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Was not going anywhere with the 8s on a 12 big blind shove.
But I mean, also we have to take the ICM considerations into perspective. So, I mean, there is a pay jump coming up.
Been raised by Hakoa. Ben now moving fast. It's good to see him again, but it's Fuchs waking up with the ace-king. We could see something go off here. It depends on how he plays this, but I expect to see a shove, and then Hakoa will have something to think about. Fuchs can get right back into the thick of things. He was near the top of the leaderboard not too long ago. Lost a pretty big flip, and he did jam.
He does 2.1 million. Back to Hakala, the chip leader with pocket 8s.
From a chip EV perspective, this is likely a call, but from a blowing up your stack potential, if he folds, he still has 6 million.
But the thing is, he can knock out the most experienced player at the table, and I'm talking poker. A guy with a lot of good live results and also online results, and he does. That has some value as well. So Hakala is ahead. It's for Fuchs tournament life.
It's for his tournament life or for the chip lead, because if he wins this hand, he is in the lead.
Yeah, you're right. Has been the leader before. Florian Fuchs from Austria. And it's 7-9 deuce,
Oh my
two clubs.
God.
So 2 overcards to Hakala's pair. Also the nut flush draw now. Jack on the turn, no help. Hakala with a gut shot that he doesn't really need to hit to win. And the 3 of diamonds means that we lose Florian Fuchs from Austria. He's out in 7th place. 7,260 euros. But still, it must be disappointing. But he couldn't really have done anything else. And look at this, good sportsmanship again.
And part of Hakala's celebration was is that he won the Yevakim last longer.
Yeah, that's true as well. Last one wearing the palm patch.
And look at this, final 6 all locking up, 5-figure prizes, some nice payouts up there, but certainly should lighten the mood a little bit.
And look at Hakala.
Wow.
8.3 million, 69 big blinds.
Nearly half the chips in play with 6 players left. That's quite impressive. And even if Josef doubles up, I mean, if he doubles up through Hakala, then they're even. You know, it's if he doubles up through someone else that gets to his stack, he's still behind.
Okay, I have... well, that's good news for the Finns, and especially for Hakala. But I have more good news, Jason, and that's for OK Dude 77. If you are listening and watching now, check your Coolbet account. You should have a 50 euro ticket there.
Straight from the Cool Bear.
Straight from the Cool Bear for knocking me out of the free roll.
Cool Bear says thank you.
And also in the free roll, I think they are... no, they're not in the money. It's a break in the tournament. But OK Dude is in sixth place right now. So
Oh, wow. Could be a basically win and the 50 euro ticket. 150 euros in ticket possibility.
So now, Hakala, he can and he will put pressure, but now he wakes up with a nice hand that he would have raised probably no matter how big his stack or small his stack was. Ace Jack offsuit, folded around to the other Finn at the table. Håkan with pocket 8s.
Wow. Could we see some more fireworks? It's only 10 big blinds. I think Hakala would have to call if it's shoved upon.
And I think Håkan has to shove here just because of the reasons I just mentioned, that Hakala can just put pressure on everyone at the table right now with the ICM considerations. Yes, he does go all in, and I don't see Hakala folding here. Puts Håkan on 1.5 when he hears it's, well, it's actually 1.3, not 1.2. And there's a call. Just wanted to make sure he didn't have any bigger chips that he couldn't see. And then he snapped call. And it's for Håkan's tournament life this time. This time he has the pocket 8s that knocked Fuchs out. Just one hand to go. This is going to be another scalp for Hakala. He is behind, still behind on King, 10-5 flop, but now even more cards he can hit to knock out the other Finn. Queen would give him Broadway, and it's Queen directly on the turn. This is over for Håkan. Jakob Mikael Håkan out in 6th place. And look at Hakala. He has almost half the chips in play with 5 players left. But GG to Håkan, who came into the day as the chip leader, and he is now out in 6th place. And look at this, 9.7 million.
More than half the chips in play.
Yeah,
he
he
has more
does.
than his 4 competitors put together.
Wow.
How many did you
And players have locked up now, 13,940. Right out one more spot, it goes up to 18,440.
And look at this. I mean, okay, Josef in second, 23 big blinds. Then Torsrud 18, Aziz 16, and 15 for Ben.
Would you have predicted there would be more players from the Middle East left with 5 players remaining than there are from Scandinavian or local countries?
No, I would not.
That's quite interesting.
But then again, I did not know that there would be so many players from Israel attending this Coolbet series.
But even day 2, if I told you that when you had all that information and you even saw how many advanced, I don't think you would think that this would be the case. There were so many strong local and Norwegian Finnish players. That the odds would be that we would have out of 5 at least 3 or 4 spots filled by local and Scandinavian players.
No, I mean, you are right. But still, it's, I know that Maged Aziz, he
Yeah,
has a
some
lot of
results.
strong results from before. I mean, he's played a lot in Austria as well as Slovakia. And his
Yeah.
biggest cash is actually 47,000 euros when he finished second at the Vienna Poker Festival back in 2019. And here's Aziz going all in. And quick fold from the players behind.
Yeah, he's definitely been around, and I don't believe he actually lives in Egypt. He's just Egyptian nationality, so he is moving around a little bit in these local areas, and not just Bratislava. And there are some very experienced Israelis here as well. It's not a mock on that, but it's comparatively speaking, the experience brought with the Israeli tourists is a little bit different than the Coolbet qualifiers.
And they have a lot of life experience as well, Jason. We must not forget that. I mean, Aziz and I guess Josef are the 2 oldest players at this table.
Speaking of Yosef, he has a hand to play here. King 9 if he chooses to do so. He hasn't been that active as of late. He was very early at the final table.
Former chip leader at the final table. It's been a while since he was. Opens to 240. Torsrud has folded the small blind. Chip leader Hakalam looks like he is at least going to defend. And he does. 9 deuce suited. Senkel would be proud. And he might actually see you. He was in the chat.
That's his favorite
An hour
hand,
ago.
9 deuce of diamonds?
No, but he thinks, well, you should always defend with suited cards in the big blind as long as you, well, even with the shortish kind of stacks, and Takala has a lot of chips, so
And
I
now
guess-
it's a flush draw.
yes, he does. And he hits the turn. Now he has the best hand. Check,
And
check
may-
on the flop. Yeah, excuse me, Jason.
He may want to bet it, not just because he hit the 2, but because it's a blue card. If it was a 3, maybe the same after it went check, check on the flop.
And because
it
he
is
has
good
the
for the big
flush
blind.
draw, and he could get Josef to fold here, would be happy to take it down. And if not, he could hit his flush or improve his hand and win an even bigger pot. A lot of reasons for betting.
It's not reaching for a lot of chips, and quantity, yes. In terms of, oh, there's a second red one there. Might be about a little less than half the pot.
660 in the middle, and the bet from Hakala, 245. King high folds.
Hakoa now over 10 million in chips. He just keeps on growing. Table Terminator, table chip accumulator.
Yeah, but still, he has to be careful because the Honey Badger is on his left. And I'll fight it off Ben. And I mean, if I was given the nickname Honey Badger, I mean, I would take it. That's just one of the coolest nicks I've heard in a long time. And if you don't know what a honey badger is, just Google it, because that is one of the coolest animals in the world. Totally fearless.
Yeah, you don't want to really approach one, but there's like whole comedy things on the honey badger as well.
Yeah, a lot of it. YouTube, you'll find it, but after our broadcast, okay? Aziz folds. So does Josef to Torsrud on the button. The Coolbet ambassador, who, while she's proven it a lot of times before why she's a Coolbet ambassador.
Because she's cool.
Yeah, and not just because of her poker results, but, you know, here she kind of manifested. Okay, I should stop using difficult English words. She proves that she's worthy of the ambassador title. So she folds. Hakala now limps. Well, or completes. I know people like to, certain people like to, you know, nitpick, but it's kind of like limping from the small blind. 8, 10, 9, open in the straight draw and the flush draw for the chip leader.
Everything going right for Hakala as of late.
Yeah, he is not only in the zone, he is getting good boards as well for the hands he involves himself with. So he bets 120.
Ben is going to pretend that he's in a world of pain. He does have a backdoor flush draw, but on this kind of board, it's not a very good flop.
Yeah, but I think he is in a world of pain right now. It's, I mean, he hates to fold. He would really like to see another turn because of the backdoor flush, but he finds the fold.
Did you know that Senkel invented suited cards? Not just the hands that he's saying, but like all the suits all together.
Yeah, he's claiming to have done so in the chat. No, but he, well, after my comment about defending with suited cards, which Hakala did in this hand, or, well, actually he did it prior to this hand. Now he limped in with the suited cards. But Senkel or Tobias Leknes, he's written always proud. And then he follows up with, I invented suited hands, actually. No, he, I mean, Tobias is one of my go-to guys. If there's something I'm, you know, curious about or want to know more about, I ask Tobias, and it's not always poker, but here comes Aziz. No, Ben goes all in. Aziz, he's folded. Ace-queen for Ben, all in from the small blind against Aziz's big blind. We do not see Aziz. He's hidden behind the dealer, who's counting out his stack.
And players may get confused when Hakala folds here because the shove isn't that big, but he got his hand caught in the cookie jar here. Decided that he was going to open up and start trying to push the table around even more than he was doing so.
But has Aziz folded?
Oh, Aziz is so, it's
Yeah,
not showing up in the graphics.
No, he's in the big blind this hand. Maybe it's, he was the one asking for a count.
Yeah.
I think Aziz hasn't folded yet. Well, Now Hakala double checks his card. Now Aziz has folded. And Ben shows the ace queen.
Dama. Here. This blind, tell me the Pepper Olam.
That's the same word for queen as we have in Norway. Dama.
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 I know you can't there, but
I always figure that I'm hearing when Ben is talking, oh, what's the problem? You know, like everything, like how he's showing his ace queen.
Yeah.
Bangkok Casino Masters coming up October 2nd to 9th, €250 buy-in, €170 buy-in, 250,000 euro guarantee on that.
That's nice.
I think it's at the same time as the Norwegian event and the same time as my event I'm going to as well. So another time, but it does sound like a very good event.
Yeah, there might be some overlap there. Chip leader Hakalam, queen jack off. He is gonna open. Ben, 2.1 million, has 6-5 suited on the button.
Is Ben going to do it again?
Yeah, it's like, should I or should I not?
Mixing it up, it looks like a call.
Yes, it is. Calls the button, so... Well, Aziz folds. Josef in the big blind folds. So 2 players to the flop. And I think Josef just said, I'm card dead to one of his friends on the rail.
He's not wrong.
No. Telling the truth for once. As a poker player. 5-9 jack. Top pair for Hakala. Bottom pair for Ben. Both with a backdoor flush draw.
Ben wisely checking back. Let's see if Hakala bets here what Ben does.
$200,000.
A little bit dangerous.
you check. What's the problem?
I don't know.
You check.
Oh, betting on a turn,
You can
perhaps.
The 200 is something.
No, well, he actually did. You're right. That's the problem, Ben. Because I think he thought Hakala checked. Which he... well...
He checked now, it looks like, anyway. And then it's binding.
Yeah, then it's binding. If Hakala had changed the action, Ben could have taken back the 200. And then Ben calls 4 on the river. Hakala still with top pair. Ben, well, not bottom pair anymore, but still on the flop it was. And now Hakala is gonna lead. Go for value here. 375,000. Or 4? Yeah, 475. And gets the call.
Wow. Ben not even, like, he's been thinking about decisions that don't require thinking, but this one he didn't think about at all. He maybe would have called anyway, but
I think that was the plan. It is down to less than 10 big blinds now, Jason.
Nobody else really in danger zone besides Ben too, which actually in a way takes the ICM pressure off, but
But
you
still,
told me that Oscar said that he doesn't care about anything but the win, so that pressure was never there to begin with.
no, but he can put a lot of pressure on the other players, ICM-wise. And also, Senklas pointed out something, because he was in Prague when Ylva Torsrud won a PLO 8 tournament and got her biggest cash so far, which was a little more than 10,000 euros. She is now guaranteed at least 13,940.
Congratulations, Ilva. Largest cash regardless of what you do. Last woman standing. There were two that made the final table, the other being Yasmin Schuster, who finished in 8th place.
Still 5 players left. Sunniva, remember that we are on 30 minutes delay, so no spoilers in the chat. You haven't given any spoilers quite yet, but please don't, if you are watching on coolbetopen.com. But here we go, Ben all in pocket deuces. And after Hakala opened king 4, Aziz is folded, Yusuf has folded back to Hakala. This might work out for Ben. He might get the fold here and now. Torsrud was in the big blind. She folded back to Hakala. She folded a king.
I think it's just going to be a little bit too much to call with king 4, even knowing that Ben could be and is 3-bet shoving wide and could be doing much wider because he has. Can't afford to take a little bit of a gamble if he wants. Maybe he's getting proper chip odds. I would have to think about that against the range of what Ben would have, which I would also have to think about.
And he folds. A lot of arms now. Still 5 players.
Whenever I've played with Ilva, she's always been the one chatting, and I'm even talking about like televised TV tables. We've played a bunch together, and at this table, Ilva is just focusing and letting the chatter happen between the 3 Middle Eastern gentlemen.
Thank you, Cinema. No, I know you know, but still, you couldn't really be sure that the coolbetopen.com site, if it was on delay or not. Well, but it's not. So what you see there, if you don't want spoilers, don't go in there just now. It's a beautiful site to check up on the other tournaments, both the past tournaments this week and the ones running parallel to the final table of the main event. But if you don't want spoilers, don't go there now.
So Ben with an ace from under the gun, raising 4x plus.
And look at this.
Ooh.
Hakala with ace king in the big blind. And Ben is raised to 500,000.
Basically saying that he's going to call.
Yeah, all in and call.
Didn't even waste any time.
And wow, he's dominated. He is dominated.
Don't do this at home, kids. Ben's still alive, though. We may not lose Ben yet.
Can the honey badger find a 4? Of course, other possibilities could come.
Or will Hakala eliminate yet another player? He's been the table terminator by far.
Yeah, probably wishing this was a bounty tournament, but here is the flop. Well, okay, a little help to Ben. Could get a chop now if the board double pairs. Ace. Okay, that's a bad card. So,
Only drawn
well,
to a chop.
chop 8 or a 10, but an 8 means that we lose. Rafael Rafi Ben from Israel
רפי, לחוץ.
takes the round. But I mean, he's given us so much entertainment, and his aggressive playing style has worked for him. Finishes in 5th place and gets 13,940 euros for, well, I mean,
He did better than 615 other entries, earned nearly 14,000 euros.
and not only Ylva has gotten her best result, I mean, if you think about the prize money, but so has Ben, I think. From what I could find, his biggest cash was 7,000 euros.
It'll be interesting to see if the dynamic, how players are approaching the game now changes without Ben. You lost your loose cannon. We've seen some interesting moves by all the players at times, but they've been more, let's say, calculated than random, as we kind of feel about Ben's play. I'm sure Ben had a plan of attack, but it's just the feel looking on it as a spectator. And therefore, it should change the dynamic, at least in the favor of Hakola.
Who limps the small blind, 9-3, Aziz with 9-8 suited. And 3 in the door. This is starting to get, I mean, this is just unfair. Hakala, I think he has led here. And okay, well, Aziz finds the fold. Seems like the Finn is indestructible right now. Can do nothing wrong. If he's dominated, well, he just hits his card.
Yeah, why
yeah,
not?
why not? Just flop it. And either way, get the fold. He would have gotten the fold if he didn't hit, you know, with just the limp and just bet when you get checked too.
The game, take number 1.
He has so many chips, I need to take some away from him, but they're really just coloring him up, so there's some space on the table. But yeah, he has more than 13 million chips out of the 18.6 million chips in play. It's actually a little bit less because 2 players double bag, so let's guesstimate at around 18.5 million, but it's all the same at this point.
And speaking of 18.5, 18,440 euros. That is what all 4 players are guaranteed. Pay jump will come when they're down to 3. Then it's 25,190. Torshu with King 10. Playing 1.6 million.
I want more.
Look at all those chips.
Yeah, it's and here's Ben.
Hey, Ben. Good to see you back. Did you re-enter, Ben?
Honey Badger is back.
He just paid another 550 to re-enter.
Hold on.
Oh, he's not sure why he lost on the double paired board, not realizing that the ace counterfeited the pairs.
Yeah.
You have as,
Both us,
king, king, 8.
No, נפתח
King, capital.
There we
At
go.
least Ben provided us one last little bit of comedy there before heading off.
I could see the confusion when the ace came, and then he thought about it. And but I mean, if the other card had paired other card than the ace, then he was absolutely right. But when the ace came and they both had two pair Hakala's kicker played, so I mean, I made that mistake. Thought I was chopping, and just to realize that, oh no, I'm out.
I've had it the other way as well, where I thought that I was out and I was chopping. just because you're looking at the kicker, forgetting, you know, the other cards on the board. It's not usually a double paired board situation that happens.
It's always nice, but look at this. Playing
Wow.
13,110 big blinds. Josef, second chippy, 16 big blinds, and we have both Aziz and Torsrud at 13 big blinds right now.
I'm going out and buying a fancy jacket just like Hakala has. It seemed to have done the trick ever since he's had that jacket.
You're
Everything
right.
is going super well for him.
You're right. He changed. He went
On
and
the
got
daybreak.
the Sergeant Pepper jacket in the dinner break. That, if it wasn't his lucky jacket, it is now.
He could sell it on eBay for millions.
No.
That's how lucky it is.
No, he could not.
Okay, for like $10 maybe.
Yes, I'd pay 10 for that jacket.
Okay, I'll pay 20. We've started the bidding war
Okay,
for the jacket.
30.
You got it.
Hey, cool. I just have to get Takala to agree.
1,000,006.
So Aziz all in now with the King 10 suited.
Yes, he has. Yes.
More than fine for the button. He's in the enviable position that when he shoves, he's with the other two small stacks. Oh no, it's, yeah, Hakala is under the gun. But Hakala opened here.
Yeah, it's-
okay, so it's a
so-
3-bet shove. So
yeah.
never mind what I said there.
It is.
Still a nice play.
Yeah, kind of confusing because they're in the middle of.
It also got very loud near the booth, so it's hard to hear what's happening on the table.
Yeah, they are in the middle of chipping up here. So, but I mean, we can just go back to the jacket. You know, you commented the Norwegian Championship in English and the heads-up duo, Simen Kind Gulbrandsen.
Seaman.
Yes. I know you find that name funny, I know, but it's a Norwegian
And I
name.
joked about it with Seaman, to
Yeah.
be fair, too.
He knows that it's funny to people who have English as their native tongue. But his name is actually Simen. It's a common Norwegian name. But I was talking about this jacket. In Norway, we call it glijakke. And that means run good jacket.
Run good jacket.
Yeah. And he has this, you know, it's like, what do you call it? Like it's sweat sports jacket. We call it a camping suit in Norway when you have like this track suit. You know, track suit is
Yeah,
English
yeah.
word. He has it like a. It's terrible in pastel colors and it looks just terrible, but he always wears it when, at least when he's deep in tournaments.
I remember the jacket, but I couldn't listen to all of it because I'm still laughing about Seaman.
Yeah? Come on, Jason. You're a grown man. It's
I won't tell you my age, and I'm still laughing at that.
it shouldn't,
I would be scolding my son,
it
but
shouldn't be that funny, you know. Other Norwegian names that are quite common are Odd. And
like Oddvar, yeah.
Yeah.
Or Odd Thomas, like the
yeah,
books.
and also Randy.
Randy is also
Yeah,
American.
yeah, you're right. But-
Randall is short for.
yeah, but that's kind of funny for English people, I guess. Like in, or British people.
Not like Seaman.
No, okay. It's
He's a funny guy. He's a nice
He
guy.
is, he
or I
is.
wouldn't be mostly joking. To show you how much the language has changed, it used to be like the nickname for Richard was Dick. And now can you imagine, you know, like if that happens, you know, it might be deemed a little bit insulting.
yeah, I get you.
Where Seaman is at least not insulting, it's just funny.
It's a natural thing. I mean, we would not be here if it wasn't for Seaman. And I mean,
Tati's saying that he felt the final table died a bit after Ben. I agree, and then he was also excited that Ben decided to have one more cameo appearance. Shake things up a bit. We even had the floor there and players explaining, no, you don't have your seat back. Trying to get back on the table.
so now, Josef with ace-6 suited. Less chips physically at the table. Well,
Blinds are up too, so it's a 10 big blind shove.
it is. A6 suited, folded to Aziz. In the big blind, King 9 suited.
When he sees how much, I don't think Aziz is going to call, but sometimes in these spots it's good to just ask for a count because now you know exactly how much your opponent has and you can keep track of it in your head if you have trouble eyeballing chips.
160.
1,690,000.
Or maybe he's seriously thinking about calling with King 9 suited. With two short stacks in play besides him.
Expensive. Sehr expensive.
And there's the fold. So, I mean, it's not unusual that players start to discuss if maybe they should make a deal or not. But in this case, with Ville Hakala as the gigantic, enormous chip leader, I mean, even if they agreed to see numbers, I think everyone, Hakala included, would just say no.
They have to guarantee him basically first place money for a deal to happen, or it has to be very close.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be a guarantee. It could be because they're going to have to leave money to play for if they make a deal. So it could be that if you wind up actually winning it, then you would get first place or near first place money. Otherwise, it makes no sense. But anything can happen if he doubles up, let's say, Ilva twice, and Ilva all of a sudden is in the lead, or doubles up Aziz twice now, because he has 2.1 million. All of a sudden, Aziz has 8 million, and we have him in the lead or near the lead.
I know that when Michel Molinar won the festival here last fall, they were trying to, well, at least no, they were trying to at least get him to discuss making a deal, but he just said no and went on to win it.
No, he told me even before the final, because I've known Michel for a long time, so he told me before the final table began, he said that there was a 0% chance he was making a deal under any circumstances where he had the chip advantage. And if he had the chip disadvantage, the only way it's happening is if a lot of extra money is being tossed his way. You know, like he was basically 99.9% sure he was not making a deal. And then lived up to his word. Very often you hear players say that, but then when they're faced with those decisions with so much money on top, it was, I think, more than 100,000 for Michel at the end there. Then props to him for sticking to his word. It's not as easy.
Aziz, all in. Sorry, Jason.
No, we do have an all-in.
He might not get called. Josef folds the small blind. Torsrud folds the big blind. Four ways in the Coolbet Open Main Event.
We may have more than that, but these short stacks, only 3 players don't really have a raise sizing. Although I think now if Aziz wants to raise because Ilva would be in the big blind, he doesn't necessarily have to shove to get his point across. But in the other cases, yeah, it's pretty much a shove.
So Aziz, first to act, Jack 8. Folds and cheers with the chip leader. So it should say chip leader, not the ship leader. That's a whole different position. Josef folds, Torsrud with King Jack offsuit, shoves on the chip leader Hakala, who has 6-3 of hearts. Nope, not gonna do it. Has been quiet for a while, Torsrud, and should get some respect, even though I'm sure Hakala has, well, I think he has a suspicion that Ilva knows her range here.
Yeah, he'd probably rather be, if he's going to get to heads-up play with no deal, be facing off against one of the other 2 opponents. If he feels very strong about his heads-up play, maybe he'd rather prefer Ilva because it's, let's say, lower variance in a way. Like, just because I wouldn't expect pots to be bloated out of control randomly. But by the time heads-up play comes, it's not going to be a lot of big blinds in play, most likely. Of course, we could have 2 players go out instantly.
Torsrud with Queen Jack on the button. Oh, she was thinking it through. What does the charge say? What have I? This was. You can tell she thinks this was close.
It was close. I don't think I'm folding there, actually.
Well, she might just try and open and leave. Ah, no, Jason wait. She could. I mean, she gets respect in a lot of. I mean, especially now that she's been quiet for so long, and I mean, you kind of have to try to pick up chips now. You don't have to risk your tournament life by shoving all in. I mean, that can work.
Probably not getting a walk, though. I mean, maybe in this case you wouldn't want to walk because you have Jack 6 with Aziz.
But just to finish, of course, you leave yourself open to be exploited if you just open the button in Ylva's spot. But still, sometimes you gotta do that. I mean, instead of risking your tournament life, try to kind of make it a steal. If you get called, you'll have position, and you might flop well with Queen Jack off. But back to
Then
the
you're
hand
down
being
to
played
9
right
big
now.
blinds.
Yeah.
And on a board like this, you're going to have to continue, and then you have a player like Aziz who is very sticky. I'm not saying he's sticky multiple streets, but he would probably call a flop bet.
Yeah, well, I've seen better players than, at least than me, open with a stack of that size.
Yeah, I'm not saying it can't work. I'm just saying that you need to know how to do it very well.
Of course, it's like that's like every spot, every situation in poker.
And it's much harder when you have Aziz in the big blind, I think, than a player that's following a little bit closer to GTO.
Yeah, you may be right, and but still, I disagree. But this is poker. This this is what it is.
That's
Yeah.
why we have two different
Yeah.
approaches.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that's important is that you have to play the style that you're comfortable playing. If that's a really good point, that you need to be comfortable making
We have
plays like
Ylva
that.
all
But
in,
Ylva all
sorry.
in, ace king suited, that's more than enough.
And if she's going to be jamming here, then she has to jam those queen jacks as well.
To balance,
I don't mean that she needs to jam it, but if she's going to be playing a queen jack, then
Well.
she should be jamming it.
yeah. Well, still,
But ace king much stronger.
it is.
I'm also impressed with Hakua's drinking endurance. I don't know, he's been having, he had a few glasses of wine, he just finished a beer.
But he's from Finland.
Yeah, he's not drinking like a madman, but it's been consistent since the beginning of the day.
But he's from Finland.
But Ylva is from Norway, so that should also come into play, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the Finns, they are better at it than we are.
So you're saying the Finns are better.
They handle it better.
So you're
Well,
saying the Finns are better.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Period. No, we're not going to say it that they're just better.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, we are a close second.
So Hakua raising NA2.
Of course he is. He can get folds.
It is going to work again. And Tati making a good point. I think that we basically already alluded to this, but I agree that he could be making a deal where, yeah, it would make sense for. I mean, I've had that situation where I've been in his spot. I'm sure you've had, Stig, where the players are happy to make a deal amongst themselves. If it's basically a situation like this where they're battling for second. I mean, it's not really the case that they're battling for second. We've seen stranger things happen, but at this given point, that's how it feels. And then Hakua, even though he's a huge favorite now to win the event, there is a chance that he doesn't. And if he can lock up near first place money, I'm sure he'd be thrilled with that.
Jaakko Hakala, his biggest live cash prior to this one was 9,200 euros. So he's got a personal best.
But Aziz is all in under the gun, so hold on a
Yeah,
second.
he has ace-7 and folded to Hakala in the big blind, king deuce. 10 big blind shove from Aziz. And gets it through. But Håkon, I mean, he picked up a nice payday here in... Actually, no, hold on. I don't have that one. I can't say for sure that I know that this is his biggest live tournament cash. I'm gonna wait. Hold, that was Hakon. I'm looking at the wrong Finn. I just realized. Hakala, his biggest tournament win was 12,756, and he picked up a nice payday here in Bratislava on Friday when he won the 8th game.
Does he have any cashes outside? Yeah, he has a few.
3,000, yeah, 3,000 euros for the victory in the 8-game tournament. He hasn't won this one yet.
But this would be his 4th cash, and I mean, that much we know. He got 4 cashes during the Coolbet Open. That's rather impressive, considering he had to spend so much time playing the main event.
Hakala pocket threes from the small blind on Assis's big blind. Assis is 9-3 suited, and he folds and points to Hakala. And just, I guess he's just saying, "This guy, come on!" It's like, and I agree with him. Now it's just the Hakala show.
Yeah, and then of course some of the players are going to try to use some body language to get him to stop doing that. Oh, why are you bullying? Why are you bullying? You know, but it's not going to work against an experienced player. Pretending, it's friendly. Let's not do that.
I think I heard. Did he just resign from this? It was. I think it just sounds like you're just gonna take this. It's like, why even bother?
Yeah, that goes back to Tati's point. They can make a deal, give him first place money, everybody else each.
Yeah, and Torsrud, I mean, I think she's playing really good ICM wise right now. If she doesn't have to, she just doesn't do it, and that's because Hakala right now is doing the job for her. Opens again on the button, 8-6 offsuit. Assis with queen 10 in the small blind.
This might be a spot for him. He's shown that he can 3-bet shove.
But I mean, he just resigned. You know, he just said, "Okay, you do whatever you want. I mean, I can't do anything unless I pick up a monster starting hand." Josef folds the big blind.
And apparently Tati is flying out here so he can help them negotiate a proper deal. But these numbers are actually quite interesting. So if they, let's say they're able to chop 100% of the prize pool, which they can't. They have to leave 10% for the winner, as far as I know anyway. It would be 60,000 for Hakala without having to take a penny less. So he would agree to that. And then the other 3 would get 27,740 if they're splitting it evenly. And that's actually more than the 3rd place prize at 25,190. So it does sound like an equitable deal if they didn't have to keep 10% for the winner, which kind of adds up now to more than 10,000.
Well, might be that 1 or 2 or even 3 of the other players, they don't really care about money. We don't know. They're playing for the win. They're playing for the victory and the title and the trophy. And that is just as important as the money.
Well, they could still play for that, because there would be money left over.
Yeah, but I'm saying one of them might say no. 2 of them might say no. Even 3. I mean...
Maybe even Hakala says, "No, I won't take first place money."
Yeah, you're right. You're right. No, but it's like... we don't know that they... I mean, of course, they're not out. I mean, 1 double and then another one, and... Well, they kind of need another one.
2 short stacks, and
yeah.
then they're in the chip weed, and then take out Hakala.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they all want to win 60,000 euros, which is the first prize. So, but right now, it's not looking that good. Torsrud down to 9 big blinds now. Josef 8. Assis second chippy with 14 big blinds.
And if we go to the next blind level with 4-handed, then yeah, these stacks get even shorter.
I think we
the average
might...
doesn't even matter anymore because of where all the chips are.
I think we might be there.
I think we're about halfway through this level
We
now.
are?
Maybe a
Yeah,
little bit
yeah, you're
more.
right. Yeah, okay, I was ahead of
So
myself.
there may be some time.
8160.
Like Ilva may jam here. It is a small blind into the chip leader. Does not want to take the chance. Wants other players to go out. Don't blame her. If you're playing like Ben solely for the trophy, as Oscar told us, then that's an easy shove. From a chip EV point of view, it's an easy shove as well. But Hakula looked like he was itching to call Ilva on previous shoves, but just showed up with hands like 6-high, so couldn't do it. So don't blame her, actually. I would if she was the only short stack, then it's an easy shove too.
Yeah, but it changes once the blinds pass through you if you let them. So it's
But they also have to pass through other
Yeah.
stacks that are shorter than you.
yeah. But now in this situation, it's like Torsrud and Josef, kind of back and forth. Torsrud can take a breather, but not for long.
Just jamming it, of course. Is 2 million for
And he gets called.
Oh wow!
He gets called. Aziz calls. And look at Hakala. Is he dominated? We haven't seen Aziz's cards yet, but it looks like Hakala does not like what he saw. And he's up against Ace King. He's dominated. And a great spot for Aziz.
If he can hold, let's see.
Of course, but the spot is still great. And I mean, if he wins this one, he's a clear second, clear of the other two short stacks. 9 King 4 top pair. Okay, Hakala, he needs runner here. Deuce 3. Okay, a 5. 5 on the river knocks out Hakala. But the deuce, that's a safe card. He gets the double up. And now Aziz is playing 4.4 million. And just one more double against Hakala, then he is actually the chip leader here.
Yeah, one more. If he doubles through Hakala, he's in the chip lead, and he shouldn't have been calling light with being basically the table captain among the short stacks, but you can't ever be folding Ace King to a shove in that spot, and it paid off nicely. Now he can sit back and see what happens with the other short stacks and try not to tangle so much with Hakala unless he has a hand. But if Hakala starts folding a little bit, then it could be that we see Aziz start to bully both Torsrud and Josef. They should be concerned about having the other go out before them.
And poor Hakala down to just 70 big blinds, 4 ways. That was... I was trying to load it with sarcasm or irony, or I'm not sure if that came through.
No.
No. He's still good. I don't think this will... Well, it will change a little bit, but not much for Hakala. I think he's just going to keep going.
As he should.
Daniel. Asking as 5.
Ilva probably not too happy. No bad beat happened there.
Yeah,
Same with Josef.
and Daniel was just told, I had ace king, he had ace 5. I wonder if
I
that...
should hire him as a live reporter to work with me. Apparently he's very good at recalling hands.
I wonder if that was Daniel Schacher he was talking to, who went out in 10th place.
Daniel did stick around for a little while. I don't know if he's around now, but I did see him on one of the breaks. Brandon just shot straight home to where he currently lives in Budapest, and he went out 12th, and by the time we had 9 left, he's chatting with us.
Yeah, it's impressive.
He's moving over to Malta, where he has a passport, and where I'll be spending quite a lot of time during the autumn months.
Both now or?
Yeah.
Must be nice. I'm gonna be in Norway. Where
I mean, I'll be indoors most of the time,
Yeah.
to be fair. I am taking a few days like
More that you
that don't involve work, but
This is later.
there'll be like a 12-day period where it's just every day. It's good that I enjoy my work though, so it's not that I'm upset about that.
Yeah, with
But it's like fun when people say, "Oh, you're traveling to all these exotic places," and I said, "Yeah, I'm traveling to a lot of different casinos."
yeah, true. Mostly staying indoors. Akala with ace jack. And he opens 350,000. Aziz folds. Josef folds. Torsrud, jack 9 suited in the big blind. And she folds. Okay, so the blinds, she is gonna let the blinds go through her one more time.
I can feel relieved about that last fold because it was shown the ace jack.
Yep, but I think she has to start to do something soon. I mean, the situation is kind of the same for Josef.
They're just waiting each other out. That's the problem. You know, it's I wouldn't say suicidal to do something, but with the jack 9, I don't mind the fold there. It's 18,440 euros for fourth place, so they've already collected, banked quite a lot, but the pay jump to 25,190 is nothing to laugh at. So of course it's nice to find the spot to go from 7 big blinds to 15, but
She is in the small blind now. Aziz folds, Josef on the button.
Josef is under more pressure to get something moving just because he has a similar stack deal, but even a little bit less, and the blinds are coming up to him.
And he shoves. Torsrud in the, oh, that's Aziz's cards. So hopefully we'll get Josef's cards. Torsrud folds. And Hakala.
The suspense, we still don't know his cards.
That means we don't get to know Akala's cards. Okay, oh, ace king. He was in the wrong square. King 10 suited for Torsrud. And Akala with pocket fives. 730,000 to call.
Is Hakla going to go back into Terminator mode? He took a little bit of time off against Aziz. But let's see. He likes
And
to
he's
win
called.
bets.
He's called. And this is for Josef's tournament life. Yehuda Josef. He is behind. But he is flipping. And he's using his one time. Five jack deuce, a set of fives for Akala. Now he needs runner.
Either hearts or a 3-4 will get the job done.
And a heart.
Oh
He's
my
got
God.
the royal flush draw.
Queen.
Can't get any more outs than that. And the
Wow.
5 on the river flush.
But it's quads for
And it's quads. Oh my God, it's the 5 of hearts. Oh my God, it's the
Wow.
5 of hearts. I did not see that. That is the sickest thing. He thought he had won at first. I didn't see it was the 4th 5. And look at the way he takes it. He smiles.
Yeah,
He walks
yeah.
around the table and laughs at the situation. And tournament director Susama is straight over there, congratulates him because the 4th place is a great finish. But look at this guy. I mean, Josef. What a man. How I
Yeah.
mean, when you're knocked out of a poker tournament, this is the way you should take it.
Yeah, we've had a lot of gentlemen on this, but this was truly spectacular. He thought he won, so to go from those emotions of the high, it's very easy to, like, I mean, not throw a chair, but feel like you want to throw a chair, but instead he just laughed it off, understanding that he wasn't the only one that would misread that really quick, and he didn't play anything wrong, so nothing to be upset about. No bad beat, just standard coin flip loss. So good job on your 4th place finish for 18,440 euros. Definitely entertaining to watch throughout the week. We had him several times, I believe. And yeah, down to the final 3, guaranteed a podium finish of at least 25,190 euros for the bronze finisher. Meanwhile, Ilva can
Oh,
now do
Torsrud,
this.
King 4 jams the button. Now
She
that the
is the only-
shortest stack is out.
All in call.
She has king high. She's gotten called
Not by Jack 4.
no, not by Jack 4, by Aziz, who has
Oh,
pocket
wow.
tens. She is dominated. There are kings in the deck to save her. And
The
this
suspense.
is for the Coolbet Ambassador and Streamers Tournament Live. Deuce, deuce, queen, no help.
Needs a king. Not really any running combos now.
9 is close. And look at Aziz. 8 means that we lose Ylva Torsrud. Joakim on Twitch. Coolbet Ambassador gives the man who won the last longer. Well, actually, it's often hard to when you finish in second place in a tournament with 620 entries, but Ylva Kim Torsrud, 25,100 euros. That's her biggest tournament cash ever.
And now we're playing heads up. I don't think, at least now, there was no deal discussed. And we have Hakola with a 2-to-1 chip lead, a little bit more, with nearly 13 million in chips to Aziz's 5.5 million in chips, locking up 38,690 euros with 60,000 up top.
Yeah, but look at Ylva. Takes a picture of the winner of the last longer. We knew he was going to win that one. And that's a nice little bonus. Now he is going to fight for the title, the trophy, and the first prize of 60,000 euros. And what an ambassador Torsrud is. I mean, it's... well, we're going to take a break. We will be back with the conclusion of this main event in just 15 minutes. We are back, so is Majid Aziz, but we are still missing our chip leader, Ville Tapani Hakala from Finland. So we have some time before the heads up starts, and I mean, they are now guaranteed at least 38,600 euros, but the winner takes home 60,000 euros. And as we see, Hakala with the dominating chip lead, but just one double up, and then Aziz will take it, Jason. This could go either way. I'm thinking now, I mean, Aziz, he has a lot of experience, but I mean, Hakala seems like a guy who studies a lot of poker. I think he uses solvers. We know that well, we could tell by the way he plays, he has a great understanding, and I think we might be in for a long heads up because I think I'm going to try to make a prediction. I think Hakala now is going to play small ball.
I believe so too, and we were talking about this a little bit during the break. And Aziz is also a very experienced player, but I just get this feeling from Hakala that in addition to his comfort zone playing live poker, that he's logged in millions of hands, most likely playing online poker. So despite being younger, he may actually be the more experienced. He's certainly the more experienced in keeping his emotions in check. Not that Aziz has been out of control with that, but I expect him to be attacking with a consistent game plan and not letting emotions change that game plan.
And I'm also gonna predict that we are gonna see some button limps, maybe a lot from Hakala. He's obviously going to raise buttons as well. He might switch back and forth between the two, but I predict we are gonna get some button limps. He will then be playing post flop in position.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. If you feel like you have an edge, you want to play small ball as much as possible, reduce the variance, and just take the chips slowly but surely. Meanwhile, I would probably give Aziz like a 2.5 to 1. Like if I was setting up the betting exchange, like a 5 to 2 odds to win, just based on the chip count and maybe giving a little bit of a factor of finish edge to Hakala as well. I think I would still bet on Hakala despite liking to pick underdogs in that scenario, but probably at 3 to 1, then I'm going over to Aziz already.
So here we are, heads up, 620 entries, 6 flights to day 2. So it started on Wednesday, day 1A and B, day 1C and D on Thursday, and then day 1E and F on Friday. Day 2 yesterday, and here they are. Ville Tapin Hakala from Finland and Majid Aziz from Egypt, the only Egyptian player in the tournament.
Yeah, not only can Aziz make history in becoming the first Bratislava champion of the Coolbet Open, but first Egyptian champion as well in either a main event or a side event in a Coolbet Open. We've had some of the Israelis already win a championship, so they didn't miss out. Austrians have also won.
Hakala could become the third Finnish main event champion from Finland, right?
Yeah, that's right. We have Sebastian Wall for sure won one, and Matthias Siljander definitely won one as well. In the case of Siljander, he finished third one year and won it another year. Mats Albertsen, the year he won it, fellow Norwegian.
And if I don't remember wrong, we can see that Hakala is sporting the same look as Siljander has done the times he has been at, well, not just the final table, but just, I think, every single poker table I've seen him at during the Coolbet Open, having a beer in his hand.
I think Siljander was drinking at a much faster clip, to be fair. And certainly since the beginning of day 1 during that one, that was something special.
It was. But here we go. First hand heads up. And now see that Hakala is starting on the buttons. So let's see if he decides to open or just limps. Of course, it has something to do with his starting hand sometimes. 9-7 offsuit. And there we go.
So it looks like right away we're going to the strategy that you suggested, that it's going to be a limping strategy for Hakala.
Aziz checks his options with queen 3, 6 ace deuce, 2 clubs. Aziz checks. Hakala bets. 175, and Aziz folds. Do we know if they have shortened the periods of the levels?
That I don't know.
They
They
usually
sometimes
do.
during heads
Yeah,
up.
because playing heads up with hour-long levels.
It says 30 minutes in the system now, so it looks like they have.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm.
Still, it might be a few hours of heads-up play. It could be. It's not probably going to be the 5 hours that we saw when Kaido Mick won last year over in Estonia, the last Estonian champion.
A6 suited for Aziz. Looks like he is going to open.
And Kaido Mick pulled him out the Cylinder during that victory.
Pocket tens. No, 10-6. Okay. That was the red jacket that had me fooled, I think. Kind of close to the monitor as well. But still, just a fold. No, but I mean, if Hakala has decided to small ball this one, which I think he probably should, then this could take a while. But I mean, it could be over next hand too if two big starting hands just clash and get it in pre-flop.
And let's keep in mind they've locked in a lot of hours. Let's just assume they're all in on one. They're both in on one bullet, which may or may not be the case. That means they played all day for like 11 hours, 13 hours on an opening day, depending whether they entered late. And yesterday was what, about another 11, 12 hours, and now today we're on hour number 10 and a half.
So Hakala continues. That's the second time he's had the button. Second time he's limped. Aziz races with King Jack to 560,000. Well, this is something that Hakala might take advantage of later, because if it's limping like the hands he just wants to see a flop with in position, he should also be limping some of his top range. And now that he got such a big race out of Aziz, I think Hakala was thinking just the same thing.
Yeah, most likely it is a bit big of a sizing. Certainly matters during this blind level and the next blind level. After that, it's going to matter a little bit less, just because the effective stack sizes are a little bit different.
Queen 10 for Aziz. Now he's going to call. Hakala, King Deuce. He checks. Jack 9 ace. Hakala with the best hand, but an open-ended straight draw for Aziz.
We could be seeing our first turn in quite some time. Maybe during all of heads-up play.
Hakala bets. Aziz calls. 160. Min bet from the Finn. Deuce of clubs. Hits Hakala. He now has bottom pair. Still best hand. Checks now. Aziz checks behind. And another race on the river. 800,000 in the middle. So it goes check check. And that goes to Hakala.
Hakala happy to see Aziz check it back. Not sure what he would have done facing a bet, but the fact that it was checked back on the turn leads me to believe, after hitting the deuce on the river and on the turn anyway, that he would have called the river bet.
But did you see the smile on Asis's face? I'm not really sure what that meant.
I think he's just having a good time. I mean, it's how often are you heads up for a major title? You know, enjoy the moment. I like to see that. Win
might
or
be-
lose, you made it to the final two.
You might be right. I see in the chat on YouTube there has been a lot of love for Ylva Thorsrud, who busted out in
Aw.
third place. And that's always nice to see.
Did we lose half our viewers because of Ilva?
Not half, but I think we lost some of them, yes.
Come on back.
Yeah, well, right now, I met her in the break, and right now she is hanging out with her friends, and she has a lot of them. A big Aperol Spritz, just to as a consolation. But she was in a really good mood, biggest cash of her life, so all good with Ylva, for those of you back home who are wondering how she's doing.
And keep in mind, she could have easily gone out in 8th place when her Queen Jack, it was Ace Jack
against
got
Ace
there
Queen.
against Ace Queen.
Yeah.
That was started the demise of, I think, Florian, actually.
Yeah.
One of the
You're
many
right.
bad beats he took at the final table.
Florian Fuchs.
So instead of going out in 8th place for 5,090, she went out in 2nd place for 25,190. So
Third place.
nothing to be ashamed about, something to be very proud about, and to remember for your life that this was your biggest score, at least at one time. But I expect even bigger and better things out of Ilva. As Steek pointed out not so long ago, she works hard at her game, but she also has a very good network of very good poker players around her, and the right attitude and mindset to really keep going in her progression as a poker player.
Aziz folded the button. 7-3. That's kind of, well, I mean, you can of course do that, but still you can also try to limp. I don't think Aziz has this limping strategy, at least not yet. He might, oftentimes in heads-up duels, the players start to mirror each other. So if one player keeps doing, kind of the same thing over a longer period, the other player adjusts, and then the opponent again kind of often readjusts. So we might see some swings in tactics here. So Hakala limps the button, 10-4. Aziz checks his options, 7-5 suited, 10, Jack, Queen, all 2 spades. So Hakala, he flops best again. Was best before the flop to check from Aziz, bet from Hakala, and Aziz folds.
And I wouldn't say Aziz was as emotional as Ben, but he showed some emotion before, and I expect if Hakala just keeps getting the better hand, or otherwise being able to run over Aziz, we will see his demeanor change. We could already see that, the fun that we saw in him is kind of aired out after losing the past 2 or 3 hands. All small, but he's down to 4.5 million from 5.5 million from the start of heads-up play. Small ball strategy working thus far for Hakala.
And look at this. Aziz limps the button, 10 deuce. King Queen for Hakala.
Is it time to punish the limpers?
Yeah, I think so. King Queen, big hand, heads up.
Looks like 400 and change. Maybe 500 even.
Yeah, I think it's 5 even. And Aziz folds. Yeah, I was really hoping we would see a raise size from Hakala soon, and we did get it, 500,000.
So it's 14 million to 4.3 million. So Aziz already has dusted off 1.2 million in chips just with these small pots. I mean, it's not that much. That's like 8 big blinds, but it's the direction Haklo wanted to go with things. You don't need to win it all at once with small ball. Of course you want to, but what happens now is if he gets into a clash where he has to get it all in, he's doubling them up for 1.2 million less, and in terms of a double up, then that would mean 2.4 million less.
Just chipping away with no risk. The first minutes of this heads up. King 5 on the button. Limps in. No, yeah, he does, yep. 9-8 suited for Aziz. And he checks. Could have raised with that hand because he's going to play out of position after the flop.
Oh,
but now,
look at this.
Flop's good. 2 pair.
Glasses come back on just to double check.
Yeah, but that might be a tell.
He has 2 pairs of glasses, though, so we have to see which one he's putting on.
2 pairs and 2 pairs of glasses. Hakala with the gut shot goes check here. Again, he checks his 2 pair. Ace on the turn. Check, check, and the queen. Hakala happy to take free cards. You are best with your 2 pair, and checks again, Aziz. Hakala does not fall into the trap, and now we get to see that Aziz checked all streets with 2 pair.
I think Aziz is saying, I was waiting for you to bet, but by the time it was checked again on the turn, you have to try on the river. Maybe he's scared of the 3rd spade, but didn't get any value from his 2 pair.
Isn't that the definition of trap?
Yeah.
Wow.
But then on the river, it seemed a bit much.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it just worked out that Hakala had a hand on the river that he has showdown value with the king kicker to the board.
Just coffee, by the way. We are not done yet.
What else would you be drinking out of a coffee cup?
Red wine.
Out of a coffee cup?
Yes, I am actually.
That sounds wrong.
Yeah, well, I'm actually. Well, it's okay. Aziz folds the button.
Are you?
You know Ylva Torshur's stream, the Friday Fun. Occasionally, I'm guessing that one, and it's kind of been my trademark to drink red wine out of a coffee cup.
Okay, so if it's like a trademark and something you're doing for a laugh, okay.
No,
but if you're doing it at home because you're too lazy to clean a wine glass, then that's a whole different story.
The thing is, I did not have wine glasses at the time, and so I used the coffee cup.
Were you going to finish the bottle that you opened? Because there's always the bottle.
But the thing is, I managed to annoy a guy named Rune Johansen, Mr. Yoda, by the way, and he's outed here. So much because he is like a wine connoisseur. He knows a lot about wine and, you know, everything that goes with it. So I annoyed him so much that it was actually funny to just keep doing it. I mean, a glass is a glass, right? It doesn't really matter what it looks like. It's going to taste the same. Come on. Back to the action. Hakala, who limped the button again. Jack 6 suited. King Jack for Aziz. Races to 560,000.
So now it's Aziz's turn to pump up the gas a little bit.
Has Hakala dominated. Hakala with the suited hand does not want to take the risk.
But what happens if you've had so much wine that you forget that you put a little bit into a coffee cup? You wake up the next morning, need to be clear head. You make yourself a cup of coffee, hop in the shower and come out and then accidentally drink the wine that was in the coffee cup. Or is this too like elaborate and hasn't yet happened? It sounds like something that could happen though.
Yes, it is something that could happen, but it has not happened yet. I'll let you know, Jason.
Okay.
When
I'll have to ask
or
you
if
about it
it's
next time
happens.
I see you.
Yeah, do.
Or maybe even call you like after the next weekend to see if it happened the week you went home.
So, Aziz, he has folded.
Yeah, I know.
Gave a walk. 2 times he's done that. I mean, heads up play kind of forces you to play, even though it's not premium starting hands. It really, the thing is, it really doesn't matter because you have position after the flop, and you can and also should represent every once in a while. At least when you have the lower range, end of your range, when you limp the button. C-bet often takes it down. Hakala limps 8-6. Aziz checks 8-4. 7-10 queen, 2 spades. Aziz checks. Hakala is gonna bet. I'm glad that it's illustrating what I just said. Aziz is already folded. There you go.
Easy game. Aziz down to now 4.2 million. Needs to get something going, regain the momentum, or start making his opponent play bigger pots. Because if he's just going to slowly bleed away with these smaller pots and increase the variance.
Oh, Toddy, you gotta stop now. He's writing, this would be an amazing comeback.
Oh. I mean, that was good, actually, even though it's like, my son would say that's a dad joke, and it's not even necessarily one that a dad would say. I don't think Tati's a dad, or at least I don't think he knows if he's a dad.
I mean, Toddy has been so active in the chat. I was going to ignore him for a while, but this one I just couldn't leave. I had to address it.
Why ignore Tati?
No, I mean,
Without Tati, my blogs would be so much less entertaining on opening days. He provides all the opening day entertainment whenever I'm working an event he's playing.
Okay, let's see, Aziz. I like this. Now that he actually has the button and Hakala checked, then he tries 325,000, but he goes pretty big. Doesn't need to do that, you know, sometimes you get slapped. Smaller bet would still do the job. But I like that he's adjusting now, and this is also what I talked about. You know, it comes to a point when a player understands, okay, he is running, or she is running over me now. I have to do something. And then they adjust. I think Aziz, that was at least the start of it.
And it's hard to do on the fly. It's not like you can call timeout like you can in basketball. You have to do it on the fly or wait till your scheduled break to think about strategies. So it's good to have a few strategies in mind and how you're going to adjust to your opponents if it's not second nature to you already. So limp with the sixes. So is it sixes?
No, queen six.
Okay. That explains it. Oh,
oh, both players flop trips. Okay,
wow.
Aziz ahead right now with the, well, I mean, with the right run out here, he could actually take the entire pot. Also, there often is a run out that will lead to chops. 160,000 is the bet from Hakala with his trips. Aziz with his trips, and the bigger kicker, he just smooth calls. 5 on the turn, that's one of those cards.
Actually, now the 8, unless the board pairs, is guaranteed to be live, unless it's a 6, 5, or 7.
You're right. And Aziz checks again. $300,000 is the bet.
And Hakala definitely thinks he's good at this point, trying to get some value out of a 7.
This could be the start of an amazing comeback. And he raises. And there's no way Hakala can get away from this, is it? It's a club. Second club on the turn.
I mean, you'd have to put your opponent on never capable of bluffing to fold here.
Still,
and it's also opponent that maybe, do I have an opponent that could overplay a 7 here?
yeah, but still pocket 7s, that is a possibility.
Was a limp pot though, pre-flop.
Yeah, but I mean, it sets up. I mean, Aziz can, I mean, Takala, he limped the button. Aziz could check to be tricky.
I'd be more worried about queen 7,
Yes,
queen 5.
I'm just saying it's not impossible, Jason, against
there's
certain
a
player
non-zero
types.
possibility.
Ace of clubs on the river. 2.5 in the middle. Aziz checks. Well, okay, when the third club comes, he maybe checks because he just want to make sure that he doesn't run into a flush. runner, but I mean, this could actually get Hakala to check behind because Aziz bet, and he does,
So
yeah.
it's a massive mistake checking.
Wow.
Because
And
if your opponent bets, you're still going to call, so you might as well make sure that you get some money in for when you're ahead, which is most of the time.
but still a big pot for Aziz. It could have been a lot bigger, up to 5.7 million.
Aziz seemed a little bit upset in the beginning. Maybe he thought it was a chop pot for some reason. Because when the hand was turned over, he threw his hands in the air like he was
No, I don't
not
think
happy.
Hakala showed his hands. I don't think he knows what Hakala had. I think Hakala just mocked.
Okay.
So I think he just was upset he didn't get him to
see
bet. Yeah.
Ah, gotcha. Anyway, Hakala back to where he started. Aziz back to where he started. So all that hard work by Hakala weeding away at Aziz's stack erased.
Queen 4 limps the button. 9-5 suited for Hakala. He checks. Nine in the drawer, along with 2 3s. Check, check. Another 3, full house for Hakala now. Would surprise me if he was going to check with that run out. He does not, and Aziz getting sticky with Queen High. 4 on the turn.
Now Aziz hit a piece of this, so
Yeah,
if Hakala bets again, expect a call.
So he's got a full house as well now, so Hakala might just get paid here. 400,000 and paid.
So Aziz back below 5 million. I feel like he should have gained a little bit more that last pot, but and lost a little bit this pot.
Like this, shows that he had a 4, shows that he had a full house, and taps the table.
It doesn't mean Hakala is going to give you any free information, nor should he. But Aziz is here also to have fun, and when you're playing like a home game with your friends, smaller stakes, especially when I'm playing with like people that don't play poker that often, of course I'm showing in those spots. I more like the show when I pulled off like a weird bluff against people that you shouldn't be bluffing against because they're calling everything than anything else. But you know, in a game like that, but here we're heads up, and yes, they've locked up quite a lot of money in 38,690, but there's still another 21,310 euros to be played for with the 60,000 euro top prize. So it's quite a big heads up match.
Okay, Queen 3 suited for Hakala, King 3 suited for Aziz. Raises to 560,000 after Hakala limped the button. Hakala folds and Aziz shows the king.
Maybe pair or ace? No pair.
Aziz first to act. King
Uh-huh.
Jack.
This time just limping, it seems.
Yeah, I like it.
That
No,
was
he
a
raised,
raise.
no.
And this time
Hakala.
Hakala is showing a card, but I think it was just a 3. That's not really giving away any information.
No, and I
But
mean,
It's perhaps to get more information out of Aziz because he's showing that he's showing now.
yeah, and yeah, I mean, I think it's just to get Aziz to keep on showing cards so he can pick up information. So, I mean, like you said, he doesn't give away anything, you know, when he shows the 3 there. So, just to return the favor, if you know what I mean,
Yeah,
without
without
really
returning
giving.
it,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And now Hakala's turn. King Jack suited. And he keeps on limping. Aziz checks behind, 8-3. 4-9 Jack, top pair for Hakala, not much there for Aziz. He checks. I think Hakala can just breathe at Aziz and he will fold. And he does. 165. That's enough. You don't need to go bigger. This time I think he wanted to call, but still.
Definitely wanted to call and then to size up bigger on the turn. Depending on whether it was a favorable turn or not an unfavorable one.
Limps the button. Has not shown us his cards.
Oh,
Pocket
wow.
sevens. There we go. Oh, do you remember
I
a few
said he's
hands
not
back?
limping with
Yeah.
sevens.
Well, it was a different situation because I think he was not on the button, so he checked in
Yeah,
that
and he,
hand.
was,
So
and he was shorter too.
yeah, Jack 6 Jack.
Hakala not falling for it.
No, he checks Aziz with a quick bet. 300,000. There you see the difference. I mean,
He's betting big.
yeah, he is. We could be in for a long heads up, Jason.
Yeah, I think we might be.
Is my button? Yes.
Yeah, you are good. Moment.
It makes perfect sense for Hakala to continue playing small ball, and Aziz seems to be fine not bumping up the pots. Occasionally he will, but in general happy to also play limp pots.
Limp and raise.
600.
No, wait, yeah, he raised.
First sevens and now eights.
Hakala, are you gonna call? Are you gonna call? Are you gonna?
I like to play long.
No. Sees, I mean, he might get frustrated if he keeps on, you know, getting nothing from his good starting hands. Not yet, though. I mean, I have to give him the benefit of the doubt, but
Ei mitään tosta paskaa.
He has shown his emotions a little bit, but nothing like that he hasn't brushed off like pretty much instantly. It does seem, based on like the facial expressions and everything like that, that he wears his heart on his sleeve.
Hakala checks king 5, sees limp 10-8, flop 4-3-3. Check, check. Ace on the turn. Check, check. Hakala still best. Now has a straight. Didn't really need one, but is going to try to extract some value. I think that's going to be hard. 300,000 and Aziz folds.
Yes, 40 minutes.
30?
Break. 14.
If you come back, no, you don't have 15 minutes, okay? 15 minutes.
So are we there already?
Or we can play one level and 10 break, okay?
No. We have to do And the graphic is already done. 15 minutes
Okay,
break.
so they are discussing
We have some toilet breaks later.
a break, or if they are not going to take the break. I think what I heard was that Hakla asked if they could
I might
play
take
one
toilet
more
break.
level and then take a break.
Which one?
But I think Susanna, our tournament director, I think she said that they would need to take a break now because they are gonna chip up. I mean, there's a lot of smaller chips that are no longer needed, so they are gonna do that. We are gonna take a break. We'll be back in 15 minutes here from Casino Banco or Banco Casino in Bratislava.
Oh, block all. Same check. Same check.
Deuce on the button, limped in, flop, 5 deuce, 3 best flop for Hakala. And there we go, 7 deuce playable, even though it's the worst starting hand in poker. When you got position in the button, Jason has had to leave us for a little while. He has some other duties, but I will get company in the booth very soon. Gonna keep it a secret for now who it is. So, playing for a first prize of 60,000 euros. If you just joined us, 620 players, or not players, but entries. But still, several hundred unique players in this tournament. And now, Aziz on the button, limps in. I guess it's blinds up. 100,000, 200,000. So Aziz playing almost 25 big blinds behind here. Ace King for Hakala. Aziz with Ace Deuce raised to 500,000. And this could be interesting depending on how big Hakala wants to make this and how much Aziz is willing to call. All in, he just jams on Aziz who has an ace. And Ylva, you came just in time for some action here because this is something that we have not yet seen from Hakala. And he shows an ace and folds. So that could have been the end of it actually. Wow. But Ylva, first, congratulations with, yeah, I'm going to give you a small hug. It's hard to do with headsets on. But congratulations with a wonderful third place in this main event.
Thank you so much.
I mean, it's like back-to-back final tables in the Coolbet Open Main Event.
Yes.
And, well, 8th place last time. And you could have gone out earlier than you actually did a couple of times. But, I mean, you did nothing wrong. I mean, it was, I'm thinking especially about the ace-jack against ace-queen hand where you hit the jack. And, I mean, those spots, you did what you had to do. And then the cards just fell. And you, I mean, you clawed your way up to third place. Now we have a pot again. None of the players hit. And then, so far this heads up, then it's been Hakala who's going to take it.
How deep are they? Okay.
Yeah, he is playing 20 big blinds now. Aziz lost the first 2 hands after they came back from the break, and now it's really expensive. But still, I mean, when you were down to, well, 6-handed and also especially 5-handed play, I kind of noticed that you tried to wait out the other short stacks.
Yes, it was very close stacks behind with the short stacks at a point. I'm a little bit brain dead now, but I do remember at a point that Hakala had so insane much after winning maybe the last spot against Fuchs.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
last name to say?
Fuchs, I
Fuchs,
think.
Fuchs.
Austrian.
Let's say
Fuchs.
Fuchs. Okay, Fuchs. So then the rest of us were very short stacked, like, but very similar. Oh.
Or we could just go by his first name, but still. Florian. But now, Hakala, ace queen, king 6 from Aziz. He started limping buttons, mirrored what Hakala has been doing. And this could, I mean, he has been just chipping away at Aziz and his stack, and now he is going to raise. That looks like 750. And Aziz folds. Well, down to 3.9. Yeah, no, it was, and you did it. I mean, we talked about it. This was your biggest ever tournament cash. The last one was in Prague.
Yeah.
Back in December last year. And now, I mean, more than doubled your prior biggest cash.
Like 2.5x if I just do Texas Hold'em tournaments.
Yeah. So it must feel amazing. But I mean, of course, this man, he is an obvious favorite right now. Aziz, I mean, I guess we noticed the same things that you probably did. A little more, well, he kind of has a little more emotion than the Finn. He's kind of caught up in moments, both joyous moments and when he's frustrated, and that could matter as well here. Now again a king for Aziz. Hakala continues to limp, and this time Aziz just calls with the best hand, so maybe an adjustment. Ace on the turn. Aziz checks. Hakala must worry that Aziz has a piece of the flop, since that was the first time he called actually in this heads-up duel. Well, with nothing though. We know, they don't know. Hakala is gonna fire one more bullet. Looks like 675 or 700. And Aziz, he folds.
Oh, that was a snap fold. I'm not so. I have no idea how to play heads up.
No,
So,
I mean,
I
not.
would probably just gamble.
Yeah, not a lot of us do, and that's not a bad strategy if you know that you're up against a better player. You understand that the other player is
With more chips.
yeah, is outplaying you. I mean, that's the way you kind of eliminates his skill. That is by kind of gambling, and Aziz, he's just been mirroring Hakala, and then Hakala can just control this heads up, which he has done from the start. Aziz, of course, he won a big pot with trip queens against trip queens, but he could have gotten so much more from that pot as well. So it's kind of but we come to a point now where Aziz has to, just because he will be so short that his only move is to either go all in or call all in. So if this keeps going, but if I was Aziz, I would start 3xing pre, put pressure on Hakala, who just wants to lowball this, no doubt about it. Oh, we actually are going to get a visit into the commentator booth here. I don't even know if there is room, but the Cool Bear, oh my god, you're huge. I did not know. And I mean, yeah.
Cell phone.
Coolbet,
Purse.
okay.
Purse.
Coolbet, okay. Now Ylva needs her cell phone because she is going to do a selfie. We have to be careful here because and meanwhile, the players are playing a hand. Aziz with top pair. Okay, you do your stuff, guys. I'm going to comment this hand. Top pair for Aziz. Nothing there for Hakala. Aziz bets 500,000. Smaller bets than he has done before. Cool Bear, what do you do here? Hakala with Jack 7 suited of clubs against Ace King. He doesn't know it's Ace King, but Jack 7 on that flop. You would fold, right, Cool Bear? Can you hear me? You have like thumbs up to fold? Yeah, okay, thumbs up. Okay, Cool Bear would have called, and that would have cost you a lot of money, Cool Bear, just so you know.
I did actually play a lot with Aziz yesterday on day 2.
Yeah.
So I did notice that like he liked to go very high when he had good. And like limp when he did not have so good. Hakala is more like it's impossible to understand what he has.
Yeah, I think
and that's
you're
really
right.
good. Like he's very unpredictable and very hard to play against.
But this could be kind of a turning point for Aziz right now. But the cards are dictating as well. Ace Jack suited now. Well, Cool Bear, I mean, I know you have a lot of duties to do. So I think we are going to let you go, but thank you for coming and visiting us in the commentator booth. I'm just sorry that Jason Glatzer wasn't here to... Yeah, I know. He was so looking forward to meet you, but unfortunately he missed you. So, I mean, we'll see. Oh, here we go. Bye, Cool Bear.
Ciao, ciao.
Well, Aziz, he was the best until the turn came, but 4 to a flush, and Hakala with the deuce of clubs. Man, oh my god, I think Cool Bear just had an accident.
So Aziz just limped in.
Yeah. And he's going to be so frustrated if he doesn't get Hakala to fold. Now Hakala actually is going to bet this. He might think he's bluffing, but he's bluffing with the best hand and shows the deuce of clubs. And look at Aziz. Stands up and sees the bad news. I said maybe a turning point for Aziz, but then he loses even this one. He hits the ace, but it's the ace of clubs. Yeah, sorry about
without knowing the heads of things, it's like just when you play general poker, it's hard to maneuver when you just call and don't have initiative, because then you don't know what your opponents could have. So that's maybe like easier to then end up paying with, because you have no idea if he has a club or not, unless you have like bet a little bit and seen if you had to pay for a club or something.
Yeah.
Not like a critical, because I have no idea. Like, I do know that a lot of people do like to limp. But I think like with such a different chip advantage, like I would just pop it up, but I don't play heads up that long.
No, but and I think also even though he had a club on that flop, I think he... oh, we got an all-in and a call! And pocket tens for Hakala, ace-4 for Aziz. Hakala has Aziz dominated. And this could be the end unless Aziz finds something.
But now you saw Hakala limped, and Aziz maybe limped the last time. Now he jammed this ace high. That could like have something with how the last pot went.
Yeah, true. I mean,
the frustration of like losing with ace jack.
A lot of emotions, but Aziz, with a big smile, walks over, fist bumps Hakala. So this for his tournament life, and a 10. That is just brutal.
Oh, but still.
Yeah. Well,
no, yeah,
no, yeah. Runner on the street, not with a 9. Well, Jack on the river for shop.
But Hakala has been running good today, so.
Oh no, 7 on the river, and we have a champion. Ville Tapani Hakala from Finland takes his second victory of the series, Coolbet Open. First one was in 8 game. And now he's the main event champion. But I mean, Majid Aziz from Egypt, the only player from Egypt in the field. Second place, and he gets a nice consolation prize. 38,690 euros. But Vilde Tapeland, no deal was made. He was a big chip leader, 60,000 euros for first.
And he also won 300 euros from me because he was in my stream, Joachim's stream community, last longer, wearing that patch that you can see on his breast.
So that's
why I gave him 300 euros when he busted me out.
So that was the last longer prize. Okay.
But it was really hard to win it because he was in the last longer, and also for Fox on the final table, so they had to last very long to win it.
Yeah,
and now we ended up winning.
And we had so many players at the feature table with your stream patch, with the palm patch, as we say.
It does bring good luck. I had a small palm and I got 3rd place, and that was kind of lucky at the end there. I do like that watching Hakala eliminate all the others before me.
Yeah, so Hakala becomes the 3rd Finn to win the Coolbet Open Main Event. That's half of the Coolbet Open Main Events we've had, and that's impressive. But the Finns are a strong poker nation. And and also a big poker community, a lot of Finns down here.
Yes, I did actually rank the Finns as the best nation from Scandinavia to handle the poker skills while drinking a little bit of alcohol.
And there has been some alcohol consumed here during this week.
Do you know who's the second nation of the Scandinavian countries?
Oh yes, I do.
Okay, which country do you think it is?
Scandinavian or?
Yeah, Scandinavia.
I guess it must be either Iceland or Israel.
Israel is not Scandinavia.
No, the biggest Scandinavian. Oh, you said after the Scandinavian
countries.
Only
amongst the Scandinavian countries.
Oh, the biggest countries among the Scandinavian countries.
The best poker skills, the best poker players while drinking alcohol.
Oh, that's after the Finns?
Yes.
That's got to be the Norwegians.
I rank Iceland.
Oh,
because
you do?
I play with so many people from Iceland. Last year there were like 40 players, and here we're like 50 to 60 players. They are really good, and I also think it's very important that they have they're very polite and very like social, and a very good behavior, and I also love Norwegians because I'm a Norwegian, but I think they are better than Norwegians, so I rank us as number 3.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think you are right. We are setting up now for, well, both the winner picture and he has to be handed the trophy. It's there on the table. So I think we actually have a lot of time now until we wait for that, so we are going to use it good. But yeah, I mean, the different nationalities. I mentioned the Israelis, but you're right, they're not a Nordic country. But there were a lot of people from Israel here, and I mean, they had 2 players at the final table.
Yes.
And you played with them a lot as well.
Yes.
Not just the C's, but also the other ones
All
prior
of
to
day
that.
1
Yeah.
almost, and all of day 2, the chip leader on day 2. I played with from start on day 2. So and I also played with him on day 1.
Yeah.
So a lot of the tournament, and also and I forgot the name of the other Israel.
Oh, you're thinking about Yehuda Yosef?
No, he was the chip leader on day 2. So the other one.
Of the Rafi Ben?
Yep.
Yes. He was the one. So, I mean, 4th and 5th place for Israel. Me and Jason, or Jason and I should rather say, we were talking about that. And if somebody had asked us if we thought on Wednesday when the main event started that we would have 2 players from Israel in the top 5, I don't think, I mean, it doesn't mean anything necessarily. It's not nothing with Israel. It's just so... I was so surprised to see so many Israelis here, and that 2 of them should finish in the top 5. And they were actually, even though both Josef and Ben has results, I mean, compared to the other players at the table, there were better results. I mean...
Yeah, I did actually play with both of them at the same table with 2 other from Israel on day 2. So I was like, oh my god, there are like 4 from Israel. But I talked with them, and it turned out they were like a big community coming from Israel. I think they're like 120 players or something playing the main event. So then I understand like how there could be so many left.
Yeah, they had 20 players through to day 2 yesterday.
Yeah.
And was the biggest nation. Okay, closely followed by, can you guess which other nation?
Yeah, I'm gonna guess Iceland, just because I know they said like there were like 50 to 60 players. I thought it was going to be Norway, but they were like, I feel there were like 50, 60 players from Iceland.
Well, Norway was the second best one.
Oh,
with 15.
how many that went through to day 2?
Day 2, yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant totally in main event.
But
Norway did very well. I also saw a lot of the people from my community with in the last longer, and the Pomeranian patch, the street patch, last longer. We were 34 that participated in the last longer from start. 19 survived to day 2, and out of the 19 on day 2, 7 survived to day 2, with only 16 players left. And then I don't count myself, of course, because I was not in the last longer. I was just hosting it. So we were actually 8 Pomeranians out of the 16 players on day 2.
Tournament director setting up here. We still have some time. And for if you tuned in, you know, either for the heads up or even when the final table started, I mean, you have been introduced to it. Well, most people who have been following the stream know you are a Coolbet ambassador and that you stream on Twitch. But I'm sure that some of the viewers right now does not know. But you have your own tournaments on the Twitch. You stream on Tuesdays and Fridays regularly, and also occasionally on Monday.
Yeah, I stream on Twitch with the nickname Jevakim, so you can just go on twitch.tv Jevakim. And then I host a Coolbet tournament, which everyone that plays on Coolbet can play on Tuesday. It's a pot limit Omaha 20 euro tournament called Jevakim's PLO, 8 o'clock. And on Fridays, it's Jevakim's Friday Fun. 8 o'clock, 20 euro buy-in, Texas Hold'em. And also 6 o'clock, there's a free roll with the same name for the tournament, where you can practice PLO free roll on Tuesdays, 6 o'clock. And Fridays, it's the Jevakim's Friday Fun free roll for tickets to the tournament home game that we have hosting later.
And this started actually during the pandemic because you didn't even like to play online.
True, I never played, like almost never played online for the first 15 years I played poker. It had to be a pandemic to make me go online. But then, because I thought it was a little bit like not social compared to live poker. But during the pandemic, and I found Twitch and the community there. Now it's kind of like almost the same as playing live. Since we have the chat, we could talk to each other. We know each other on nicknames. Like I know so many people from Coolbet that I actually don't know what's like their real names almost. But we know each other on like Coolbet nicks. And then you go to Coolbet Open. And then you meet everyone, and that's so nice to like see the faces of the people that you play with every day. Like Hakala, he told me that he was, because he had like a big rail of Finnish people, and I said like, oh, are all you have so many friends here? I have no one on the rail because they're like playing tournaments now. And I said I only knew one of this Finnish before, but I met all of them, the other ones, during this Coolbet Open. So I said, yeah, that's the good thing about traveling here and playing Coolbet Open, to meet, like, get the social part, meet so many people, and then you realize you actually maybe probably played a lot with many of them. So he also had like the same, I think, I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but he said like he met a lot of people here during that part, and it was really social.
Yeah, and I mean, that time, those years during the pandemic with the restrictions, I mean, it changed a lot for a lot of people. But like you say, that was a kind of a social thing, at least for Norwegian poker players. And you, who started to stream, you knew nothing about how Twitch worked, nothing
Absolutely
how, and you didn't even
Play online.
Play online. And then in 2021, you became Norwegian champion. You won the latest event.
Yes, and online. That's insane, like after just playing online and streaming it in 1 year.
Yeah, and that was the live version as well, because we were supposed to, well, actually, if possible, we would have gone to Dublin like we have done for, well, since 2012 up until the pandemic. But this year, we were here in Bratislava, but you became Norwegian champion in 2021, and you played your first Norwegian championship back in Gothenburg in 2007.
Yes, so time flies.
But you were close so many times. You had several final tables.
Yeah, the first
as well.
time I had a Norwegian championship in ladies online in 2012, I actually got heads up. But I'm not so good playing heads up, and I'm not so good playing online, so I lost. But I'm glad it happened many years later when it was on the. I did stream live. So like it was together with all the community, and that meant a lot.
And you were talking about for a while when it looked like the pandemic, well, before the pandemic restrictions, while it was still going on, that you might not keep doing the streaming when the restrictions were lifted, because it's like, yeah, it's been fun, but maybe not people will be as interested when we could do other stuff. But it's just kept going.
Yeah, and I changed my life. Like the pandemic changed my life because I found this wonderful community on Twitch, and I also had like this Facebook group. And now I met so many people during Coolbet Open. So now we have like as you can see, like we have like people from Finland, Austria, Iceland was in it. Like one from Australia joining the community, because even though some of the countries cannot play on Coolbet, I also stream like tournaments on iPoker. So it's like open for, it's just for people that want to have a social time. And the focus for me is number 1, the social part. And number 2, trying to do good in poker. But if you have a focus is the social part, you will always win.
We are still waiting for the trophy ceremony, which is going to take place as soon as everyone is ready. So just be patient. While we are waiting for that, I mean, back to this thing, the pandemic and your stream, and I mean, I already told about us actually celebrating New Year's Eve online.
Yeah, we have celebrated New Year's Eve. I feel it's been a tradition now to have doing it the last couple of New Years.
Yeah, because the thing is, the first one was during the pandemic.
Yeah.
We couldn't meet each other. We couldn't be social. But it was so much fun that we actually did it the year after as well.
Yeah. So what I did, we put up just that tournament, a home game on Coolbet, and then we all play it and just chat in the chat. And then, I made a full New Year's Eve dinner, like with turkey and all the side dishes. One of the other guests, Mugens, he made like a shrimp cocktail for first course. I had oysters, and then we ate dinner on stream and chat, and then we played a home game. So it's really social. Like I met also now this really social. The winner of the Nations Cup, Luchowin, on Twitch. So for the people that follow Luchowin, you probably know. But Luis.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's hosting his own tournaments. We play together in Coolbet streamer.
Arenada. That's his
tournament. And we're gonna host a tournament together.
Oh, great!
Yeah. So he's gonna stream it on his channel, and I'm gonna stream it on my channel. But we're gonna play it together with all our communities.
Nice.
And that looks so cool. Like when I met him, he's like so cute, so like so. He looks so happy to be here and play poker, just as I am. And that was so nice to see him win the Nations Cup. Just because I didn't know all the others so well, and now of course I hope the Norwegian were going to win because it's cool to see which one of the 9 countries are going to win. But after he busted out, I didn't know the others, so I was like, oh, come on, Lucho, come on, win it.
Yeah, there has been a lot of bonding between, well, not only borders, but also, I mean, across the sea, I mean, the big sea.
I mean, South America.
South
like, to be hosting
America.
a home game together with Lucho from, that's going to be so cool.
Yeah, that is so cool. Wow. Okay, Ylva, thank you for joining us. I think we are, well, maybe, well, Jason is back. I mean, yeah, yeah. Okay, hold on. Yeah.
Disappointed I missed the Cool Bear, but it gave you a nice opportunity to see Ylva in the booth, who finished in 3rd place. So thank you, Ylva, for subbing in while somebody maybe or maybe not had to be the Cool Bear. But thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you, Stig, for everything this week. I mean, for leading the way, and thank you all that have tuned in. See you next time. This is Jason Glatzer, and thank you for giving me the microphone for a minute, Stig.
You are so welcome, Jason, and thank you for your contribution, which has been, you know, really valuable. I mean, there is no one like Jason. He's American, but still, I don't think anyone knows more about European poker players than Jason does. He has been reporting live for years now. Yeah, and I remember seeing Jason for the first time. I was just amazed at his work capacity. So, I mean, if you're ever on a poker festival somewhere in the world, odds are that Jason Glatzer will be there. And he's a friendly guy. Just go up and say hi because, yeah, I mean, don't be shy. But here we have the champion. Here's the champion, the jacket as a backdrop. And we were talking about, I know Jason is probably going to, you know, he's going to laugh a little now, but we talked about Simon and his glijakke. And this must be the champion's glijakke. I think he will probably wear that jacket at every single final table he plays.
But do you think he's gonna wear the Pomeranian patch? Because I asked him when we were playing, and he said like, okay, this is his biggest live cash. I also handled him, so I knew it, but he was talking through. And at a point today, he was shorter than me, so I doubled him up. And then after that, he just crushed us all.
But did you notice when you came back from dinner break, that was when Wille probably went up to his room and got the jacket. He did not wear it until after
he
the
told
dinner
me he
break.
was going to change.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
And after that, actually, that's when he started to dominate.
Yeah, that's true. So it's probably a very good. I do love good charm and good luck things. I actually took a sit out and posted blinds at a point when we after dinner break because I forgot my jacket at my hotel room. So I chose to lose 2.5 bigs to get my jacket.
Yeah. So I don't know. We might still be waiting for the Cool Bear to make an appearance. I don't know. Cool Bear cannot be in 2 places at one time. Well, do you know, Jason, if the Cool Bear was on stage for the trophy ceremony? I mean,
I'm pretty sure that that's where the Cool Bear was, but the Cool Bear couldn't see where the Cool Bear was, but the Cool Bear was sitting next to the winner.
I get it. Yeah, the Cool Bear was standing next to the winner. Okay, we are going to wait for the Cool Bear, and the trophy has to be, well, it's there.
So if there's new viewers that are just tuning in or have tuned in at the end, if you don't know, we could see everything in all the episodes are out, all of the streaming from this week on the Coolbet channel on YouTube.
Yes, I think it will be there. I mean, I think it is there already. I haven't checked, but I think so. Yeah.
2 days before day 3. Oh,
So
there is Oskari.
yeah,
He was also in the last longer.
Oskari Piri. Yes, he was. He was so unlucky when he was knocked out. Was an
Yeah, the
enormous
Kings
cooler.
versus Ace Jack.
Yeah, but still so close to a big stack. on the turn, but then the river kind of crushed his dreams. But I talked to Oskari afterwards, and he's such a nice guy. He's young, but he's so reflected. He took it really well. Of course, it
Oh,
hurt.
they're gonna bring both trophies with is it the 8th game and
Yes.
the main event trophy?
Yes, it is.
Oh, that's gonna be cool.
I mean, not many players go home from a Coolbet Open Series with 2 trophies.
No, I just won. Just one.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be really good to get 2.
Yeah, oh yeah. So I forgot now that, yeah,
But-
true. Yeah,
No,
in
but-
2018 you won 2.
Yeah, I think it was 2018, but still, I never even gotten to day 2 in the main event, so I mean...
Oh, it's almost impossible not to cash in main event. I've done it 3 out
Yeah,
of 4
rub it
times.
in. Ville Hakala posing for his friends, his fellow Finns.
Mä otan mun luurilla parikin. Ei kuota tolla, että kato jää Hassari suoraan.
So we are going to stay a little while longer. I have been promised an appearance from the Cool Bear. You know, the thing is, well, I guess, you know Santa Claus, right? I mean, and I remember when my father, after Christmas dinner, he had to go out and deliver something to the neighbors. And for some reason, my dad always missed Santa Claus. I mean, I couldn't understand why until I got older. Here's Anastasia. I'm going to do a winner interview with the winner. No, but still, Coolbet is kind of like Santa Claus. Or maybe Mr. Glatzer is. I don't know. I have no idea. But Anastasia, I don't know if we are going to hear what... Anastasia and Ville are talking about. We might.
So all these interviews are probably going to be posted on Coolbet Open on Facebook, the group. There's a lot of pictures there, by the way, because Oskari asked me like, oh, where did I get a picture from him from like day 2? So you can find like if you have been here playing, there's like loads of pictures in folders on Coolbet Open on Facebook.
Okay.
So here we go. Let's try to hear what Anastasia is going to ask the winner. No, she's not.
No. Service, one more beer.
You've deserved this one, Ville.
This is end soon.
And here we go. Coolbet, like Santa Claus, is bearing gifts.
Does this work as a headset?
No, it does not,
But it
Jason. I'm
works a good
sorry.
like charm.
They can't see us right now. Ville Tapani Hakala, 60,000 euros. Thomas Paskorvid from Coolbet also there, leading the Cool Bear. And this is such a great picture. The tournament director, Sushana, also there.
Oh, and the pom is high enough.
Yeah,
Pom patch.
you can see
Ice
it.
polar bear, Pomeranian patch, 60,000 euro check.
And yeah, I know the Cool Bear guested us here in the booth as well, Jason, and he was
And
really
like a finish, he wants to
confused.
show his beard.
Yeah, of course.
No champagne, it's beer o'clock.
Well, people, it's been a wonderful Coolbet Open. Started on Monday, now it's Sunday. A lot of tired people, but I think there might be some celebration later on tonight. Ylva, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again on your 3rd place finish in the main event.
Thank you.
So it's going to be hard to top it, but I know you are going to try.
It's always room for improvement when you don't win, so that's like the best thing you can get if you don't win. And like if you want to join this thing, just go on to Coolbet every day 8 o'clock. It's a 20 euro daily satellite for Coolbet Passport, where you play for 130 euro tickets. We should play on this Coolbet Passport satellites every Sunday, the weekly final, where you can win packages to go to Coolbet and join this play the main event, get hotel room, get the hospitality, and then be able to be in this situation and win it all.
And to all the viewers that joined us this week, thank you for following our broadcasts, and we are already looking forward to the next Coolbet Open. We don't know when, we don't really know where, probably in Bratislava. Nothing has been decided, well, the final decision. Just go to coolbetopen.com or coolbeton.com and you will find out. Until next time, from me, Jason Glatzer, and Ylva Torsrud, have a good night.
He will go through the airport like,
So maybe
I am a bear.
ahead of time say maybe to tell him. Sure. Good idea. Yeah. Then I'll take it with me in the hand luggage.
So everybody will think that you won actually 60K.
Good
job, Thomas. Good job.
Kai se vois mennä.
All right.
On se niinku vitun pierikone.
Ville, you got some interview time now.
Okay.
Ville se maksaa 50 viedä toi juttu kanssa, niin onko busseja?
Svein Olo?
Nyt tarvitaan videokuvaajaa.
Svein Olo?
Jason.
Jason! Oh my god!